into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolises a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalised key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolising those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
That Fallen is coming to Saudi Arabia, and either you cheer for Furia or we're gonna make this a library again.
It's time to prove everyone wrong.
Watch us collect and destroy other teams' hearts.
Watch out, the bees are coming.
It's time to step in the ring.
That is right. We are ready to go with Esports World Cup. And if you can't imagine it, we are going to be jumping into some Counter-Strike. It is about that time. A lot of games going on around here. And in doing so, it is my honor and my pleasure to really introduce you all into the fold here. Of course, my name is Trace. We have a Matthew in the middle, and then we have a Yanko down on the very end. Gentlemen, welcome back to Riyadh.
It's been too long. It's been too long, Trace. How you doing?
You know, I'm pretty good. As long as I'm inside in the air conditioner, we're doing just fine, because it is freaking hot outside, Yanko.
Yes, indeed, man. I mean, back home, it's also been a heat wave, and it's pretty hot, but this is a bit of a different level out here. Luckily, AC on, full blast inside, and you don't really feel it when you're inside, Trace.
But, like, which team would be able to handle it? Let's just say, hypothetically, moved everybody outside. Computers probably wouldn't make it. But which team could handle it? Which one would fold under that pressure?
I'm trying to think right now.
I think it depends how you look at it. Whether you're thinking, like, who are some sweaty gamers? That would be Mouse,
Yeah.
probably. And who are the guys that are always feeling the heat?
Like
You tell me.
Vitality, maybe.
Oh, yeah, okay,
I was
yeah.
just thinking, like, would bees be able to survive in an ecosystem like that? I don't think so. It's probably a little too warm.
probably
It
not.
wouldn't work out. The
No.
bees are coming. Love that tagline from Zywood. That's
Everyone's scared,
That's
yeah.
a punch.
Not bad.
That's a punch.
Yeah, it's not bad
I
at all.
hate bees, so I feel that.
Why is that? What did the bees ever do to you?
I don't know. It's called a phobia, you know. I think my mom said when I was a kid, came into my stroller and I got all worked out, and then every now and then now. That's why I'm trying to work my trauma through with Vitality. Trying to
Okay.
reach again some sort of closure.
So not like the, what was it,
Trying to make peace
tassophobia?
with the bees.
I'm pretty sure it's tassophobia. I think it's the one where you're like afraid of the deep ocean. So that's also a phobia you don't want to have, going in too deep.
Or sharkophobia.
Yeah, Sharknado, all of that stuff.
Philosophical this morning, aren't you?
Yeah, you know, I'd say my Wheaties didn't do that. I had some Kit Kat cereal. It was pretty fire. So, gentlemen, like I was saying, though, tons of Counter-Strike to get through, especially on day one. You know, this is obviously the Esports World Cup. There are, you know, we've got the best teams, you know, and I know we are missing just a few. However, we do have the contenders in house.
Yeah, we have a lot of the best teams in the world, right? Teams that were some of the strongest in the first half of the year. Spirit, obviously, being here. FaZe, Vitality, we already touched on those. Navi, the major winners here as well. G2 with a facelift, different roster. We'll get to see them straight off the bat here today.
And it's an interesting concept because at the same time, you could argue it's a soft entry, but also it's such a huge prize pool that's attached to this event. The way the format is put, we'll touch on it a little bit later down the road. But
No.
is it now, actually?
We'll do it right now.
Okay.
We're going to do it
you're
right
the
now.
boss. You're the boss. Talk about the format.
Run that format video.
Are you ready for another amazing Counter-Strike 2 tournament? Things are about to heat up here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. 15 of the best teams from all around the world have gathered here for their attempt to lift the trophy and also their share of the $1 million prize pool. There will be 3 stages: an opening stage, a resurrection stage, and the playoffs. The event begins with the opening stage. 14 teams battle it out in a single elimination BO3 where the winners advance the playoffs and the losers fall into the next phase, the resurrection stage. Here, the 7 teams will be joined by the regional hero qualifier team and battle it out once more in a single elimination BO1 to determine which team gets the last spot in the playoffs. The winner of the resurrection stage will join the 7 opening stage winners in the playoffs, where the teams will have to earn their right to win it all in a single elimination BO3 bracket.
That is correct. That is the the nitty-gritty of what this format looks like. A single elimination opening, best of 3, winners advance into the playoff bracket, and, well, there's that last chance. We got the resurrection stage. Really and truly, though, only one team advances out of that lower stage, makes it into the playoffs. So you can work really harder and smarter now, or you can take the long, arduous, painful route to finding your way into the playoffs.
Yeah, you don't want to lose this opening game, the ones that we're about to cover today, and I do like that EWC is being a little bit creative about the format. We're definitely thinking outside the box here. You lose this best of 3, and then suddenly you find yourself in this resurrection bracket, 8 teams, only 1 making it to playoffs. It makes life unnecessarily complicated. It's all best of 1 as well. You'd have to play throughout the whole day. So guarantee yourself a good start, win that best of 3, and then punch your ticket to the playoffs, which will be starting from Friday on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. And an event with an odd amount of teams, like how do you pull it off? 15 teams, but that's where the resurrection bracket kicks in. Best of 1, cutthroat, and yeah, a lot of money on the line. I think still we're looking, obviously, with the cutoff point for the close qualifier for the major being already on August 7th. This, alongside Blast, is the only tournament that will be online that will matter for those rankings. So you're also trying to, secure a higher seed for that, or just avoid the qualifiers, get straight into the RMRs. And for a team like Sash, even 1 win in a best of 1 could go a long way.
I agree with you, and this is where it's a very interesting position in the calendar, because we know how important the break is for these teams that go from event to event to event. We talk about exhaustion and all, but some of the teams, I would argue, a la Sashi, for example, is a good. You have to treat it as such an important moment that maybe you start practicing before the end of the break. You say, we're going to take 2 weeks. We're going to take 2 weeks, and so we are more ready than you, and we are going to take you down miles for that matter in the best of 3. That's why this is a good thing for surprises. You have to keep an open mind.
I mean, it gives a chance for some of these teams that are really kind of battling out there in the upper echelons to separate themselves from each other, right? Like, this is one of those events where we can see that. Yes, we're missing like an Astralis, so to say, if you're looking at your top 10s, but this is a method for them to really separate themselves from the pack.
I mean, it's a completely different start to the season than what teams are usually used to. I mean, for the last couple of years even, it's been Blast to kick off the season, which is a closed circuit, right? You either go straight to the finals or to the showdown. There's a lot of games, there's a lot of brackets, so a lot of teams were skipping practice beforehand, treating that event as sort of a warm-up to the season. Well, this tournament is not that. I mean, first place is also $400,000. Like, let's not forget that. So you're coming into this one aiming to win it all.
But there's so much more on the line, guys.
Oh, is there now?
It's the Esports World Cup Club Championships. That's what's on the line here. Let's learn a little bit more about it.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Yeah, that is the Esports World Cup Club Championships, and this is how the rankings are shaking down. Currently, you're going to see some familiar names in there. Perhaps you're joining us from the Counter-Strike realms, and you don't really see a lot of these names all the time. But this is how it all kind of culminates together. When we're talking about certain organizations who have multiple games with multiple teams, right?
Having an impact on esports all across the table. Trace, in what other games would you have anything to say? What other games have your interests, your skills, your capabilities? Any other you could maybe try something there?
Yeah, let me stop you at capability. I think that's where we'll draw the line. No, but in all seriousness, there's so many games. Like, there's actually more games here than I think I could list off the top of my head. And that's just not even from major titles, but I'm talking about all across the board. Either way, this is how the Club Championships ranking currently looks. They're wrapping up a game yesterday. And that did put, I think it was the Red Giants actually took that one away. So they added some points there to their standings and ultimately trying to get towards that very tip top of the crop.
Good for Falcons considering they're not qualified to play in the Counter-Strike tournament, so they'll need to find those points elsewhere. Yeah.
Oh, man. Too soon? Nah,
I mean, we have to.
It's not too soon. It's part of
our
it.
system.
Let's talk about those teams that are here. Falcons, not one of them, right? However,
I do hope we get to see the Falcon Trace, if you remember it from last year, but one can only hope. But yeah, a lot of great teams here, as we pointed out, a lot of favorites, a lot of big names, and some of the teams that we don't see as often in Tier 1 tournaments, like MIBR, for example, that's been a while since we saw them at an IEM.
And to stay in that vein, I'm looking forward to seeing Mongols. Turns out, coincidence, it's our first game, and I'm very elated about that. But the fact that they've been on the up and up, the fact that they've got our attention, increasingly their results have gotten better. You're hoping that this would be such a good moment for them to have a statement result here in Riyadh, and I'm going to keep my eye peeled for the Mongols.
Yeah, I think with first game being against G2, I was expecting more roster changes into break, but maybe that was unrealistic considering the landscape and the market at the moment. You know, people are waiting for that second major to end and coming to the next year fresh. But yeah, Huxi no longer the captain of G2, Snacks coming in his stead, and the next experiment didn't really pan out. Shocking, I know, but getting Malbs from M80, who was up and coming, I rate him pretty highly, but then he doesn't get to play the positions and roles that he had on M80. So there's a lot of mixing and matching in this new G2 lineup, and we'll have to see how it works out.
Tournament prize pool, it's right here. That's a whole lot of mignon, filet mignon, that is.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of filet mignon. I'm not exactly sure what kind of qualitative comments you're hoping to hear from me, aside from I'd like to see so much money on them. That's great.
I wanted to take it down the path of like building up mobs, because if I remember right, he played against them at EPL and he just smashed on them a little bit, if I recall.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He did. And this is why, like, sometimes when we get overly excited watching a game and we get super romantic and people say, stop exaggerating. But, brother, see, that's exactly what happened here. I guarantee you, if he doesn't give them the spank at that moment, they don't consider him ever. Like, he probably changed the course of his own life in 2 best-of-3s against G2. That's literally what happened.
Yeah.
Yes, probably to some extent, but I think Malbs was a good player for me on Team 1 before he went to 0-0 Nation. Yeah. I mean, that's like we were... COVID times, Pro League in Katowice, right? Like when he was having his performances, and then that stint in 0-0 Nation sort of sidetracked him a little bit. But you could hear in some of the interviews, it made him stronger, Trace. Yeah. It made him stronger.
It did. And sometimes you just got to fight. And so, no fights to be had right here in this moment. However, a day full of Counter-Strike. That means 3 best-of-3s coming your way. And for us, we'll be taking a look at our first one, but we'll run you through the schedule just so that you can get a glimpse or a good idea as to what to expect coming up. Now, we did kind of identify G2 Mongols. Now we do have Na'Vi Furia, and that later game will be VP and Complexity.
I do wonder how this Skulls Furia is going to look like. I felt a little bit for the guy in Liquid. I know he wasn't exactly up to par. I don't exactly know if it was a healthy environment to be in. In fact, the information we're getting mostly point towards no. So now that he gets to play in Furia, gets to have his positions there, I'm slightly curious. I don't know. Get my curiosity.
I think also another thing when you talk about Furia or for Skulls compared to Liquid, like if that wasn't a great environment, I don't think you can have a better environment than Furia, because you have all these experienced players and everyone's chill. There's no,
they're pretty chill.
You know, really hard-headed guys on that team. I mean, Fallen as a captain, just as a person, one of the nicest guys out there. And there's so much that you will be able to learn from him. Then also Caserato and Yuri, 2 very experienced players.
Very
even Cello has been around for a while. So if things were super stressed for you in Liquid, it's going to be the opposite here. So that's also a challenge because then you need to start showing up fairly early on.
And that's all the way around for the side of Furia, right? Not just Skulls. You know, we want to see that come in there and find that success. However, that is neither here nor there in this moment. What I can tell you that is now is the Jamil Motorsports match of the day. It is going to be that G2 Mongols game, so we can kind of dive into a little bit further. We already started a little bit talking about mobs and what there is to take away when we start to look at this G-New, I think they were called.
Yeah, G-New. I think Chad used that term in the green room right before we came in. Look, it's very, very intriguing from like a strategical standpoint to try and make sense of this G2 and the challenges they're going to have to face. At this point in time, I think a lot of people agree that the honeymoon effect and the I'm going to give 150% of whatever, even if I don't have all my positions, is probably going to kick in. And for that reason, they might just be very deadly. But I cannot help but think that to make that work mid-term to long-term is going to be extremely complicated for G2, and I'll be very surprised if this is the roster that stick beyond Shanghai.
Yeah, that probably. I think it's a very complex situation to analyze because you can look at it from many different ways, right? Do you think Snax is a better player than Hooksy individually?
Probably yes.
Right? Do you think Malbs will do better than Nexa just individually?
Probably,
even with
yes.
the different roles, right? So then you look at how was G2 and how close they were in some of the games, right? And you add that, and all of a sudden it's an upgrade, right?
But the Snax Hooksy roles?
The other side of the coin is, well, how are they going to mesh as a team? You know, what's their approach going to be, and their style? Can Snax call on a high level like Hooksy did, and how will Malbs do in these roles?
Yeah, exactly, because if you're doing an isolation analysis, I agree with you. Malbs on paper is a better than Nexa, and Hooksy is a worse position than Snax. All okay with that, I'm on board. But we are analyzing them in roles and positions. I mean, roles for Snax, yes, leader, but still positionally on the server a little bit differently in Game Legion. And now we're saying, well, they're going to play exactly like Nex and Hooksy were doing, and they're going to be better. And that's an assumption in and of itself.
And I think also we don't need to look too far back and see the Astralis lineup with Blame F on the team and see how much roles can impact players and their performance. Now, I don't think necessarily that's going to be the case with this G2 lineup. I think Malbs can be versatile and is one of those players that won't have a big problem playing in these roles. Sure, you're not going to see him output as much as he did on M80 because you simply can't in this sort of an environment, but it's still positions where you're going to need to frag.
Yeah.
You know, these big site anchors or the important anchors position, Ramp, A Ancient, Pit on Inferno,
A Mirage.
Right? Like these are all positions where you are going to see action and you're going to have responsibilities, right? And you're going to need to deliver.
Yeah, you don't want to find yourself being that liability, right? Especially this early on in a lineup. I don't know what their preparation looks like, but Matthew?
No, I agree with you. In terms of being a liability, potentially, you have to realize your Mavs, and in M80, you were shining bright like a diamond. Literally, you took Counter-Strike by storm. People started noticing you, even if that was the case prior in Team 1. Now you're moving to G2, different roles, might be a bit more complicated. You're playing with a different kind of pressure. You have a jersey that means something, a jersey that comes with expectations. Maybe you don't hit the ground running. The first game is a bit complicated, then you get in your head. As a rookie, I'll still call him that at the very, very elite level of Counter-Strike, then he's going to have to deal with that, and we'll get to see what he's made of in the first few months.
And this is where, you know, Snax and Taz are going to have to do some work, right? Obviously, their relationship going back to
together
being,
in therapy? Or?
maybe that as well, right? But their relationship going back to the VP the days playing together on the same roster, and you need to. What I liked from actually the interview from Ash, the coach of Game Legion, was that Snax was sometimes unhappy with, you know, how rigid they were. He wanted to play more puggy, but they didn't have the players for it. Well, you have the players for it in G2. That's how they probably need to play to be good. So that's maybe the silver lining, best case scenario for G2.
And I'm going to circle back to the G2 conversation, right? Because there's obviously going to be questions. There's always a question mark around G2. I don't know what it is.
There's only that, actually.
There's a question mark or there's an exclamation point. Either way, it is the Mongols on the other side of the server today. So Sinzu and company with the peace signs out.
I mean, Mzinho doesn't look too terrifying in that picture, but you'd be a fool to think so.
No, I agree with you. That is such a nice team to witness, and to see them kind of over the last few months grab a few reference wins just felt right. Like it was just it was just wholesome to watch them win at the Yala Compass event. They get the W over Astralis, a team that is so incredibly young. And you could see at times falter, maybe have pressure on themselves, being very hard on themselves as well when they had these losses. To see them prevail with the amount of talent that there is on that team and the Counter-Strike that they play, which is definitely not just pew, 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 and then, oh, my phone is going away.
Wow.
That's very, very intelligent sound Counter-Strike that they play still. Yeah, pew, pew, you like that one.
Yeah, man.
I have been a fan of the story of Mongols, and I like where they're at now in the game, and I hope we keep them in that conversation.
Absolutely, the most successful Asian team from the start of CSGO. I think even in the history of Counter-Strike, you'd have to go back to, I don't know, WNV,
yeah, WNV.
you know, a
Wow.
Chinese team in like
all the way back
mid-2000s that they've had success at like a couple of tournaments, and that was it. Or We Made Fox, the Korean team.
We Made Fox.
But yeah, I think they had a great run at Yala Compass, beating Astralis. Then NIP also taking them down in the grand final, who were in good form. And then they had a bit of a flop in Jönköping, you know, the following week, losing to Aurora in a best-of-1 and Falcons in a best-of-3 and not making the playoffs. And I think that's probably a good thing for the Mongols in the grand scheme of things, because you're probably going to be riding a high, you know, the first Asian team to win a fairly big LAN event in CS in a long time, and then you go to Jönköping and you don't even make the playoffs. So that's like, okay, we did really well, we're improving, we're getting better, but we still can't get complacent, and I think they'll come to this tournament prepared.
And even watching these guys when they would arrive at Malta for ESL Pro League, right? Like they would arrive, they would have some outrageous travel day. I'm talking, these guys were tired. They were zoned out, but they got straight back into the mission. They were Oscar Mike.
Exactly, and you had Senzu there just, you know,
with the golden mouth,
taking the ring.
Peace. That was the moment.
It doesn't really work. I've tried this one. It doesn't really
That's
quite
not
work
the
like
one.
that.
That's not the mouse.
No, it's really not. What it is, though, is a best-of-3 in the opening stage. So, gentlemen, with a map choice here, right? If we start thinking about maps.
Yes, the famous Veto with all lineups
like,
brand new
exactly,
from G2.
like how the hell were you even supposed to calculate that?
It was even the conversation, maybe Janko, you can weigh in on that. It was the conversation, is it time to play Mirage for G2?
Yes,
like, do you make
probably.
the switch now? You embrace
I mean,
it?
that time was... They should have never stopped playing it, right? But I think even in this particular matchup with the Mongols banning Vertigo, I think that really helps G2. I think if I had to guess what they would go for their perma ban, it would probably be Vertigo for G2 as well. But yeah, I think a little bit of a problem is obviously Inferno, always really strong for G2. Snags didn't play it in Gamer Legion, so I don't imagine that G2 is going to be banning Inferno.
I'm so sorry, Janko. Reaction, thoughts?
Maybe next year, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's for this particular matchup, it's a really strong map for the Mongols. So maybe that's why you're thinking, okay,
we'll agree on that.
We don't need to play it against the Mongols. We can play it in the future, and we can see that they don't really shy away from Inferno, even for Snags. And both teams picking to start T-side. That's interesting.
That is interesting indeed. We'll see. Ancient on the side of Mongols, I wonder if it's a way of saying to G2's defense that you guys are not ready. Like, there's no way, like, your A-Anchor is going to know how to handle himself. There's no way. Will Snags play Cave again? Do they have the reactions the way it was happening with Huxi Nico? It feels like we're calling your bluff. We're calling the weakness of, like, the systematic of your CT side. Nuke Decider as well. Well, there's not a whole lot of changes in the landscape for G2. Like, this could have been pre-break kind of Veto.
But maybe kind of sticking to what they feel comfortable on, meaning, you know, they do have some things to kind of iron out here. Obviously, if you're a new team,
new garderobe to buy is basically just
brand new yard. You know what? Just rip all the grass up, start over. Actually, you can't really do that, right? What we do have, though, is the STC play predictions. So, gentlemen, we start talking a little about predictions. What exactly does that look like for you?
Whenever an event is starting, you know, I try to be conservative. I try to be safe in general in my lifestyle. But I always pick this one game where I feel like this is when I'm going to get spicy. And I have decided this was going to be this game.
Of course you do.
Oh, you're picking G2.
Low-key fair.
I actually think that Mongols is in a good position to get this best of 3. And the only thing going against that would be that the individuals of G2 just catch on fire and being just pushed by the fire of the honeymoon of the new lineup, blah, 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 blah.
You mean Big Money Monacy?
Yeah, of course, Big Money Manasi. Yeah, we know what he's capable of doing. But I feel like for Mongols, there's something to be done here in this best of 3.
Yeah, to get off on the right foot. Janko, you know, I know that this one's always been a bit trivial for you. Like, sometimes G2 goes, sometimes G2 doesn't.
I'm a little bit surprised how much the odds are on the side of G2.
Yeah.
I don't really see necessarily, okay, the names are there, but it's a team that changed their in-game leader, changed one more player who's playing off position, in a sense, right? You have the Mongols who've been on a hot streak last season for the better part of it. So for me, they're actually, the G2 is a bit of an underdog in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and that's just about on everything, surface level and in deep, which is exactly what we're ready to do. We got a quick break. We come back. We jump into this first best of 3 here at the Esports World Cup. It is Counter-Strike 2, and we are just about ready to get it underway.
two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
2, 1, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Getting this Esports World Cup started. Looking forward to this one as we get a real sneak peek at new look G2. Mongols taking them on, and it is going to be very exciting. Just as a Counter-Strike fan, never mind a Counter-Strike commentator.
Slip? We were going to say Mongols taking them down?
I might have. I mean, the desk were discussing it as to whether or not G2 really should be coming in with the odds in their favor, considering such huge changes. A leader alone, never mind a leader and another player.
Yeah, look, it's a big conversation. One of the biggest conversations we have here at the EWC, that and Furia with the Skulls edition. But G2, they're one of the fan favorites. People always either want to love or hate them. So hopefully at the moment we might get a bit of love for them.
Could you kind of fill us in, if we've been living in a bubble, you know, touching grass during the break, these G2 player changes, what's the additional info we have on Malbs' integration into this roster? Never mind Snacks.
Well, he's been giving quite a few interviews, says old Malbsy boy. So look, this is a player in M80 who was a star player, very aggressive, and the big questions around the team is going to come into the division of labour on the CT side. Snacks coming in to fill that leadership role. Here you can see the Polish giant on your screen, and not just a giant in stature, but one in terms of what the trophy cabinet has in store. But we're going back 10 years now, was the Katowice that he won alongside of Taz, the coach of the team, which also has some fun talking points in terms of how their relationship has evolved over the years, or maybe devolved, but I guess now if they're back together, we can push that aside. But the Malbs one is the big conversation, and again, the division of labour in these positions on the CT side, he's discussed and said that in a lot of these maps he'll be playing the anchor on the big bomb sides. We saw the Veto up on screen, so Ancient actually G2 starting on the T side. We move into Inferno, which is still home turf for G2 apparently, and then third and decided was Nuke, I do believe. So as far as the map pool is concerned, I think really positive signs that you didn't have to worry about banning Vertigo against the Mongols who removed it. They got to remove Mirage because that's going to be another talking point of this team, something which I would love to see. A team with Monacy and Nico not playing Mirage just seems like sacrilege. I'm not sure how you can even function in that regard. But look, I think today I just want to sit back and see the general demeanor of the squad, because we talk about new rosters and honeymoon periods, and that's essentially what this team is going to be in. Whereas in recent time, the Mongols, they were playing some online qualifiers for Blast, and they lost to a couple of lesser-known Chinese teams. Cat 5, Alex, one of your favorites.
Cat 5, like the cable?
Well, yeah, I guess, actually. No, it's Cat Evil.
Oh.
But it's 5 guys.
That's what 5E stands for, 5 Evil.
So,
okay,
Yeah, so the Mongols with some online Counter-Strike not going in their favor, but they're definitely a big talking point. Look at the little cherub, Xenia. Look at him.
Wouldn't you say, though, that when you're Mongols and you've already been having that kind of tier 1 LAN on cycle, on repetition, they've been showing up to some bigger events and having some bigger results, that those online games, it's harder for you to kind of, you know, get the mojo flowing. Not making excuses for them, but I'm just saying that's not going to temper my expectations for them.
Look, well, this is, I guess, where the conversation can really begin. Do you hold the Mongols as a favorite? Last time around they played G2, they won. This is a new G2 roster in its early stages, and if we think that the Mongols are genuinely one of the top Counter-Strike teams in the world, I'm not saying, you know, they're locked in top 5, but if they're a team who's trending in the direction that we want Asian Counter-Strike to be, then going into this game, even though they're going against world-class individuals, you should be saying that they have a lot of things up their sleeve, right? The tenure of the roster. I think Senzu's been in this team for about 8 months. I was doing some podcasts during the break, as I tend to do, and they're one of the longest-standing rosters we have out of the better teams in Counter-Strike at the moment. It's like them and Complexity. I think 2 of the higher names. Complexity's been about a year, I think, since the Elige edition. So the Mongols should have advantages in that regard, but the other side of this coin is the type of Counter-Strike that you play in Europe tends to be of high quality. You're playing as players even just in pugs, which there's plenty of POV demos of the G2 individuals playing pugs throughout that break, but hopefully we're getting things underway. Map number 1 of EWC 2024, G2 versus the Mongols, Ancient, and we get to start things off with the Mongols on the T side, so the graphic was wrong, I guess.
Okay, well, 910's been given his P250 and searching for some early headshots. 3 players to defend, and actually a flash aggress. They were ready, and it's worked out wonderfully. Hunter and Nico combined for a double kill, and nearly the triple. Mazinha will be felled after the first, and put Senzu and Techno towards the B site without the bomb.
Yeah, that's the that's the biggest problem, but no, that goosh for Techno. It's going to spell even bigger troubles. Now they need to make their long way back through spawn. Techno needs to stay alive and see if he can let Senzu work. He's planted his feet for more B aggression. And G2, you can see they're aware. Hunter knowing that the push through B to Red Room a possibility. Malbs now assisting, honestly, with a re-smoke. So this is going to hold them at bay for at least another 20 seconds.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time still on that clock. However, that smoke will rot further. Monacy does encounter the Senzu occupation of spawn. but they can just sit on the bomb, and that's exactly what they do. They get to 40 seconds. You can see all three members now congregate. It's going to come down to deathmatch and aim. Senzu has no lack of that, but he hasn't got ahead. Monacy sees to it nice and neat. His second kill so far in this pistol, and a triple swing just to make sure. Down goes Techno and G2 with the first round.
Okay, well, there's the debut. They've won the game,
there you go,
and
GG.
we're moving on to the next stage of the tournament. No, they passed the test, right? They won a round.
It's done. How low your expectations
Yeah, the
were?
confidence, it's brimming. Aggressive Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Nico and Monacy in your face with a flash.
No, that was all Snacks. Snacks called that. He set it up. He's been talking about it. He said, right, if they go mid, re-aggress mid, late with a flash.
It's actually an interesting talking point, though, because Hunter was doing the pistols when Hooksy was the in-game leader.
That's right.
So
That's
you
right.
wonder who's coming up with those bad boys now.
Okay, a couple of Deegs to go searching. It's Blitz and Senzu. Gonna be having a little looky-loo, and over the flames. Good eyes from Hunter. Not always easy to spot over the flame.
Bit of a nothing round here, surely, unless Blitz gets the incision in. Oh, there is the incision. So Malbs tested on the A-bomb site. Swings out, goes down, site open.
Felt like a few bullets, at least audibly. I didn't get to see it too much from his POV, but yeah, quite the spam and no frag. Still shouldn't be too much of an issue, but with the M4 now falling into enemy hands and the site, I was going to say soon to see a plant, but no, it's actually lingering in A main. They're waiting for this temple push, and so is Nico. Handles the first. Will he overlook the second? Very comfortable into the unarmored opponents. And so despite the nice pick-off from Blitz, it's not going to cost them too much.
That's one of the things, right? If you get a kill towards that A side and you're not there in a pack ready to explode, and I know they're on an eco round, but this philosophy I think also goes for gun rounds. It's tough to just go, okay, well ooh, that's a nice shot.
He saw
from
his
910.
head. He knows there's another. Red room though. He's got him clean. It's Nico. Very impactful round from him, just making sure things don't spiral after an early pick-off of Malbs.
Yeah, it's one of these sites where you can't just justify, oh, we got the kill A, let's just rotate the bomb back. Unless the bomb is very close and you're able to take a bit of space to get that plant, you know that CT rotation is always going to be a bit of an issue. That's why you see some teams, they'll play 2 to 3 middle and the other individuals over towards B and forego A at the start of the round. But this is the big one, the first rifle round. AKs are out. A little bit of util lacking for this map control. What's the opener looking like for the Mongols? Red smoke, no cave or heaven smoke. So could be pushed back quite easily through the flames. Blitz edging and, well, taken down with ease. Great stuff from Hunter. Essentially patrolling this part of the map on his own because there's A main control being taken from G2 on the other side.
And Snacks, despite it being rather on his own, he's managed to go and a very aggressive maneuver towards the cave position. So confidence seems to be the name of the G2 game. Hunter alone mid, comfortably taking fights. Snacks the same, seems to be very comfortable knowing Hunter can support him. Not anymore. Techno brought low, but wins the duel. Snacks sitting in the off angle, continues to patrol cave.
I feel the Mongols, if they are to slip back towards A, they're going to have big issues. They don't know about the aggressive A-main push of Malbs.
Ooh,
that molly.
lovely molly.
That's an awful lot of health gone. This should just be a mop-up now for G2.
Poor Senzu, he's put down to 13. It does hinge on Mazinho through red. It's being acknowledged by Nico. This is the duel. This is the clear. Fade of the smoke. Mazinho's young eyes quick to find the prize. Monacy has found him.
Now it's just Snacks to get past.
Repositions towards the ramp. The smoke's still up. He's found the angle. Will they walk through this? That's a freebie for Snacks. Oh, no, it's not! Caught off just to walk through the smoke. Molly would be huge. Bomb goes down, I reckon, and he evades the flame. Caught by Monacy on the cross back. It's Monacy saving the day for G2. Got awkward for a moment, but now Senzu not in a position to really close this one out. Hoping to be overlooked.
That's a spam.
That's a step, that's a spam, and he doesn't finish the job. Monacy gets it across the line. One more bullet, and that gets awkward. And there's a third for G2. Mongols still yet to post around and now forced back to this 3.5k awkward position where a fourth seems imminent for G2.
Yeah, Mazinho made this round interesting, right, by slipping the net through red. A big kill for him. See just there on the cusp of the smoke onto Nico. But Monacy doesn't stop moving, does he? Snacks, you feel that he should have at least gotten a kill there, and it did almost get out of control. But the Mongols with the plant have been able to get a hero AK in the hands of Techno and some upgrades for the rest. Everybody's at least been able to contribute on the board so far for the Mongols, but impact, that's what they're looking for. Techno harasses B. So this is very standard as far as a CT setup would be concerned for G2. Nico always likes to play this B long position, which, you know, for a star rifler, you don't often see that. Tends to be a bit more supportive. Your in-game leaders towards Cave, well, that's where Snax is, can feel out the rounds a lot from there. Hunter towards middle, Malbs over towards A, and then Modesty gets to float around wherever he's feeling. Doesn't even have the AWP out just yet, and there's no need. The regrouping, they'll need to get this A main control. Now, they still have 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov for an A execute. Let's see how Malbs flies this time round.
They still don't have any info. If Snax pokes his nose out of lane, they can start this rotation.
It's awfully quiet, isn't it?
And he is going to confirm that it's very, very empty towards this side of the map now. Perhaps we'll see some backup towards Malbs' position. Throws out the incendiary to delay. Still no support. The cavalry is far away. This smoke is integral. Can he get it down? Will it be respected? Now he's been spotted out. Confirmation of presence on A. Rotation from Hunter.
Going through.
And they will test him. This time Malbs thriving in this environment. Sprays down double. Hunter provides, and it's a clean one for G2.
Beautiful start, right? And you could see off of the information that Snax gives over towards B lane. Hey, sector clear. We're not getting harassed middle either. At that point, Malbs is the anchor of the site, drops his incendiary, follows it up with the smoke. They've got to be somewhere. And you were mentioning the fact that that rotation point was still somewhat far away, bought more than enough time, mopped them up. Not a single individual goes down. And now the pressure on the Mongols on their map choice, who have now taken the first tactical timeout.
Win condition in my book, Chad, has to be 9-10. The last time they played Ancient, as you discussed, Mongols winning it, but 9-10 was having an absolute, how do you say it? Ball terror, I believe, is how the Aussies put it. But taking a look at that Ancient, I noted, yeah, it was one hell of a map. 37 frags from 9-10.
It's a couple.
That's on all maps, actually. Wait, that's bad maths. Excuse me. In fact, yeah, he actually had a mediocre Ancient. It was Anubis where he popped off. Wow, I'm sorry, it's been a while.
That's all right.
Just learning how to drive HLTV
again.
again.
The filters again. All the little details.
Excuse me. It was, yeah, 37 in the series, but a very reasonable 14.
And you mentioned Aussies. There's a couple of them playing right now against FaZe. Actually, they're not live just yet, so maybe a couple of technical doohickeys over there. Mouse versus Sashi is going on. And we'll have more best of threes as the day continues. Then we have the Resurrection bracket tomorrow, which is going to be best of 1 single elimination, where GG Howe is already, well, that's where they start their tournament.
I'm sorry, I'd like you to say that again slower, just so I can process that.
The
best
Resurrection bracket
of 1 single elimination. It just sounds like the most cutthroat combination for a lower bracket.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Single elim, BO1, you lose a map, you're out of the tournament. But I guess you've lost a best of 3 to get there. So,
that's the thing, right? So it points to the importance of this matchup right now. If you win your opening best of 3, then you find yourself in the playoff bracket already. Whereas if you lose your opening best of 3, then you have to do your absolute very best to stay alive or be resurrected.
Right, the gauntlet, essentially.
It's going to be tough, but that all goes down tomorrow. Okay, well, the AWP of 9-10 is out in the hands, regardless of scoreline last time round or not.
Yeah, some good chip damage already. Clear the red smoke. Hunter's going to be tested. He has support. Wow. Look at that. Modesty straight through the smoke. Hunter finds another. There are extra bodies, though, and Senzu catching Snax on Cave. That's going to cause a bit of an over-rotation. Mid is the threat. No answers there for G2. And oh, he's not expecting it. Malbs completely caught off by the aggressive AWP towards the donut. Hunter's in a lot of trouble here. That smoke will give him some options. The bomb likely to be going down. Damn, 9-10 already getting that planted. Spamming away, can't seem to find the planter. 9-10 gets it down. Mongols in pursuit of their first round through the smoke. Hunter hits the spam. Senzu, this is one hell of a flank, but Monesi prepared, so aware. That frag onto Snax was 30 seconds ago. Still keeping track of Senzu, and Mazinho empty-handed in the 1v3.
G2 are very keen to fight and are very active. So no matter what move is getting thrown their way, you can see, as you mentioned, the clear of the red smoke, wanting to take those jewels. But throughout, this is one of the things with teams in honeymoon periods, and it's always tough to hold on to when a bit of resentment or things don't go your way, it builds up after time, and everyone's not putting their best foot forward, is the proactive nature of teams can be a little bit lacking, or at least the team element of that. But right now, G2 with all the moves, go back to the pistol round, a flash and the fight in mid. Then you had Hunter clearing out mid on his own, right? But he was playing some heads-up CS, very focused. And then you've got a lot of these fights. They're just constantly moving. They're not sitting back. They want to get stuck in. And again, well, here's aggression. Mongols are forcing the fight out mid. Hunter has spotted Blitz. Malbs this time with one through the smoke. That's from the red room. And Molly, Blitz is forced into the open.
Oh, Blitz will punish Malbs' aggression there. Kind of gifts an equalizer back for Mongols.
Well, maybe that is the opposite, because it looked like the conversation was let's fight. Hunter was, oh, here we go.
Nico finds one back.
Bomb's going towards A.
Nico really considering his options here. He wants to test cave. 2 of them there, and he is going to go down to Techno. High impact with the double.
Hold up a second. The bomb is A main, and Hunter's here.
Hunter's loud with his knife out, though. He's not expecting this, and he's going to be screaming at his screen. Bomb is A main? What are you doing?
Yeah, especially because Nico would have called 2 in cave. Like, so
cave.
aggressive. But they have a bit of work ahead of them here, Mongols, if they want to break the finances of G2. Snacks and Malbs, they're struggling a little bit, but drops are more than possible. The first round on the board, 5-1 scoreline. And a round that started with the opening kill going in the favor of G2. Again, just clearing that smoke. Is that Mouse?
Sounded like Mouse.
Either Mouse or Sashi.
Yeah, some fantastic head-to-heads in these very important best-of-3s.
Look how isolated Hunter is. Just look at the minimap, top left, and we can even see with the X-ray. He's just on his absolute lonesome, trying to puff up his chest and seem bigger than he is. Now spotted and dead, so that's the flip side of the coin. That one stings.
Yeah, Snacks yet to frag.
Oh.
And this is going to be a very important first. Takes down Techno, and he's supported by Nico. Locked out of B now. Mongols have to find other options. A smoke towards the red room will facilitate presence. Donut occupied by Malbs.
Snacks doesn't have a gun. Oh, there we go. He's just found the M4. I think he was trying to pick up that AK.
Big test for Malbs here. Don't think Mazinho caught a whiff just yet. Oh, tell a lie, Molly, and a fight. Blitz brings him down.
Malbs seemed quite confident in some interviews about the positions and how he'd been doing so far in practice, but that's one thing. Temple now for Nico as he investigates the A bomb site alongside of Monacy.
Got their finger on the pulse as to the possibilities. Monacy in particular, 11 frags already, 6 rounds deep.
I like this push from Nico, but Mazinho may have the timing that wins the round.
Certainly a gap.
Bomb's on his
Snacks,
own.
will he be cleared? Will Blitz opt for the right side? It's likely he prefers the right. Now the left and a dink. Puts Blitz low. Information on the bomb. Rotation through, but this is where Mazinho strikes. Beautiful from Mazinho. Patience rewarded. Nico thrust into a very tight clutch. 1v3 heading up the ramp side. Some residual damage. Mazinho vulnerable. Blitz even more so. And it's his first fight onto the healthiest member, 9-10. Trade potential on Blitz. Will Nico anticipate the swing? If he can isolate 9-10, it's clean. And no swing from Blitz, playing the time, but it's not planted for them. It's not planted for them. The molly should be fine, covers the bases, and no kit for Nico. He's running out of time, and he's run out of options. Trying to take some 1 or 2 with him. Blitz closes it down. It's a Mongols round.
Okay, well, I think the Mongols have done a great job in the last 2 rounds of being able to settle G2 somewhat. Hunter getting isolated over towards middle is where everything went wrong, or at least started to. Snacks getting one back, but still quite strung out. And G2, again, being extremely proactive. It meant that they weren't just together. Right? Nico was on the other side, trying to clear out, get themselves some information, and having to stand on the barrel of a bit of an eco at G2. Mongols, financial supremacy. Should be great for the third. Deagle on Nico, Hunter, 5-7, USPs for Monacy and Snacks, and Malbs with the P250.
Is Snacks going for a Zeus rush? Is that what he's cooking? Oh, down goes Nico, and he is burrowed into the corner, hoping for a cheeky zap.
Even got the skin.
Oh, I do fancy one of them. Don't think I've got a single Zeus kill in an actual game before.
No, and every time you buy it and you don't get it, you feel like a bit of a tit.
Trace has this bad habit of dropping me one, saying, go have some fun, and I don't want to. I don't want to have fun.
Okay, well, it's something to learn where things went wrong last night in your your officials.
Yeah. Get a best of 5 against the Arabic talent. We won.
He might get this. No, he won't get this.
No fun, you see? There's no fun to be had with a Zeus.
Yeah. There we get the fire. Well, they're just going to make mincemeat of this B defense. Last 2 individuals to be found. And Monacy. Heck no. Crispy work. Up to 7 for him. 2 rounds the difference.
See, Senzu just threw it away. Doesn't want any of that.
Yeah, rubbish.
What if I accidentally press my knife twice? Huh? Running around with a Zeus.
I'm also not a fan of the fun, so...
No. This is Counter-Strike.
Exactly. It's serious business.
You want fun? Go play Hello Kitty Adventure. Or whatever you prefer.
Or Valorant or something like that.
Yeah, there's kiddies in that too, isn't there? Or dogs.
Oh, there's a bit of a gap.
Ooh, that's an AWP out of the equation early. 9-10, he was feeling confident, but put back in his place quickly by Mr. Osipov.
Probably thought they were going to do the smoke break again, because they'd done it so many rounds on red, but they went for the double mollies mid. You saw the evolution on Ancient a whiles back where it was a lot more of that door molly as opposed to the deep elbow, but we're just going to contact in towards B. That's the response at a Mongol. Senzu in past the line of sight.
This is going to be interesting. What's their flight path? Do they anticipate this distant angle on the cross from Nico? Gets his chance and a little shy. Just whistles a couple past the shoulder of Blitz.
Feels like a save, doesn't it?
Considering the finances, it would be well advised, unless someone finds something soon. Snacks perhaps a wall bang, but they're looking safe. Now smoked, it does seem like a save, maybe the best port of call. Don't want to be putting all of your guns into this one.
With no kid, it just becomes a very difficult conversation. There you go. Maybe that'll entice them now.
Still uncomfortable with the smoke situation. Snacks smoking long off, will isolate Blitz a little, but covered by Senzu. Techno finds it.
All in vain.
Get out of there. 3 rifles saved. Making sure I'm not speaking too soon as they are trial-edged at heaven. Smoke to facilitate. Oh, Monacy. Caught off despite his early pick.
This is a nice little save, though. Hunter getting 9-10's AWP for Monacy. That wouldn't have been possible otherwise, so that's actually a nice save. Monacy can drop a rifle, Hunter can buy one for himself. They can have a full rifle round again, Alex.
Yeah, recovered 4v5. Losing 9-10 early, doesn't matter.
Okay, well, this is going to be a tactical timeout called by G2. Taz with the opportunity to get on the microphone, confer his ex-teammate. I guess they're current teammates.
Yeah.
But ex-player teammate of major fame.
I mean, this is there's so many, you know, elements of Counter-Strike that you couldn't imagine. You couldn't make it up.
No.
Snacks and Taz reunite in 2024. In G2. What is going on? It's very exciting to see Snacks in a G2 jersey. Not something I thought I'd be seeing, but absolutely curious. I'd say I'm morbidly curious as to see what happens here and what happens next.
I don't think it was on anybody's radar.
Oh, God, no.
It's a very surprising pickup, obviously discussed to no end. Snacks, do you have a gun? We're still... Okay,
oh,
we're late.
late.
We're very late out of spawn, and nobody's currently on the B-bomb side.
Could have been exploited. It hasn't been. How are they to know?
Well, that's very fortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, goodness me. Gosh, that could have been one hell of a quick round, couldn't it? They're just bomb
Still faffing around with guns.
They're safe, man. They're safe. Still, Hunter, he's flexing up. He's got the smoke up and just starts to throw some bullets down range. Nade as well. Chips a little away on Techno, down to 70. Very light in the util department. I don't even see a flash, so they can't even really make a play. Oh, I hadn't considered the wallbang headshot.
Yeah, just keep shooting.
To the right of the bucket, Chad. That's what I learned. The right of the bucket. And Senzu's catching flak from the very limited util I just mentioned. That last HE puts him on 20. Bomb towards the B doors, but with Senzu still having a little shop. Picks up the bomb and has a decision to make. 50 seconds for the Mongols to try and rectify this man disadvantage.
The biggest drama, if they do want to pivot back towards A, is going to be Monacy's scavenged AWP. So Snacks looking to block them off on K. 40 seconds now. Malbs even has a smoke, so corralled. Have to force through this.
Making good use of their little util. Monacy punishes onto Blitz. That AWP now a real threat towards the main position. Monacy remains composed, but how has he not gone down to that one? Headshot angle and adjust into Mazinho. Monacy farming. He was under so much pressure there. Multiple players, Molly at his feet, but composure demonstrated by Monacy.
Given a couple of opportunities, wasn't he? Bullets whistling past the ear. Felt like he should have been finished off, but was able to course correct. Up to 16 frags is Monacy, and another conversation is going to be, you know, how is he going to go in a new iteration of the roster? Because there's a big conversation at who the best in the world is right now. Monacy's embedded in that alongside of Donk and Zywoo. But classic Monacy on show today.
Yeah, look at that scoreline. I mean, in that Ancient that I did misquote previously, he was the one having the comfortable day in the office, and he had 18 frags. The rest of his team didn't break 10 in their 13-4 loss. So he's certainly comfortable on the map for the boys. But it is a question of, you know, the supporting cast. You've got Nico and Malbs on this roster as well. There's a lot of firepower. especially once we get to the second half of play.
I think the T side is where it's more interesting for me in terms of everything being a little bit more in place, whereas the CT side, having Malbs change roles, that's been a huge conversation. It's not something that, like, from our perspective, while we're doing the game live, it's hard to harp on that because you're not focused on the guy the entire time. He's in these less active positions, but when the action comes his way, he's expected to go 1-for-1.
Well, here's action for you. He's pushed A main very aggressively. As a anchor, occasionally you get the freedom to go for a little bit more of a walkabout, and already pushed up A main as they concede middle.
Huge gap. Nobody patrolling Donut just yet, as m0NESY will try and fill that void. They know that the red slip is a possibility. Hunter having to tend to that, but from afar. So they're turtled up in towards the sides. This is a defense that has been pipped so far. So looking to thread the needle are Mongols. Is it going to be an A-wrap? Definitely trying to harass over towards the bomb site.
It's a distraction, Chad. It's a distraction, and it's worked. Now they catch him out, and down goes Nico and m0NESY. Wrapping into B, though, that is where the lion's share of the defense remains. And that's a nice angle just in front of the ramp. Smoke, perfect from the Mongols.
Wasn't telegraphed either. Obviously, G2 didn't have information over towards middle, but the fact that they didn't throw the traditional smokes that you would see, they just contacted in, caught a couple of players off guard, and are now setting themselves up for their fifth. Malbs can't consider going for this one. Bomb goes down, and the hunt has already started. Now, careful now, Blitz. Does have the support of Techno, so if they do rumble his position, they'll start to encroach. Everybody in their way. Rip this rifle out of the hands of Malbs if they can. Oh,
nice.
Just run in, mate. Go and defuse.
He is he's pretty cracker, Chad. Oh, never mind. He's actually hitting every headshot he swings into. So he's making it costly, that's for sure.
Final round next round. As long as they don't lose this AWP, everything's good. So it's for the stats.
Okay, okay.
Also, I guess could help him drop something into the next round as well.
Some kills,
so
yeah.
The finances.
He gets away with his life.
Terrorists win.
We should have rifles in the hands of everybody. Malbs should be able to facilitate if there is any qualms, but this is it, just contact. Nico gonna go, oh, okay, hold up a second. And everybody just ripped apart. Some clean shooting from the Mongols to make this a one-round game.
Really like that from Senzu as well. Like, he knew what the play was, and so coming up ramp, puffing up his chest, forcing them off of the site, and then finding them through the smoke as well. Like, he played his role to perfection, and the Mongols have closed this gap. It started very strong for G2 off the back of the pistol, but this has been Mongols now just seizing control. Can they wrap it up, tie it up? 6-6. Clear of the red smoke. They time it well on the re-peak. It's Snacks actually active towards the cave position. He's got nothing to report as well. Nothing B lane. It's a lot of info early for G2 with the doors smoked. They've got B on lock. Mid the question mark. And look at the gamble. Look at this. You can see that they can start to maneuver a third piece over. Well, now only two. Hunter's been caught out by Senzu. Malbs good for it. Oh, and Nico builds upon it. Mid clear. Bomb down. Now just up to 9-10. And now it's truly just 9-10. Support down, Monzinho gone, and it is a 7th for G2 on the half. Welcome back, everybody, for the second half of play. First map of a must-win series for both of these teams. It's cutthroat here at the Esports World Cup. Counter-Strike 2, day 1. We got Malms and Snacks in G2 jerseys. They're taking on the Mongols, and we are on Ancient. I've got Chad Sponge Birchall, a Counter-Strike aficionado, to pick his brain as we continue throughout this series. And Chad, first half, any thoughts?
I like the way that G2 started. Very aggressive, very proactive Counter-Strike, getting into the face of the Mongols, not really letting them settle in. But then when the game changed, Mongols able to break through with a couple of nice rounds. Some tidy shots, I thought, from the Mongols to break back in. And a very competitive half, I would say, par for the course. 6-6, 7-5. Seems to be what we're expecting in the MR12s. But we're back underway with a pistol round, and now it's G2's turn on the attack. Malbs unleashed. Will that be the story of the second half?
Okay, long smoke and flashes from Snacks. Pressure towards the B site, and it doesn't help, but Senzu's catching bullets early. Malbs on the warpath. Monacy builds upon it. B site has fallen. And just like that, G2 are on fast track to take both pistols here on map 1.
Tends to be the recipe for success in that format I just mentioned. More maps ahead, but this would be the best way to kick off the debut with Malbs and Snacks, the G2 colors. Very tough retake.
And a clean one from Azinho, nearly a second, covered by Nico. They've made it competitive, but just not quite enough. Not enough bodies for the trading game. Monacy and Hunter close it out with a frag each. It is going to be both pistols for G2.
All right. Well, seen some conversation online regarding how things are going to function forward with the playoff bracket as well as the resurrection bracket. So the resurrection is the best of one single elimination. The playoff bracket is the best of threes, running yourself in for that trophy. Now, there'll be reseeding done in both. So once the resurrection bracket is complete, whoever comes through there, everything will be reseeded based off the ESL World Rankings, I do believe. So you have to keep your eyes and ears out for that, because there has been some conversation. Oh, you know, if these guys beat these guys, that means Spirit versus Mouse in the second round. No, there'll be some reseeding, everybody. So keep tuned for all that information, as we should have quite an easy round ahead for G2.
Oh, lovely. Nico knows his lineups, finds Techno. He's found wallbang kills on both sides through the boards.
Find another.
Yeah, gosh. Done his homework. Handed it in early. Teacher's pet.
This would have to be some absolute bangers from Blitz to make the round interesting. Body shot softens up Nico.
Couple of chances and 3 bullets connecting, but insufficient. Just the one casualty. Rifles are maintained. Oh, wow, perfect. They actually bring both of the AKs through. So nothing of value was lost, as the 9th round is already on the board for G2. It's such a small gap now, this MR12 with both pistols, as you were talking about. It can feel like it's running away from the Mongols. This is their map pick. Puts a whole lot of weight onto this first gun round on their CT side.
You're having to do it the hard way, Mongols, in both of these halves. So let's see if they can make a statement a little bit earlier. This looks like it's going to be a complete A-play. Red smoke, but Hunter's lined up this donut from spawn, and they're going to be tearing in towards the A side. 9-10 to respond from donut. He'll be smoked off in a second.
Has to play ahead of it. Gets his first, gets out, smoked off, and support is there just in time. Azinho, before the smoke does bloom. No reload. He's going to have to fall away now for it. They've got space, but distinct advantage. Can anyone claw something back for G2? Spam, finds Senzu. Snacks pushing smokes and nothing. Azinho ready to receive. They were trying to punish onto Senzu, but now it just believes Hunter and Nico with the world against them. 5 to find. Your positions noted. CTs have rotated. Just feels like a matter of time for Mongols to get this first gun round converted cleanly. Nico peeks into the AWP, and it's 9-10, both opening and closing, to get their CT side started.
Huge that he's able to get the opening pick, and also it's on Monacy, who was on a bit of a tear within that first half. 19 for 8, currently sitting at the tippy top of the scoreboard. So for 9-10, that's a pressure situation. He's the individual from Donut, hearing all the steps, stampeding towards his site. Also has to play ahead of this smoke. Uses it to get away, and Mazinho, traditional A anchor, gets over and contributes as well. And that was Snacks trying to make a bit of a play. You're down in numbers. He hears the reload. When he jumped into it, I think it gave Mazinho a little bit of a heads up what to expect, but are able to cobble together something, G2. There's AKs, a Galil, Tech 9, and a Mac 10 for Monacy. Standard opener for them. Red smoke, cave smoke. They've also got an extinguish in middle to try and apply a bit of pressure. Will this be a late mid-control from Mongols hoping to still pressure Tetris and jump up? Does look like they're in transition forward to take this fight as Nico tries his luck back at the fair. Seeing what prizes he can take home from this B-bomb site wallbang.
Blitz spots out Snax and does adjust to the lower elevation, taking down m0NESY. That's 2 opening deaths for m0NESY. Will it result in a Mongols round? Oh, it looks like it might do. Mazinho catching Snax mid-air, Nico with the trade.
A's open right now, so big questions. Mongols will have to respect this and send someone to the A site to at least investigate Donut. The bomb on the back of Hunter, still towards B, and now it's just 9-10. Good weapon for the job. Can play some deep angles. No smoke, just a flash and a molly to try and break their way in G2. Senzu investigating on his lonesome. Techno doing the same. In this type of environment, take information, then regroup for the finish. 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can see he's going to be there right on time. Right on cue.
9-10 has a molly for the plant, even if they get towards the site.
Senzu even has a smoke, but not going to deploy it. Nico clears out Cubby, worrying now about that short angle. Senzu can catch him on the search, but Nico, sharp shooting, does adjust, wins the duel. Bomb can be planted, and they've actually caught out 9-10, head in hands as they let that one go. A 2v3 crumbling before us as we witness Techno attempt to try and get his way back in. The molly will fade, the last of their nades, but Nico opting for 9-10's AWP and a sitting duck to close. Lovely conversion from G2.
And that should be the map, right? That's going to break a lot of things here, and maybe just the mental of the Mongols as well, because that was their round. You could see 9-10 aware of what I'd highlighted with that incendiary, but pulled it out to stop the plant instead of getting ready for that heads-up duel. Senzu getting caught off guard. I thought he had the jump on Nico. He was the one moving in towards the fight, but not as precise. And that is a nice round to win for G2.
Oh, Mara as well, not happy with what he's seeing. And as you said, broken. You can see Blitz realizes how important this round is. No matter how low the chances are, you do want to try and put up a fight to avoid that 11th.
Well, there is an opener for m0NESY, this time not a death, Alex.
Short. Techno will recover the rifle, but there's 3 of them staring at him. Nico, he's not going to let that one go easy. And with 5 alive, this B site's been taken by force. They haven't even taken the bomb. They just need the frags, and it's just Mazinho left.
Well, this is the recipe that we talk about with G2. I think when you go back to them lifting the titles, Hunter and JKS having a lot of impact in the playoff games. But m0NESY and Nico, they are the workhorses of this team. If we can go into every map and between them at the scoreline being 11-6, they've got 40 kills. It'd be great because they're flashy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. They're flashy stars. You know, they're not those boring stars. They get it done. Oh, plucks him out of mid-air. Beautiful stuff. 2 of them, a bit of a wombo combo right now. m0NESY doing most of his work on the CT side. Nico with that round with his cousin alongside, essentially just to plant the bomb. But that's, like I said, pretty much the game or the map.
That's what they're aiming for, though, in terms of the recipe for success. In terms of first official, having a look at it, Nico and m0NESY performing as they are. Snax doing his best Hooksy impression. It's all working out. And actually, G2 are with their full roster. You know, we don't have any Stewie 2Ks or stand-in situations after
Jason's dismay.
Yeah. G2.
Where were we before G2?
Nowhere, really.
Well, not the perfect mid-smoke, but it'll do.
Fighting mid. Techno pushing smoke. Blitz has managed to do a lot of damage with that 5-7. If he's going to anticipate Snags.
Might go past each other in the smoke.
Okay, a little bit of a play to be made here from
back in
Blitz.
cave.
Oh, there's something to be said about this now. He's managed to get away, reposition. Snax has lost him. He can't quite work out where he's gone, and now timing again. Your back is turned. The 5-7's there. The cover, however, look at the health. Nico, Hunter, bleeding out. Snax now put on 3 HP. This is insanity. There's less than 100 health between the 4 remaining players.
But they don't know that. Blitz isn't aware of how much damage he did through the mid-smoke.
Unconfirmed, but still very much poised for a Mongols round here. Zinho's active.
Yeah, he's on high alert, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Don't want to overstep the mark and give away a bit of a freebie, but he's cleared. He's not pushing. He's still just going to hold the line. If they win the round like this,
Oh, and I have a horrible sinking feeling that if they were to lose one player on B, they with the lack of information,
This would just, G2 moments away from disaster. Now the push from Mazinho, surely they'll hedge a player back. Senzu coming over to join the fun.
20 seconds. Senzu knows it's likely going to be towards his site now. Mazinho's called it clear. This is the frag. This is the one he needs. Util's good. Flashed off. And down goes 9-10. Good one for the first. Multi-kill delivered by Senzu. A round-winning spray to secure the 7th. But you can see Blitz gets a lot of props for that one, albeit now it's confirmed. That 5-7 did work.
Yeah, Senzu just had to blow them over there, didn't he? Well, a lifeline extended. Mongols, Blitz, the in-game leader. Gets them back in it. Allows them to keep their head above water for at least a few rounds longer.
And that was with a 5-7 because he went for the hero rifle in the previous. Makes it work.
And it looks horrible, doesn't it? Because Senzu's so blind. 9-10 goes down for free, and then just comes out. He huffs and he puffs and he blows G2 down. Well, Hunter, the one operating with a MAC-10 this time. Door smoke, Snacks again. Fast up towards cave. Malbs executes. You can see his aim on display, so a good fight for him, up to 12. Decapitates Blitz, the hero of the previous. Now things can simmer forward. Mongols, do you respond with aggression? 9-10 knows that nobody's crossed red.
The fight. Wow. 9-10 struggles to connect the dots. His teammates do not. Senzu, Mazinho, and Techno. I'm just giving you a roster rundown as they do mow down the G2 competition.
That was actually beautiful because as soon as Mazinho gets smoked off, 9-10 is already looking for that fight. He's completely open to heaven. Mazinho pushes through the smoke, and they're just able to clamp down on middle. Monacy noted now, 40 seconds. Can Molly out the pocket? But everybody's here, and they should be able to finish this one off. Don't give him too many opportunities. You saw what happened in that first half. And they're able to get themselves up to 8. Mongols paddling back in after losing the opening kill. So really well done. The trap sprung. Senzu, was it a warbang kill?
I believe so. Let me have a look at this kill feed when it comes through. Oh, it's going to be a little delayed, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Slightly. Well, G2 punch down to an eco. I'm just going to use this moment to... Eagle. So I'm going to use this moment just to quickly take a look at what's going on. FaZe versus FlyQuest. Mouse versus Sashi.
I've got my eyes on Sashi here. Intrigued to see how high they can fly. And it does look like they're staying competitive map 1.
Aim that spray, Techno. Eventually does, and well, they've been able to crack in towards the A site, taken 9-10's AWP away, and have given that to the kid.
This scares me. Yeah.
It should do.
A bomb plant and Monacy with an AWP. Never mind. Monazinho, an important, integral denial of the plant. Really limits what Monacy can contribute. With Malbs so low, the chances of a plant, the chances of Monacy being able to kind of pick them off as they encroach, it's been nullified. Doing it the hard way are the Mongols. Finding their footing after early struggles. Now Monacy forced to be active. He knows it really is all on him. A missed shot.
Saving?
Potentially, yeah. Prioritizing the AWP into the next. It's something to be celebrated from this round. It was just a Deagle search.
Well, he faded away with the step, so now they have to investigate it. You can see they peeled an individual. That pushed Blitz back towards middle.
And if he finds this one, he seems aware that they're going to still be lingering. And Monacy plucks Mazinho from the corner. A 2v2 now, Mazinho. He's going to be regretting that if they live to tell the tale. Punished on Techno's push. Just ran out of bullets. So keeping themselves composed after what felt like a very threatening Monacy round.
Especially Techno there, who struggled with that spray towards middle. But great stuff from Monacy, right? He fakes the fadeaway with the steps. It actually baited a player to have to consider middle with that flank coming through, and then does damage. So good attempt considering the circumstances. It all opened up with this Deagle kill. Bang, 9-10 destroyed. So a threatening round, even though it was a very light investment for G2. See the rifles come back out, that plan to luxury going to help them a little bit in the finances, but a decent attempt considering the circumstances. At 9-10, but a few frustrations throughout this map.
Yeah, it's either Nico or Monacy sitting on his ass at the moment.
This might be a bit more B-centric. You can just see it's Malbs contending with middle early, just throwing out that heaven molly. Snack's still using the cave smoke to worm his way up, but they've started 4 bodies B lane, and now it's their turn to contact.
Okay, into 9-10 Zorp. This is his chance to get some revenge and set Mongols up for success. Onto Nico, no less. Malbs, well, pays a heavy price, but does knock the skull off of Blitz.
I thought that was out of liquid.
Yeah, he's furious about that one.
Fallen upwards.
I've got nothing.
Not a lot you could do with...
Well,
he no longer has to play the cello.
Oh, okay. Chad, the break looks good on you.
I think it's really impressive for Mongols to make this so competitive. And if they walk away winning this map as well, considering not winning either pistol, you're having to fight against their momentum. And they've been able to do so. Blitz, going to have to highlight his 5-7 damage round as a key turning point after a bit of a mare in the previous.
Yeah.
So the fact that they've been able to at least draw this back to a 1-round game, G2, you can just see how passive they are on the radar, and with only 25 seconds left, saving having to be their best option.
Yeah, they tried their luck up the ramp. I suspect it's not something they'll return to or be in a hurry to return to, considering how quickly this round fell apart for G2.
Well, that's the thing, right? As soon as you know the individual on short taking that type of a line, you're going to swing because you think, okay, unless they're playing a 3v setup, which they were, you know, we should be able to get away with this. And it was the AWP patrolling that long line of sight. The alley-oop, the team bait. Mongols up to 10. I feel another plant is going to be very necessary for G2 to make sure that these last tail rounds of this regulation period aren't just higgledy-piggledy buys. Want to get everybody fully invested. You want the AKs out with all the Yuto, Monacy into the AWP if possible as well. But they've shoved around the AKs, knowing the way that the finances are going to trickle. It's Galils instead of AKs, Deagle for Nico, and straight up to B. Could be a rush.
Okay, Snacks punishing the smaller molly. Oh, and they're in. A missed shot, a missed spray. Doesn't go untraded. It's good from Hunter. Even better from 9-10. Mal taken down. Hunter, white screen. A freebie, you'd think. Still manages to get the bullets onto Blitz. It's Monacy with the Galil that turns the tables. A chance for Mazzinho, making this clutch look doable as he isolates Monacy. And it's a Nico Deagle for the 12. Hard work from everyone there. Monacy and Nico combined to pull it across the line.
And that right there is one of those little details with the change in the incendiary. You highlighted it well, that you can really exploit that if you can get out of that choke point, right? If you're not bogged down, if they're not ready for the rush, if they don't throw the molly with the HEs to slow you in it, you can use that smoke, you can get past it without taking an awful lot of damage. And it felt like even though they had the runway, Snacks not converting that initial kill was their undoing. But great work, and Hunter fired up about that one. 12 secure just as the chips look down. Oh, what do Mongols have remaining in the tank? A Famus, an MP9. Techno liked the way that the 5-7 looked in the hands of his leader. He's going to whip that one out. They've got smokes almost across the board. A couple incendiaries. Diffuse kit, 9-10's AWP. Can that be the difference maker? It's overtime or bust for Mongols on their map pick. Inferno up next.
They have to be. Starting with some mid-control and some mid-aggression. Ooh, Blitz, he had his charge, long range. Puts Snacks down to 12 with just an MP9. And Mazzinho braves it, takes him down, finishes the job that his leader started. There's the AWP from 9-10. He's going to be run down, but just about gets away. Mazzinho finds another. Nico not happy with that one. This 5v2 quickly falling into favor of the Mongols. We are going to see every round of regulation.
They just B-rush again?
You might have to.
Is it the Mouse 1v5? On debut.
That would be something. And you can see that they've calculated this one. Don't want to let anything else go down. After losing Blitz, they will batten down the hatches. Donut, Red Room, mid is off limits.
I guess just seeing if you can upgrade the FAMAS and the Galil to an AK or an M4, that'd be nice for Mongols.
Bit of chip damage onto the AWP.
Those where 2 are now.
Some information certainly, and with bait of the shot and confirmation of 2 of the 4, you can certainly assume 1 occupies B doors.
It looks like he's posturing to save. So if he gets hunted after time, that would be absolutely miserable for Malbs. There'll be no cash in the back pocket, and they are slowly encroaching on his position. He's going to tuck in towards spawn. 14 seconds, guys. This could be absolute disaster for Malbs.
So they clear mid as a unit, but then there is going to be a window of opportunity if they were to start to search.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
well,
comfortable.
Yeah, no, guys, he's definitely not here.
I can confirm it.
Everybody having a look. So Malbs, fortunate, gets to hold on to the AK-47. It's going to be the absolute best weapon they have to carry through into the final round of regulation. As I said, do you just rush B again?
Who's got the spawn?
It looks like Monacy, right? So slightly ahead of Malbs, who's right next to him. Those two could be the entry pack. Red smoke thrown out, and it won't be the all-in B rush. So what do you do with some light upgrades? You've got your MAC-10s, you've got your Tech-9s.
Yeah, you heard the extinguish. It implies early presence towards Tetris. 2 CTs investigating, and it's clean from Azinho. There's Malbs with that AK. Saved it for a reason as he looks to save G2 from overtime. Man advantage. Senzu activates towards the ramp. Obscured by the smoke is Nico on the cubby. On the fade, he's unable to connect the dots. Equalizing from Senzu.
Huge push.
Oh, Monacy so aware of these potential slips on CT and here on T. Catches Senzu taking that risk. It's been punished. It's up to Techno now, and oh, it's a clean one from Malbs. All falls onto the shoulders of 9-10 to take the Mongols map pick to overtime. And there's the first. Malbs caught out. Bomb heading A. Monacy to take the space. Bomb down, Monacy to activate. It's up to 9-10. Is he anticipating this close angle? It's impossible with the AWP. A well-swung trade. And it's all over on Ancient. 13-11. G2 taking the first map of their first official.
All right, well, we got Inferno coming up next, but Malbs with that saved AK-47 being the difference maker, and some big smiles on the faces. G2 on debut with 1 map in their back pocket. We got some analysts standing by to break this one down, and Yanko doesn't have a smile on his face just yet.
Oh, but don't worry, because
thanks you, Chad.
Yeah, we can find a way. I'm sure we can find a way. A lot of yelling going on around here, but for obvious reasons. This game got very close. You look at what Mongols did, but for G2, without Monacy, this is a different game.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, it's a bit poetic that they win that final round based off of the AK saved on Malbs. He finds 2 entries, right, sort of showing what he's capable of as well.
Yeah, I think the difference from the CT side to the T side of Malbs is a cool story to follow. You could, of course, glaze Monacy and Nico the whole segment if you wanted to, and that would be rightful. It was incredible what they were able to put through. Clutches, the 2v3 from Nico as well, which is an ace in itself. But Malbs on the T side, I think, really sort of shed through the frustration he had to go through on the CT side. Sometimes a weakness targeted by Mongols, but on the T side, when he got to dictate a little bit when he was fighting, last round is a very good example. Double kill opening from Malbs with the AK. Great work from him. But it is by the smallest margin. You consider Mongols lose both pistols, conversions, clutches on top, and it's still a 24-round affair.
Yeah, it ended up still being very close, but we see a lot of those in MR12, just the nature of it at the moment. And yeah, I think you could see also a little glimpse for the G2 and this lineup, and especially for Malbs, you know, on the CT side, a couple of situations where obviously look back and say maybe a little bit better awareness, you know, when they had a man advantage, you know, you don't need to maybe search for fight, just understanding the macro of the round, right? But you could see how G2 sort of gives it to him on the T side a little bit more, allowing him to go for some of those early aggressive plays, for some of his own moves. So it's like, okay, we know we're shafting you,
You'll be
with
rewarded.
making you play anchor on the CT side. You don't get your roles, but we'll still make sure you have space on T side to do something, not just completely, put you outside the game.
Yeah, that was, I mean, you were talking about poetry. I think the way he just put that is probably the best poetry we could have possibly asked for. I kind of want to circle back just briefly. If we look at the ancient game, moreover, if we look at Malbs joining this team, right, or Snacks, and sort of we think about that pressure that's applied, say, when Hooksy joined, and like the community response, what do we get now? Where do we see that community response to these two joining?
I think there's been a fair amount of doubts and second thoughts out there when it comes to this lineup. Not a whole lot of people have welcomed it as the absolute solution. People look at it as in a transitory way, if you will. So maybe not a whole amount of pressure. I mean, the G2 jersey will always come with a little bit of it. But honestly, I don't think this is the most pressure lineup there is. In fact, most people are just thinking, yeah, that's a cool one. I'm just waiting for the sequel. Like, number 2 is fine. Surely there's a sequel coming over.
Yeah, there will be a sequel in this series. You know what? Let's do that. Let's go to a break. We'll come back. We'll have Inferno, G2's pick, and we're going to see if G2 can lock it in right here. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. It's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The Mongols pick into Ancient. They dropped that one. It was a close game, all things considered. Now we look in for the future of what we got going on here, which is G2 versus the Mongols. Inferno will be the next port of call, but we have so many games of Counter-Strike going on over here. I would be remiss to not mention the fact that the other games are equally as close.
Yeah, we're hearing shouting. What's going on? You want to give us a temperature check, or?
I mean, I can do the best I can possibly do with what I have on hand, or you guys can guess who was yelling.
Sound like FaZe.
Yeah, I would say so.
Think so?
I do think the other game is done, so that leaves FaZe FlyQuest happening now.
Yeah, so FaZe FlyQuest found their way into overtime, shockingly. Also from the side of Sashi beating Mouse, so we had that going on as well.
First map
of the tournament, and these things are
their map
normal.
pick, Nuke as well.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that, a side eye, because our main eye, or both our eyes, we're not like Cyclopses, but you guys get where I'm going here. We're talking a little bit about Inferno, and when I'm doing that, I'm talking about Snacks and slotting him in on the CT side.
Well, CT side I don't think is going to be as big of a problem as the T side, right? I think we know CT side, Malv is going to play Pit, Snacks is going to most likely play B with Nico. That's what I imagine happening, but it's on the T side where he'll most likely have to also sort of be in banana with Nico, and it's all about those little timings, different ways how you're going to approach banana control, exchange of utility, and that's going to take some reps to get used to, right? Because Snacks didn't play Inferno with Gamer Legion.
No, and just to stay on the CT topic for half a second, I think we saw on Ancient already that his positioning and understanding of what's happening in situation is still up to par, but the shooting at times, like mechanically, it was a little bit complicated. He got punished a couple of times by Mongols, and we know that Huxi was questionable in terms of individual performance, but he and Nico had found ways to play together. Like they had different ways they could take banana. They had the selflessness of Huxi that was needed at times for Nico to shine. I don't think they will be there already between Snacks and Nico. I think it's going to be a bit more discombobulated. Maybe there's something to be played here from Mongols.
And I think also this whole tournament for G2 most likely is just getting used to each other still. I mean, they've had, what, maybe 10 days of practice with the new lineup. You can't expect things to mesh super well after such a short time, and also getting some of the jitters out of the way. I mean, even for someone like Snacks, sure, he's a veteran player, but he's back on a tier 1 team after a long time. And for Malvs, it's getting into the sort of big spotlight for the first time in his career, really, and that's gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah, and we're talking a little bit about this, that previous player there for G2 in Nexa. Now, I believe that was the exact verbiage I heard on my walk over here, but what I want to say is him in that pit, is that necessarily going to follow that trend of liability?
I don't think so. And listen, it's not only a problem like with Nexa, it wasn't just that mechanically he was super bad and couldn't get the kills. For me, the bigger problem was sort of the one-dimensional approach and sort of just playing the same positions over and over again and not having more versatility, you know, playing, I mean, pit. People say pit. You don't need to be pit.
Yeah,
like
true.
You can play balcony, you can play double balcony, you can play double sight, right? Like it's you and the other rifler and whoever the third person is, whether it's, you know, Monacy on the op or Monacy on zombie and it's another rifler, it's you deciding how you're going to defend the bomb site.
And I like that you take this angle, because I do think with practice and with all these reps, you get to a point where you have this portfolio of setups, and then it's your responsibility as an anchor to say, hey, listen, next round, let's do X, Y, Z. Like, this is what we need to do, and that's going to happen. Now, the premise is that they are not at that position yet. They're not at that point yet. But we get to test how spontaneously he can come up with ideas.
Right.
Can he be a bit more aggressive? I think he had a podcast interview with Darth Mike as well, where he said, I'm going to try to still do my thing. I'm going to try to still play Counter-Strike that I want to play. I'm not going to disrespect and disregard the setup. I'm not going to throw it out the window, but I'm also not going to disappear into whatever mold they want me to be in. And I think this is a good example to see. Does he dare to play an app? Does he dare to ask for Monacy to come with him? For maybe Hunter to double up into the app's position, the balcony position? This is where we get to see what he's made of, to on the fly be flexible to what's happening.
And I'm also looking forward more to the T side, right? And seeing a little bit more aggression from playing if he's going to be in that app's position on the T side as well with Hunter, how that dynamic is going to work. But I think for the side of Mongols, it's a little bit of, okay, they're the familiar quantity in this equation, but it's been a little bit of an underperformance. Sure, close game on Ancient, lost both pistols, but a little bit more output from the players individually, I think would be very much welcome.
Almost warming up into it, dare I say. I mean, because there was a point there where Snacks wasn't having a good time on Ancient either, right? Like, so if you take that, you run with it. We talked a little bit about this game going the distance, perhaps, but does it end here?
Hey, let's win a pistol round if you're Mongols. You know, let's make life a little easier for yourself, and then we can start talking about map 3.
G2 don't lose Inferno.
Okay, well, I think that settles that cookie. I don't know how it crumbles on the other side. Let's find out with Chad and Machine.
Well, thank you very much, boys. Much love to Trace, Matthew, and of course, Yenko. We are ready to get this one underway. Our second map of the series between these two. And G2 don't lose Inferno, Chad. Would you echo the sentiment?
Why do you think he used my first name but your alias?
I was a bit intrigued as to that as well. I think it's because he considers you a friend and me a colleague.
Okay.
I think that would be
fair
it.
enough. All right. Well, we'll have to ask about that, and we'll have to ask about G2 and losing Inferno. So, look, I think going into this, something to keep in mind is what type of weaknesses Snax' T-side calls going to be, right? That's my question mark, because it was something over there on Gamer Legion, or we have a tech issue. Okay.
It's funny just watching Hunter try every single option of pause, stop, please, stop.
Well, if you use your manners, you tend to get what you want.
I think a please is very important. The admin team demand it.
Problem solved. We are getting back underway. I think we've seen readies. And there's, yep, okay. Everybody's ready.
Okay, wonderful.
But we have G2 starting on that aforementioned T side. Mongols need to bounce back on their opponent's map pick if they want to make a series of this and take us to Nuke as the third and decider. But I think as far as the debut goes for G2 to win on Ancient, kick things off with Nico, Monacy, and then Malbs performing, that's a very solid start. So let's see if they can have Lightning Strike twice.
I mean, I am intrigued as to whether or not Yenko's sentiment's going to hold weight with 2 new bodies being integrated into G2's roster. Sure, Inferno has always been a safe pick for the Samurai, but how does Snax adapt? How does Malbs adapt? It's going to be fun to find out as they start on the T side. I'm intrigued by the double HE. T side, double nades.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're trying to bully anyone that goes for early info towards bedroom by Mazinho. Just like that, the double dunk. And an early frag.
I felt like he was late to that as well. So the fact that the nades catch him, he actually ran into his demise. So a huge man advantage for G2 out the gates, looking for their third pistol, as Senzu will sit Nico on his ass. We're back to a 4v4. As they are knocking on this apartment door, U2 on the back of Hunter, who can smoke off long and flash them out the app side. As 9-10 playing for info, the A-bomb site's being given over.
Yeah, they're giving it to them. Blitz is just going to confirm the balcony is being occupied, takes a shot, not going to commit to the duel. I say as he does actually commit to the duel. And Monacy will take him down. Site is clear, bomb will be planted. Is this going to be the third pistol
Hunter
for G2?
Yeah, it's looking likely. This should be Senzu's kill every day of the week.
Clean.
Smoke for Techno, flash for Senzu, retake on.
Going to be time sensitive. 9-10 out the balc. It's a big and difficult fight towards the pit side. Monacy on it. And Malbs towards that mini pit. This is really hard to retake, and especially now damage has been done by Monacy, puts Senzu on notice. Malbs will finish off the job onto Techno. Monacy looking sharp on the Glock, and G2 finding their third pistol of this series so far.
Senzu did pick up the flash there off Hunter, right? That'd be the perfect little $200
God, it's a headshot. It's a headshot as well.
Get yourself into that pit position, right? A flash, then your balcony player can swing with it while they're suppressed. Obviously, can be difficult to flash the bike player. But yeah, Blitz going down as well. If he'd stayed alive, at least they know where they're contained to. They still work somewhat, but honestly, picking up where he left off.
I'm stealing the double HEs towards the bedroom. That's cool.
Well, it is going to be the Mongols with a 4-spy on the CT side. Plenty of Deagles, a couple of 5-7s, smokes as well. Can't be so liberal with these HEs. You're going to have to pick your timing. And as I say that, they've already thrown out 2 to, well, very limited damage now. G2 will force their way up. Molly towards the mouth of Banana. 3 players make that 4. As Malbs with the bomb has made their way.
Oh, that's a lovely headshot from Senzu. And Monacy returns the favor straight through the boxes. Monacy, no problem through walls and no problem through smokes. He's taken down Techno. Now it forces Blitz isolated on the B side. And
Senzu
they will
gets
slow down.
A cracker like that, and then Monacy goes, hey, watch this.
Well, there's the last of the smokes.
Oh, dear, okay. Oh, there was a moment's worth of conversation until Monacy happened. You still have Hunter worrying about any aggressive maneuvers down mid and second mid, but they're just happy to park the bus. It's more than enough utility for G2 to execute. No mollies. Right, that is slight qualm. You can't clear out any of the close corners with the U2. We're going to have to do it with the bodies. Is Hunter going to join the team? And I don't know if it's going to matter. Rotation of 9-10 on the way. Blitz back sight. Has a HE. Well, more than chip damage.
Yeah, that's lovely. Puts Monacy on 13, but it would require some headshots from 9-10. And he does post one and goes down all the same. Not too many casualties. Yeah, it got scary.
Couple kills, especially the opener, and then you have some damage. So slightly shaky, but handled for G2. And that was a force buy. So the third should be a guarantee.
Cracking shot.
He's sharp, isn't he, Senzu? I think if Donk didn't exist, he's definitely one of the rookies of the year so far.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unfortunately, Donk does exist. And Spirit will be playing later today.
Yeah, MIBR, an interesting one.
Na'Vi Furia as well, because I think, obviously Skulls didn't get a lot of shine in Liquid, but seeing how this new complexion of the roster, they were boot camping for about 2 weeks in Malta, so they've been playing European Counter-Strike. MIBR, I was talking to Drop, saying they were spending time in Portugal, so trying to get in the top tier level of competition when and where they can, because it's going to be a long season. We have the major to conclude the second half of 2024 as our final event going down in China. That'll finish up on the 15th of December. But it's about timing your peaks. We're also coming off of the break, the type of format that we've been discussing with this tournament as well. We are missing some teams with roster changes at this one. No Cloud9. Obviously, we saw them add Icy, Inters, and of course, Heavy God.
One hell of a mix there. That's an eclectic combination.
Isn't it? That's alongside of Axel and Boomich. And then you've got Liquid with their changes. There you go. Nico's Revenge. Bit of a stack on B.
Oh, gets them both. And so does Techno. That's some long-range P250 work. Could have gotten awkward had Mazinho found Malbs. Puts him onto 36, but Techno noted. Bomb site lost, and the third round on its way.
You'd love a pistol, wouldn't you, Mongols? So when we do flick over to the second half, depending on how this first one unfolds, really need to secure that round, because we talked about it during map number 1. They're having to do it the hard way. And a few slip-ups. This is one of the things with MR12. You talk to the players and, oh yeah, you know, there's not as many rounds. It's hard to get back into games. It's just amplified the mistakes that you make, or the rounds that you lose, or the miracles that might happen against you. And if you're able to win a low-buy round, it can have huge echoes.
Yeah, an 8-4 half feels great until you lose against the Deagle, and suddenly it's 10-10.
Isn't it wild how quick the halves can turn around? And also when you have these score lines that are like 11-7 or something like that, and you feel like you're in a pretty decent spot, you know, you can lose that lead so quickly if the money goes against you, right? You lose, then you have to force. Okay, well now it's 11-8, and it can really just get away from you quickly. A couple of tiny ones there for Techno.
Yeah, it can feel like you don't get the full gun round for an age. But here we go. It is a full gun round for the Mongols. Saving some extra pennies with that save Galil. Techno going to be wielding that. Wow, brave from 9-10. He fancies his chances towards second mid. 3 bodies, and he loses his life for it. It's info. Fortunately, Mazinho does take down Monacy, so humbles him, keeps it level, and blocks mid.
Such a necessary trade. The fact that 9-10's going for that move and doesn't get the kill, he's meant to be able to get away with the support of his team, but never mind. Hunter has already brute-forced out Palace. Now Nico's turn. Will he get the double up? The second, too difficult as Blitz gets him, and Malbs a 2v2.
Here we go now, Chad. Hunter has had the sight. Snacks delivers the package. Plans towards Cold Zera. Trying to get into this setup. What does Hunter opt for? Looking like Mini Pit might be his best option.
Yeah, they need some room.
Ooh, double trouble. Blitz coming in from Apps, and Techno crawling quite quickly towards Haystack. This could get interesting. It's about the timing of this. Nade looks well placed. Right on the money. puts Hunter down. Snacks staring at the floor, hoping to be overlooked. He's going to be cleared. It's Techno that brings the round home, but Blitz, high impact again from their leader.
Just as it looked like Nico was going to get the double on the banana push, he was more than ready for that second. But Blitz, that grenade did 54 damage straight down the back pocket of Hunter. Couldn't have been better placed. They snatched that one away because that round had the mid trade. Hunter just waltzing out apps. It felt like it was all over Red Rover.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, nice round. They get the AWP back.
His first 3 kills and it's round defining, puts Mongols on the board.
I saw on Instagram, because Yanko liked it, he liked the Mongolian Olympic outfit.
Oh, have you seen it?
Apparently it goes hard was the terminology.
Couldn't agree
apparently.
more. Asked Techno about it, he liked it too. Speaking of, he's the one holding for this early fight. Nico going to be tested, nade and bullets raining in, flames aplenty, puts on 36, and Techno's not done. He knows this fight is his to be won. Takes Nico down, a nice opening kill for the Mongols.
Ooh, double smoke, so...
Oh, bullets, nades, flames, Techno just hiding right in the front of the smoke.
He's just turtled up.
Leave me alone.
Oh.
A lick of the flame does reveal Malbs has taken mid-control. Spam from Blitz doesn't quite hit the mark. But they've lost Hunter as well. It's 9-10 Zorb. Good for it. Malbs, another incendiary, forces him out of place.
But hardly any damage.
Oh, and Techno's got another. Done very well considering just 2 points of health. Taking down Monacy and Nico in one round. It set them up for success. New in-game leader Snacks thrust into a 1v4.
Don't know how the nades are going to help you here, mate.
And Senzu's off angle. I think some people are calling that the Nico angle. This time used to take down G2.
So we've had 2 consecutive gun rounds where G2 have used that smoke, the log smoke, as essentially a wall to be safety for them to either get over towards the logs position or the broom position. And the Mongols didn't respect that whatsoever. They wanted to make sure that was their territory. And Techno, huge in doing so. Now we'll have to see how that progresses. And will G2 look to just forego that space early? There it is again. Or will they look to pop in, right? Be a bit more aggressive, knowing that the CTs might find themselves in open positions. That's the story this first half so far, as we do see G2 on almost a full eco. There was a little bit of util expended top banana. There's a P250 in the hands of Hunter. The rest just with Glocks. Things would have to go very right for G2 and very wrong for the Mongols for this one to go against the Mongols. 9-10 lined up. Past the line of sight. Could run him down. Held at bay by the Flames.
Yeah, primary objective here, just try and keep hold of all those rifles, build a bit of a cash stack. Not overextending, not getting too kill hungry, they're just managing their angles well.
On the bomb in banana.
Ah, the Alexi B. First you go A.
Ah, okay. I'll drop the bomb, I'll make a sound cue and hopefully force a rotation.
Oh, I like that. That's the Snacks, excuse me. To drop the bomb bait. And now they're wrapping round, pushing into 9-10. The orb goes down. This is working out all right. Nico picks up the AWP. Will he be able to catch Blitz's rotation? It gets interesting if he does. Oh, doesn't go too wide on it. Senzu Graveyard. I mean, he could be a tombstone soon. 13 seconds. They're not going to clear him. Just sprays him down with his teammates' help. And it is just the loss of only 1. The orb should be recovered. Yep, Blitz will get his hands on that. And so all tied up. A quite exciting eco, as far as ecos go.
Got a little bit cheeky with it, didn't they? But that total setup from the Mongols, they just knew they had to sit and wait. Have to waltz their way into a bomb site, don't they? Okay, well, all tied up. Rifles back into the hands. Let's see how this progresses. It might be a different call from G2 out the gates, or will they opt for this same banana pressure and presence?
Blitz throwing a spawn smoke to the T stairs. Limits the options for G2, unless they want to brave it. One of them has. It's Nico. Now got to move. Trying to edge and does so well. Brilliant work from Nico. And finished off nicely. 9-10. Faces the nade between the legs of Mr. Kovac. 4-on-4.
But again, that's the fight that we were talking about, and the fact that they're using that mechanic, exploiting Techno's push this time around. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, testing the A defense here towards the balcony, and Incendiary will cancel plans.
Also got 9-10 in float. How quick can G2 reassemble if they're opting for this B hit? And they still have a lot of banana territory to cover. They're not sure if anybody resides up towards the sandbag position. Looks like they want to turn their affections towards A. Smoke's lined up towards that long side. 9-10 will have to rotate over to assist the likes of Blitz and Mazinho. Blitz has so many nades left to stall them out.
Yeah, that arch smoke's great. Combined with the library smoke, 9-10 is in the dark. Blitz here on the Rops angle. Drops off into one. Lovely find.
Beautiful.
He does double up. Blitz combined with the 9-10 AWP has locked G2 for 6. He's going to try and plant. Snax fakes it out, trying to find a jewel before he tries to commit, and it's 9-10 to put the cherry on top.
Great stuff from the leader again. Has had an impact in 2 big rifle rounds so far in this first half of play on map number 2. And I pointed out the util left over. He still didn't use any of it. You got a full sack of util. You get yourself an incendiary, a smoke, everything you could desire, and didn't have to use it. Opted for the headshots instead. And it looked like he had been duped there. The jump in towards Boiler Room, his crosshair in transition. Great job from Blitz.
Yeah, and that's twice he's been tested for the double peaks or the double frags, and he's passed the test both times. Snax tries his luck towards early banana, but it seems like Mongol's protocols are they're working wonderfully. Actually, I say that, he does get ahead of the nade, but Senzu's there to cross his T's and dot his I's.
Well, you can see the difference when they send the Lamb as opposed to the Wolf. You know, the Wolf takes his time, the Lamb hopes to find a timing.
Gallops in. And they're giving it a go towards Mazinho. A comfortable spray. Nothing here for G2 now. Just Nico Deeg, the Wolf, the slow, methodical Wolf.
A4 gang gang.
Oh, Ooh, you know what? He's looking scary. He's huffing. He's puffing! And he blows Senzu down. Another spotted. He's been put onto 50. Not going to be humbled is Mazinho. He still gives him the fight. Not playing scared this time, this kid.
Meant to be one of these bank building rounds. Nico definitely the one wanting to put a dent in those finances. Still has 44 seconds on his side. Only 3 more scalps to find, but this would have to be, well, even bigger bangers than that.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be outrageous, but more so from the Mongols. You'd have to really let this one go. And down he falls. Techno closes it down. A 5th round.
So now they've been stalled and stunted with this banana progression in 2 rifle rounds, even though they went 1 for 1. Right, they used the edging, but they still lost that round, and they haven't gotten the full banana control that they're looking for. I wonder if they change the tune and they go, okay, let's get boiler and holes control first. Let's try and get bracket space, and then we can return to banana, especially if they're starting with 3 individuals over towards B. It is going to be a timeout and likely to be the conversation that Taz is broaching with the team. And even though Snax was in-game leading, right, a couple of international/Polish squads for a little while there, and they're doing so with Gamer Legion, a team of a whole lot more notoriety, it's going to be interesting to see how many opinions he's having to work with, because you know that there's a lot of voices in this team, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Having people contribute ideas, but do they have a plan that everybody is on the same page of?
Seems the Mongols do. Double AWP is the call.
It feels like they're ready for G2 to potentially hedge towards A early. They've started 3-2 with only 2 over towards the B bomb site. 9-10 wanting to unravel the default, right? So if you know that they're going to try and take halls and boiler control, this AWP prong, it could be the perfect weapon for the job.
Right, so he's just going to systematically uncrouch. You have that progression from Hunter. And the flash actually has revealed his position. The jig is up and he is out. Zinho, got to be careful with that one. Jiggles out and goes back. He was kill hungry there and punished for it by Hunter.
Yeah, I think 9-10's reposition, Mazinho at that point is like, oh, I guess I have to go. how much is Hunter aware of this? And to see him swing like that as well, it seems a bit odd that he would do that on his lonesome.
Yeah, very little help.
Well, they've sprung out multiple smokes over towards A.
They've got the right read. Snacks or whoever's made the call, aware that it's going to be a rather exposed AWP with little help, and a missed shot from 910. It's starting to collapse. The A side should be theirs for the taking. Techno braving the smoke straight into the AK of Nico.
Well, it felt like Mongols had the right idea, but the duel going against them, Hunter winning it, Mizinho swinging out a moment too early when 910 couldn't trade. Like, you're right, it's just the one flash in towards Boiler. 910 noisily has to get out of dodge. Looked like he even fluffed his movement a little bit on the initial escape. And then the reposition to try and hold onto that territory. And G2, they pull it out. And, again, they didn't try that banana aggression. They just searched over towards A. So good stuff from G2 to get back into the winning ways. They've broken the streak of 5 now, where the bomb had only gone down once. They want to hunt. They want to take everything. Senzu reveals his position.
Five alive, going to feel good for G2 to close out this T half strong. And this is the duel from Hunter. I mean, this is the kind of fight he will take any day of the week. You want a wide swing into me? I've been doing this since before you were born, kid. And actually, yeah, looks like he's a bit self-critical of himself, knows that wasn't perhaps optimal.
Yeah, as I said, it's tough because you can see 9-10 coming. You understand that likely in the timeout that your opponent called, you had a discussion. Because it feels the way that they opened that round, they had the right read. They had a good answer for what was possible. But that's where you got to win your fights, right? You've got to win those duels.
Yeah, you can have all the smokes and plans and defaults and protocols. You do still have to put the crosshair on the head, which Hunter did marvelously.
Well, Mongols have called a timeout off the back of that round loss. So at this point, is there a statement play from the Mongols? It's like, all right, hold on a second, let's try and do something. Or are you still hoping that you have the read and now you know how the flow of the game is going to work? Because G2 did go into the stack. They went into more defenders to start the round. They just walked away with the victory. And now we see harass towards Banana. So back to the normal script. A different opening smoke, though, from G2. You can see it's not down towards logs. It's not to edge around. It was half wall. So you're going to have to try and clear this out a different way if you're Mongols. And mounting up the half wall is Senzu. Alt v alt.
Yeah, 910's going to be the one peeked into. Oh, no, there's a supportive flash there. Monacy able to find the frag. 910 just dips away with a white screen. Does chip away at Nico. Nade lands on his toes. Or at least in his toes vicinity.
I feel that you want to go back and pressure Banana before you just go, hey, you've still got 50 seconds left.
They've smoked off our side. It's going to be feeling... Oh, very difficult to take that Banana pressure off.
For sure. You have to brave through this. You do have a nade on Malbs to break, but he's not near the party right now. It's Nico and Snacks. They know that they can't just go towards A, so they're at least trying to show a little bit of presence.
Here he goes. Perfect candidate for this, and yeah, he's down to 910.
Well, the rotation's starting to come in.
Yeah, it's a valuable death. It's actually going to take at least one body off of this A stack. Still 3 here with only 20 seconds.
Drop the molly, Techno.
Senzu, lovely from Senzu, pushing just as the smoke blooms. Catches the double, puts G2 down. Hunter only the one, 9 seconds. Hunter just has to get out.
No, Inferno, I think, is not a fan favorite as much as it used to be. But there's some really nice details when watching a game of Inferno. You can see how systematic in nature some of these fights are with the util. Banana especially. It's something that you could do breakdowns on for hours. But you could just see the exchange. So Mono CT stairs, they flash him into the angle. Okay, well now we're the CT side, we're going to smoke it. And he even flashed into the smoke before he re-peeked. And then it's really nice to see the level of layers and details. But, well, they don't allow G2 to string any rifle rounds together.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that smoke towards Banana at 40 seconds won them the round. That's Inferno for you.
And that's the big issue that Snacks has in that moment. It's like, well, if we just go A,
there's probably 4.
Yeah, and they're setting themselves up. He dies. He said a very valuable death. The site was weakened, but the timing on that arch swing, huge. A late incendiary left for Techno as well. Does stall them coming up that porch side. Does look like we have a slight technical issue, everybody. But there's 2 more games of Counter-Strike going on simultaneously. So if you want to go and check out Mouse versus Sashi, let's say Sashi are doing pretty damn good. And we also have FaZe versus FlyQuest. The Australians put up a bit of a fight on map number 1. And we're moved into map number 2, Nuke, FaZe Clan's choice. After this, Na'Vi Furia, Vitality M80, Virtus.pro Complexity, and Spirit versus MIBR. So plenty more Counter-Strike to come your way today. And tomorrow into the best of ones.
Yeah, best of ones.
I was talking to Gigi Howe about this, and I kind of prefaced the conversation. I spoke to Dennis Lowe and I spoke to Issa, and I said, it does suck for you guys of where you start, but being a newer team, it limits the amount of maps that you have to focus on.
True.
So you would only need to practice a 3 to 4 map pool, right? So that means for the best of ones, they can be a little bit more dialed in and it's going to be tough for them regardless of what happens, but they can be a little bit, you don't need to worry about a 5 to 6 map pool. So you get
Silver lining.
Oh, the smallest of.
Yeah, it's something.
Doing my best to look for anything. Got the shovel out, went digging.
Yeah, wow. I'm trying to do, how many games would Gigi Howe have to win in a row?
Well, to win the whole event?
Yeah. Well, no, to get out of the resurrection stage.
They would have to win, what, 3? It's only 3.
Okay.
3 best of ones.
All right. 3 BO1s and you can survive to fight in the playoffs. I mean, they, got through. There's no doubt about it. An interesting roster, that one.
Yes. Kirby, Issa of Hellraiser's fame.
Do you know anything of Mini and Osamas?
No.
I know.
I've seen their names around a bit when these Middle Eastern qualifiers and whatnot are on, but
Okay.
I'd be lying if I told everybody I've investigated them heavily.
No, that's fair.
Oh, Alex, I left a bloody Kit Kat in my pocket.
Oh, no.
It's
Is it all
melty.
gooey?
It's all melty.
Well, probably still delicious.
Yeah. Well, we just took a break.
And now we're back.
So have a melted Kit Kat. Just as tasty, I'm sure.
Okay, well, Snacks is trying his luck again and seems like a similar result. Finds himself under half health. Testing the aim of Senzu and Techno. Senzu on that AWP though, and yeah, that's lovely from Nico. Just a pixel of Senzu's scalp is all he needs. Takes the opening kill of round 11.
Careful, Techno.
Playing with fire, literally, as he throws out the incendiary. Nico ahead of it, doing the flashbang dance. Good work from Blitz. Another impactful double, and then Techno does the same.
Double trouble.
1 bullet, 2 kills. Hunter, he could be next on the naughty list. Yeah, not far off through the smoke. Hunter trying to punish perhaps on the AWP. Bomb scooped up, 1 versus 3 taking shape.
Well, he's been respected. You can see the push down middle from Mazinho.
Sorry?
They cleared the smoke.
Okay, I thought 9-10 just hit one hell of a smoke bang. It's the 7th round here. This is on G2's pick, so if you can even leave with an 8, this would be one hell of a half for the CT side.
But you can see what I was discussing, right? Anytime it's been a round where they actually want to try and brute force Banana early, it's Snacks.
Yeah.
And if they want to be a little bit more poised about it, it's Nico. Nico still with an absolute blinder of a shot. I can't believe Blitz got another double. He has been fantastic in this first half. Definitely the most impactful player.
Yeah, I mean, and some very impactful rounds in Ancient as well. And that's Senzu's AWP this time, taking down Nico. So one of the only rounds we've seen Nico's early B adventures be cut short. App set up more aggressive this time. They're starting 9-10 and Mazinho towards the apartments. But they're heading towards Senzu, and he tries to get on half wall. It's a Monacy frag that brings us back. Even kill. Monacy does Techno dirty there. Another tap just to the top of the head.
Oh, we get another Inferno retake at least.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Blitz, not another double. Can he really do it again? He's not far off the mark. Goes down to Malbs. He's done enough to make it possible. Malbs, however, will be in a prime position to stop Mazinho in his tracks. 9-10 trying to be threatening. But this position from Malbs, it's such a difficult clear. Jumping up, pre-fire, still impossible for Mazinho to do anything about that. 9-10, a Tech 9 and a Dream. It's 7-5 on the half. G2 keeping it close. We are live with the second half of the second map of our first game of the Esports World Cup for CS2, and it is ruthless. You lose a best of 3, you are sent to the resurrection stage where best of 1s is all you have to fight for your survival. It makes it all the more important to put up a fight here. G2 Mongols on G2's pick with the Mongols lead. I'm joined by Sponge as we get this second half underway.
And I've got one question for you, the viewers, and the players in the server. Will it be 4 for 4 for pistols for G2?
Oh gosh, yeah.
I'll a boost as they take contact top banana. 3 players to defend, flash forward in the fight.
Bit disjointed on that flash there. Snax throwing it upon the Nico reload. They weren't able to profit or stick around.
Look at this. We put 1 flash in, we put 1 flash out, you put 1 flash in, and now we hit B roundabout.
Not bad. And not bad from Senzu. Could this be Mongol's first pistol? It's shaping up nicely. Snax deleted by 9-10. And just like that, it seems that they have bucked the trend.
Senzu's sharp, isn't he? He shoots hard.
It sounds stupid, but when I was watching him kill them in spawn in the warm-up, he just looks robotic.
Oh.
And I think he's named his M4 after Robs.
Has he?
Yeah, it's got lots of characters I can't read, and then it just says Robs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There we have it.
There it is. They've broken the streak. So the pistol round are now 8 for Mongols. To G2, do they try their luck with the force spy like Mongols did in the first half, or do they take things as a bit of a save? Well, Akati purchase for Nico already coming through the pipeline. So unlikely. Here's the Senzu opener. Drills Nico. So that head-to-head's actually been quite an interesting one over towards the B-bomb site. I'm sure we'll see more of that as the second half unfolds. But here's the force, the complexion. Monacy dropped a scout by the new in-game leader, Snacks. A couple of Deagles, 5-7s, MP9, and aggression as Malbs tears down towards the bench position, looking to catch a couple of players from behind. The flash is good, the scout is better, and that's 2 huge kills.
This is problematic, and it only gets worse. Senzu cut down as well. Oh, it's fallen to pieces immediately. You know what's worse than losing every pistol? It's winning the pistol and losing the second round.
Indeed, and especially with not even a single bit of resistance so far. You could see that move coming from a mile for G2. The flash was perfect. That's what facilitated the opening skirmish. The drop down to the chicken pit from Hunter to grab a second, and now just 9-10 and Mazinho have, well, they found a bomb site. They just need to find this kill. Malbs on the boost, delivers, and that'll be that.
Oh my goodness, 5 alive as you come into the second round. That is dreamy.
That reignites the campaign, doesn't it?
It certainly does. This potential 2-0, are the Mongols really going to be sent to that best of one last chance? In just 2 maps. This was Hunter with some impact. Lovely read to catch Senzu's adaptation from alt mid down towards the mech seat. And so we got some Tech 9s, we got some P250s, and it's their turn to try and fight fire with fire. However, lacking firepower. Up Banana, testing the util. This could end very quickly as the SMG from Snacks only gets the 1. And Nico goes down. They weren't ready for Hunter, but he's gone too. Senzu's Tech 9 rips into the B site. And they're back in with a chance to find the 9th.
Just painting a picture around them was Hunter.
Oh. 3. You had 3 there. You had everything you needed.
Exactly. I have no idea how they've just won with that all-in B rush.
Senzu, baby.
And the fact Snacks is the only one to get a kill. He was the least equipped as far as the firepower was
Nico
concerned.
and Hunter, M4s each.
And no, AK for Nico.
Oh, goodness.
He's weapon of choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's gone down. We might be able to see something of that in the replay, but it did look catastrophic from the G2 perspective.
Just marauding up Banana. Well, take you back to Ancient. G2 won around just running up the B lane straight in towards that bomb site, but it didn't start as pretty as that.
Oh, those are the best feeling rounds for the Mongols. You get such a short-lived tilt. You're feeling hard done by losing that second round, and Senzu charging up. Snacks gets the first.
Instantly traded. Senzu, damn.
And then blitz onto Nico, and then they're pulling out nades. It's just Senzu with 19 health. Oh, yeah.
You think Hunter at least gets 1 there?
Emotion's going to be running higher for G2. This is going to get interesting now, Chad. We have got a kind of a battle of both teams hanging in the balance of this round.
So 2 M4s, Scout, 2 MP9s. Definitely not the worst purchases. Sax looking at his teammate's screen. Ready and raring to throw the flash to facilitate Nico and Monacy. Malbs anchoring down towards the apps position. Hunter over towards the long side. Just trying to grab this top banana control. Senzu with the MP9. He'll be the space creator in unison. Molly and a flash. If anybody was out towards Sandbag, would have made things difficult. But here comes the fight.
And nothing for G2. Nico and Monacy this time empty-handed. In back-to-back rounds, B site seems to be a problem. They're expecting an over-rotation now of the CTs. But they actually stand their ground. They put faith into Snacks.
I think the thing is, rotating into what could already be a lost bomb site with the 2 M4s, plan ahead, try and hold on to these. If Snacks get something, sure, maybe we can have a look. But otherwise, we get 2 M4s for the next round to play.
Yeah, that's smart.
Hello?
Snacks, what you got for us, mate? 1. Nearly a second as well. He had a bit of hang time on that conversion from Mazinho. But as you said, the M4 is a priority into the next.
But we have to paint the picture of how the next few rounds are going to start to unravel. So G2 will save on to these 2 M4s, but in the next round, they only get themselves that 1900 loss bonus. So the score is already about to be 10-6. If you take a save behind the 2 M4s, everybody just holds on to their goods. then you're going to find yourself being able to have a rifle round, but the scoreline at that point is going to be 11-6. So it's going to be almost no margin for error to battle your way back in.
Well, topsy-turvy, isn't it?
Yeah, or you force buy in again. Right, and at this point, that's not a great decision either way. So a tough Inferno ahead for G2. Both teams looking to pick up their opponent's map choice before we potentially head to the third and decider of Nuke, which is only 3 rounds away.
Well, when you put it like that, pressure mounting for G2. It felt like the first half was a good haul.
Have to reflect on his impact, Mr. Blitz. I don't know if he goes by Mr., but Blitz. Master Blitz.
Master. Grandmaster or whatever.
I don't think he's that good.
Okay, feeder, intermediate, master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big brain.
That one. Well, Malbs, I have to admire it. When you're one of the 2 save rifles, you know you have to be a bit of a playmaker, and he's done that. Goes aggressive towards the bedroom, times the peak into Mazinho, progressing up the second middle. And a stack to... Oh, wow, he did it as well when he was solo A. That's an admirable play.
I think that's one of the things that Malbs will definitely provide to this team. We saw it towards the tail end of Ancient, actually the knockout blow of Ancient with that saved AK-47, finding impact to close out the map.
Yeah, he comes alive when the pressure is on him to make the play.
And they've actually now facilitated a huge rotation. They've left m0NESY over towards B. Everybody else joining Malbs on this A bomb site. It's a little bit too quiet in Banana, as the Mongols still have 60 seconds on the clock, but making their way through the Apps position. I think they're expecting the rifle to show itself, then rotate, but that's not the case.
Oh, you are walking straight into G2's palms here. This is what they were waiting for. Still pressure onto Malbs, and he gets nothing. This USP, primed and ready. The silencer enables a double from Nico. How has he gotten away with that? Finally felled. Hunter, that rifle, he's got the 9-10 frag, a freebie, overlooked completely on the site. Has Blitz got another impact round in him? Finds the first onto m0NESY. Hunter actually going for an elevated angle. Unpredictable. Big round from Hunter. Finishes what Malbs started. The Nico double on the USP. You don't get that with the P2K. Just no one's turning, no one's acknowledging him. And stays composed on the taps.
Interesting as well. I guess we're playing Counter-Strike by nameplates in a way. Hunter is one of the A defenders, but goes somewhat overlooked. I think just because the sheer amount of forces that they dealt with, Malbs, Snacks, and then they note Nico's position. Not ready for Hunter to be there as well. So we've had some real snatches of rounds going against the favored teams in this last slew. Hasn't completely shattered the Mongols, but it's definitely put them at that breaking point with Galil's having to be donned. They've taken their second tactical timeout to get Mara on the mic for a conversation about how they're going to try and close this map out. I know I said it was only 3 more rounds, but those 3 more rounds now feel a whole lot further away. G2 still showing a competitive nature. Only their second round so far out of the 5 of this second half. Still very early stages. And we were just discussing moments ago about how quick these maps can be turned on their head in MR12.
Early half wall smoke thrown out by the Mongols.
This is direct, isn't it?
Looks it.
Might be by virtue of limited utility. Have to brave this.
Yeah, but with the orb, honestly, he's going to struggle to get away with more than one. He hears them. Look at this, just so sound cue based. He knows he has to fall back, tucks in. And it's actually Malbs, does well for the first. Techno responding. m0NESY's orb. Ooh, unable to find their head, but his molly does find Techno. 2 remaining for the Mongols. They are into the site. The bomb dropped, unable to continue to apply the pressure with the plant. Scooped up by 9-10. Gap on that smoke. Snacks, good find. Tracks 9-10 as he descends. And Mazinho with 3 on his plate. 60 seconds to slow things down. This is the fight. Snacks, last seen short. Does he consider the boiler? But Snacks is ready. G2 leave and with an 8th and 3 alive. Mongols humbled. And as you said, those 3 rounds, they do feel a whole lot further away.
Yeah, that Snacks kill, it did look labored, but that was the difference maker of the round, right? If 910's able to pick up the bomb, get into the side, they had multiple smokes. They could have redeployed over towards the Moto position, maybe even one in towards short, try and corral them, delay them for a little bit longer. Monacy getting a kill with the AWP and the flames. See, it looked a bit labored trying to track that, but a big one to win. And you can see G2 getting fired up about that one. Surely this time they don't just lose to an all-in B rush. It's not the force fight for Mongols. They're going to take things light. A few Deagles, Tech9, smoke in the mix. Tech9 throws it out towards the half wall. It'll give them a lot of space, sure.
They've done it before.
Is he just going to walk through it? They don't have any flashes. I guess if you group up and explode and you catch them on a timing, as Nico wants to hold on to some space, boosted up half wall, that's a good response. At least a good way to keep some information.
And there isn't any information for the A side. Look how passive they're playing it.
Yeah, completely turtled. So you're playing in the dark right now.
You just need a banger of a headshot onto Snacks, and they do actually hit it, unfortunately, with a Glock. He lives on. And they don't manage to get too much out of this one. Senzu does find Monacy. A couple of extra $100 for him, but the AWP is maintained. Hunter brings it through.
That's a bit more of a classic approach, right? So textbook Counter-Strike of once upon a time, playing your anti-eco super passive, because in theory, you should have stronger setups. You're on the defense, right? They have to come to you. And of course, the weaponry. That's how we would have played anti-ecos a very long time ago. But these days, it's so risky because one Deagle kill and the whole round can cascade. And you know how hard it is to hold on to these bomb sites. But G2 stick the landing with ease.
Do you think that Snacks' fingerprints then, if it's old school?
Well, I just think it's because they lost to the B-Rush last time round, it's, hey, let's just be safe.
Fair.
What is this?
That is Blitz charging towards A, and Monacy's just licking his lips. Anyone else? He's going to get a third. Monacy's AWP sends Mongols back to spawn. It's just Mazinho. And he's sprinting towards Nico's position, trying to get this one over and done with. 10-10, the dream of G2 taking this one in 2. It's been reignited.
It has. 4 in a row, no bomb going down in any of those rounds. Obviously, the finances being a big conversation point, but the way that these teams have reignited this second half for both of them, it's almost like a half of 2 halves. It feels like G2 are now getting the stranglehold of it. Some individual moments turning this on its head.
What do you make of that speed towards mid? I haven't seen anything like that.
No, me either.
What is this, though? It's a lot of nades.
Yeah, well, what's HE's late? What, are they going back to sell? General, what's happening here? Util Glocks, Alex.
Ah, yes, the classic Util Glock round.
Isn't it great? Well, with the loss bonus going into the next to 3,400, they know that they just had to leave themselves around that 1K mark. You can see everybody roughly hovering around that. A little bit more would be nice. But at least Util to try and get them into some space. And you're asking about that previous round running up short.
Yeah.
If a team starts 3B, you're hoping you can just isolate the pit defender. So I think they're going, okay, well, if Malbs is just in pit, maybe we can just run up on him. But Monacy being there as well, that X Factor, another good map for him, 15 kills. But actually, everybody on both sides of the server is contributing. Mazinho at the very bottom with only 9. But otherwise, everyone has had a moment or two.
Well, forced into a passive stance once more, this time by virtue of the utility, as we've discussed. Blitz clearly investing into this with a plan. Let's see if it can take shape. A bomb plant certainly would soften the blow of this investment.
Nades for bike, that's where they're headed.
Okay. And Malbs, he's on the receiving end of a barrage of HE grenades. Down he goes. Hunter comes out of his hidey hole for 1, and now done. They're into the site. They're doing it, Chad. They've taken the A-bomb site by force. Storming in. Whoa. Oh, nice one back. Snacks with the smoke kill.
It's good too.
Yeah, puts Blitz on half health. Does have Kevlar, though. The only one that could have survived that nade, and he's managed to live on with the AWP. Has Snacks got anything more for us here? They've got the cash to go for this. They got the kit. And Mazinho's got Snacks' number. Takes him down, all onto Nico on this crawl. So jumping for info. They want confirmation of his presence. And now they've got it. Nearly hits the transfer. Blitz on low HP, but no time for this one. It is gonna have to be the Mongols round. They take an 11th on just Glocks and nades.
What a ridiculous couple of rounds that we've had,
This
right?
whole half has been kooky.
There was 2 individuals with Glocks. I think there was maybe 1 Tech 9, some Deagles, prioritizing util, and you pull that off.
I mean, that's one for the demo review, right? For G2, that's going to be one to review.
Well, Mal's getting a taste of just what it's like to be that pit player.
Yeah.
3 nades landing on his doorstep, ringing that bike's bell.
Oh, he hits that transfer. Still wasn't much time.
Still, this game,
Every time I think I know where it's going, something like that happens. Well, well, well.
Well, now you're in a lot of hot water if you're G2, because your loss bonus going into the next is only 1900. You lose this, that's 12 for Mongols, and then you have a 1900 loss bonus for what could be the final round. They have to bounce back.
Look at Snags. This is crazy Counter-Strike. Despite the low HP, he puts himself in this off angle. And now maybe overlooked by Senzu. Oh, it feels like he's a dead man holding. Perhaps essentially just bait for Nico's trade, and down he goes, no trade potential there. That is just an opening kill for the Mongols.
Might have to be a bit of a gamble from G2 at some point in their CT side, as mentioned, with the loss bonus working against them. Have to stack a site and hope that if they, well, hopefully they walk on in, and if they don't, you can just save.
Makes sense. And that feels great from Honesty. Catching 9-10's crawl, an equalizing frag.
Looks like it'll be the B finish, right? They've got smokes available to be able to do it. Mizinho needs to actually get back. His is going to be quite important. Senzu can do on the fly for CT, but Nico can be a difference maker.
Yeah, they need to make haste. The quicker you do this, the more better it is.
They're going to win the round.
English. Ollie onto Nubox, and they are going to win this round convincingly, despite losing Snacks in the opening. He's the only casualty. It's worked out wonderfully. 11-11.
That felt so poorly put together from Mongols.
For sure.
Considering how beautiful the previous without any guns was, to having full rifles, everything you could possibly desire, banana control, and then you just waltz in willy-nilly.
Yeah, that death going to be haunting Senzu. You had the nades, it just wasn't synchronized. The opposite of synergy. Modesty's very happy with that one. And charging his mouth, he's mad. He lays down the gauntlet, says let's duel, and takes 2. G2, they want to finish this one in regulation. It's been close every step of the way here, Ancient, and now Inferno. But G2's map pick, and they're starting to hit their stride and hit their shots. Malbs just charges in, takes 2, brings the fight to the attacking side.
And the desk was discussing in that position, they're talking about with Nexter and the team just constantly being in pit. Right? This is a type of position where you can call your setups. And Malbs, I don't know how much influence he had on the aggression there, but regardless, he's made a good window move work twice, and this one to guarantee 12, or it should do. 2v2 on the B bomb site. Crossfire set up, contact for 9-10.
Ooh, a chance there. He's got the info onto both of them. Forced into the open is Snags, tries to delay it and still goes down, despite the supportive flash of Nico.
Lots of nades for the retake, Alex.
Yeah, and that smoke's going to be very threatening. They can slip through pool, they can slip banana side. 9-10 doesn't have health. It's going to fall to Techno. If 9-10 can do something with his remaining health and that flash, perhaps set Techno up, find the timing. Time ticks. This is brutal. 3 now. About to be triple swinging. Good timing, but that's it. A 12th round found for G2. Successful retake. A double kill for Malbs as well. The kill spread very even across the board for our second map of this series.
Oh, Nuke might not be needed after all, unless the Mongols can take us to overtime and then convert. Just seen timeout number 3 come in, and you can understand why with the rule sets, the way it's changed. You get 3 timeouts in regulation, and then once you make it to overtime, each overtime, you get yourself 1 extra timeout that must be used. Well, it doesn't stack. You don't have to use it. Maybe you don't need the 30 seconds. So the pump now are the Mongols. So what are they able to pull off with 5 Galils? Very light on in the util department. They've been able to muster 4 smokes, a handful of flashes, a couple of Molotovs. The other side of the server, Several AKs dotting the hands. The AWP and Monacy, kits, head armor, all the goods. It's 5 kills for G2 on debut. G-New.
G-New.
From G-Stew to G-New.
And looking to do it in 2. Be one hell of a first result. Taking down current world rank 11.
This looks explosive.
Certainly does. They got the banana flash lined up. Gonna be testing Snacks with some aggression. Same angle. Will he have the same result? Nico onto the Zinho. He's been dinked, but they've got their knives out. Techno a team kill. Oh, it's fallen to pieces for the Mongols. Snacks disrupts. Nice one back. Can Blitz really be the difference maker? He doesn't have the bomb. Smokes out CT. Anticipates that they are divided. Malbs and Monacy. The M&M combo.
Can't go back. Has to go forward. Has found another smoke. Could go for a redeploy towards CT spawn. Monacy can break it, but he's coming from banana. Cannot assist Malbs right now.
Extra smoke does enable some play potential. Hesitance from G2. Want to play this right. Want to finish in regulation. So much hinging off of this 1 versus 2 and spam through the smoke, but he doesn't have the confirmation. Too far away. Blitz now 50 HP to come up clutch and force OT. Will he get this duel? It's Monacy with the AWP. And patience the name of the game. Smoke now fades. Headshot found. Blitz can reposition. It's taking shape. The 1v3. Just one more to find. It's Malbs with his nader. And Blitz says, let's go. Overtime secured. Again, impact from the Mongolian in-game leader.
Yeah, massive work from him within the first half of play. Kicked things off in the first rifle round with that retake. And now here in round number 24. Well, a little smirk on the face of a man who tends to not have too much emotion, but that was beautiful.
That was fantastic. I can't believe they recovered from this. Whatever you want to call that.
The chaos, but it kind of sums up the map, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the second half. Wow, Blitz, what a gamer.
Now straight back into things, not messing about.
Oh, G2, you're still going to be replaying that one. All 3 of them.
There's so many rounds to think about in this half that have gone against either team.
But I'm sure that's one of the differentiating factors between the good and the great is you can just shake it off. Focus on the round in front of you. Live in the present. Much easier said than done. It's Nico finding Senzu with some aggression. Oh, bloody hell, Blitz. The pre-aim on that off angle takes down Malbs. Revolting.
Hey, Alex, they might need the bomb, huh?
Yeah, at some point. Certainly going to become a priority soon. It looks like it's been Techno tasked with the retrieval. Blitz has found a ridiculous headshot to get this back into level pegging.
Looks like they have to go A.
Hunter overlooked on coldzera, criminally undercleared. Nico builds upon it, but hang on. 9-10 removes Nico from the picture. It's Techno from this elevated angle, pre-aimed, but controls the spray, knows there's potential second on the site. He was last seen coldzera, now tucked and staring at the floorboards. Mounts up, finds the timing.
Good flash work from Monacy.
Can Techno do the clutch? What a shot! That's disgusting! First Blitz, now Techno demonstrates the mechanical skill of this Mongolian side.
That was smooth. He just kept on moving. Techno now with a clutch.
Bloody hell.
Back to back.
They're just headshot machines. We'll see this one again from Blitz. Absolutely perfect. And then Techno. That shot onto Library is something you write stories about. Bang! Immediate adjustment. Time pressure. Professionals up against you. And he's put the 13th on the board.
Oh dear, G2 going to crack. Monacy now, he wants to taste the aggression.
Snacks. Oh, he's just being bullied, battered by the HE grenades. Taken out early.
Tough clear onto Nico.
Yeah, this is a big play. He's backed himself in this one. Now backing away. And he's found the timing. Perfect onto Techno. No trade from Senzu. He's been flashed off the half wall. Peek from Nico. And yeah, we'll find ourselves boiling into a 4v4, but for how long? This is the fight. Malbs again with his nades out. Got to be careful.
It's in a... Oh, felt like he had to go. Once they identified that there was 2 players on B still. Waited for the team to group up. Still a 4v4. So much util available for Mongols.
Zinho, this is a big opportunity from him, and he does control the spray. About 10 bullets deep, still finds Hunter.
They can pivot if they want.
Yeah, gamble from G2. They're expecting Mongols not to have the audacity to go into the unknown. And it's nice from Malbs. Finds himself one onto the balcony player. Moto smoke. m0NESY and Malbs ahead of it. It's Arch for Nico. This is the frag. This is the fight. He's been spotted out. Can't seem to isolate. Oh, he's fumbled his util there. Can peek ahead of it. Overlooked. Senzu tricked by the sound cue. Nico makes the best of a bad situation for an equalize here in OT.
G2 just biting down, going, hey, yeah, like you said, they don't have the audacity to go back, so they've just heavily rotated across there, and some great shots from Nico. He's looking sharp as well. When I was talking about Mizzino going for that play before the incendiary, I think if they wanted to exploit the timing, he has to make a bit of a play there. He's still able to make that incision, but again, it just like the Mongols can look so coordinated at times, but then in others, look a bit discombobulated.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like that fear of making the wrong decision. He doesn't make any decision. Smoke for the extinguisher. Wait, that's a CT smoke, excuse me. Thrown out from spawn, and 910 with some Aggie AWPing. He's actually found Nico. Surely that's just an open runway now. You've got to try and test Snags. You know you've taken down the hardest hitter on this bomb site now. With rotation from Hunter and a smoke to block and a spam perfectly placed, they find themselves slowing things down.
It feels unnecessary with the spam back with the man advantage in that situation. And look at that cache of nades available for Snacks to try and delay this onslaught coming towards B. They're breaking and looks like they want to go.
Yeah, they're breaking and they're entering. But will they be arrested this time by Hunter? Here's them going Paul. Doesn't adjust his crosshair. Now he will on the mantle. Techno taken down. Spam from Snacks. Significant damage onto the Mongols. This is going to be one hell of a difficult post plan. I don't know how you dig yourselves out of trouble here with low HP on 910. Mazinho sub 50. Man, disadvantage. Blitz, could he have that impact once more? The flash is perfect. That's team play. m0NESY, he's fragging, he's flashing, but so is Mazinho. Finds one on the advance of Snacks. Molly towards the new box, forces him into the open, but still he hits the shot. m0NESY versus 910. It's AWP v AWP. And it's still m0NESY with flashes and frags to bring home the advantage on the change of the half.
That one tied. Look, I think having so many nades available for the retake for G2, it's a luxury with Malbs and m0NESY over towards their side. They're more than happy to take the fight. So the two of them, well, they're all understandably, but Malbs as well back in his aim. They're not using many of their nades. So many available for that retake, and that Molly looked like it was coming in clutch. That's the opener for 910 onto Nico to kick things off. But Hunter needs some impact. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from G2. It feels like they're always asking for a flash when available. There's been a lot of flash assists in the feed, but 2 more rounds for G2 to pick it up.
They want this in 2. I mean, just such a stress reliever. Or will they have to live and fight into a third map?
Banana opening for Snacks. This time he's not just getting naded down. Finds the bullets through the smoke. Techno in the dirt has to sit by and watch as Senzu. This will be desperate.
He's stubborn about this. This could go awry quickly. 910 summoned. They want to fight for half wall. It's been quiet on A site, and Blitz is going to start to maneuver over.
Here's the flash. Is that the go?
Softened up Nico down to 8 HP. Molly should finish him off. That's big from Blitz. Takes his opportunity to cast his eyes down deep. They're coming. Snacks is crawling. The AWP a good counter, but one good flash. And Molly even better. Sends 910 back into the site. Senzu cheating back over. This puts so much pressure onto 910. What happens when they smoke CT? This is only going to confirm their suspicions, but it's all fakery from Hunter. Oh, well-timed smoke though, Chad.
They're going to have to go through this.
And they will. 910 delivers, taking down the first onto Snacks and unable quite to find Malbs. The site is wide open. They'll confirm it with the clears. A helpless spam from Blitz, but this site now lost. It's time to take shape into a retake.
Zinho's still investigating top middle. They're worried about this Hunter lurk. There's seconds, valuable seconds are being milked off the clock.
Yeah, that's the power of that utility's thrown out. That's just not convinced.
They have to get a move on. There's kits available for Blitz and Senzu. Zinho with the utility, but they need to clear top banana.
Yeah, it's up to Hunter. He's hardly audible. Double swing. Beautiful from Hunter. Times it to perfection. A dink did land. Trying to fight tooth and nail. He'll be exposed to Blitz. Double dark. This could work, or it could go horribly wrong. The info is there. They line up. And G2 sees 15, 2 match points.
I think in that moment, because of the amount of information that the Mongols gave away by retaking Banana, Blitz got the kill with the U2, and you also had 9-10 Fari's AWP, and Senzu's a traditional B holder. So they're thinking, there's no way. Like, they have to think we have multiple players here and think they're going to get ahead of it, but they just leave the AWP. 9-10 does a pretty valiant job, but he's in a very tough situation. And just the amount of time that Hunter's presence, mere presence alone, was able to bail them out with as they take their time to retake. Zinho as well, probably getting told as he's about to pick top banana, hey bud, you have the incendiary, use that backside, help us clear something out. Senzu steps into the angle that was meant for Zinho, he goes down, and well, G2 just 1 round away.
And a small tidbit as well, you saw it from Monacy's POV in the replay there, just his self-conviction to be able to take that shot over his teammate's shoulder. No team kill threat, not lining up, just a little bit of, conscious spacing enabled him to contribute to the fight, to the duel, but also not at risk of ending the round with a team kill. Here we go, 2 opportunities for G2 to take their debut as G-New.
No rounds for Mongols since the clutches.
That's true. And now, a change of pace. Monacy's the one to lead the pack. This is interesting. The flashes are good. He overlooks Senzu on the forward position on Car. And so a first blood drawn for Mongols to try and survive the night.
Zinho's about to be run down by 3.
Yeah, this is going to be uncomfortable if Techno can't provide some support. Zinho in that pit position. Flashes and a Molotov. He's not going to have any issues with the first. A hard transfer onto Snacks.
This has to be it.
3v3 that does certainly favor G2. This could be the last round the Mongols play in this upper bracket. Nico, what a powerful position. There's no way you're clearing this. A free frag for Nico. Anticipates another, and Nico carries G2 across the finish line. Unless Blitz can do it once more. A 1v3 demanded of him. He's done it once. He can't do it twice. The angles are too strong. The time too far gone. And Mongols condemned to the resurrection stage. G2 survive a 2-0 to start off their campaign at the Esports World Cup.
And they got put through their paces, didn't they? But this is the first look at this new roster. I'm sure they're loving the reps as the smiles are on their faces. And we have the analysts standing by to break that one down.
Standing, sitting, it doesn't quite matter. When we got to the end of the road on that one, it was all on the line. G2, they make it interesting. Very much though. G-New here at their very first game in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, welcome to G2 Malves. Getting an early taste of a bit of a roller coaster ride it is G2 games. But yeah, a super close game again, obviously going into OT, and some great individual moments from both teams. In the end, G2 closes it out.
Yeah, of course, I think we could see that this isn't the final form, the more polished G2 we're going to get. That's logical. Mongols did very well to abuse it. Had a couple of moments in Banana where they asserted dominance. But as soon as you get into these gray rounds that haven't got a clear way to proceed, then the individuals from G2 strike. And they turn around 4v5s, and they turn around 3v4s, they find timings. This is where G2 is always going to punish you. And there's going to be regret for the side of Mongols. I do think there was a gaping hole of a space for them to push to map number 3. They let that go. Good for G2, getting some reps. That's what Chad said at the cast, and I agree with him.
Yeah, and I think something that's maybe a little bit worrying for G2 and Inferno is they really struggled to get banana control on their T side. That was what they were really good at with the previous lineup. That's what made their Inferno strong, that they were always able to get that control, put pressure on B, and that opens up A from that point on. And this time around, the T side was a little bit of a different story. They got 3 rounds off of the pistol and a half with 5 total. But yeah, obviously it's still very much early days, and they have work to do.
And you do see some of that seesaw there from G2, right? You see them wanting to pressure on Banana, but also they want to get deep apps at the same time. And it doesn't always work out that way.
No, I agree with you. I'm looking at these highlights, and you kind of get the story of what was happening. It's a 10-6 scoreline. T-side Mongols. They have everything they need. They broke after losing their second pistol round. They put G2 in a hard position, and then you have these multi-kills that come through. You have Nico, who finds 2 from a USP in pit out of all the weapons. You have Monesi, who's doing wonders, finding all gaps. That is what G2 will always be capable of doing, no matter how ready they are as a team. And I think they did the best that they could in that. Get the W, they avoid the resurrection, the best of ones and all. That's going to be for Mongols to deal with.
Yeah, overall, though, for what Mongols showed us here, all right, let's talk about some of that poise, some of that posture that we could possibly see them running with for the rest of their duration here in Riyadh.
You mean lack thereof?
Or lack thereof. I mean, I was looking
issue.
at the glass half full, but half empty at the same time.
That is the issue, and maybe I get a little bit flustered because I had put higher expectations on them, and that's my problem, it's not their problem. But I think this is relatively symptomatic of the Mongols that we hype up every now and then. Like, there's obvious skills, there's obvious good calls. Ancient gave us a couple of these moments. There are clutches from Blitz as well.
Techno.
But then you have to clean these rounds that you're not supposed to lose. And this is going to allow you to have much simpler victories, deeper breath going into map 3. That remains a problem. And I don't see a change, I don't see an improvement. Slightly frustrating.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't a great game from the Mongols. You know, I think it was a C+ or maybe a B- of what they're capable of. Yeah, you know, because to say they weren't on their A game, I think is a little bit of an understatement to what was actually going on. So, yeah, I think they'll have, when you look at how close the game was, using the pistols and whatnot, they have to do better.
I do agree with that. And if you have to grab on that from where he's leaving off, what are you taking from him, Maniac?
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Far from the A game on the side of Mongols. And the problem is, because it's repeating itself, it becomes really, really hard to pinpoint what is the issue, right? Because from one event to the other, you're going to have separate situations, and the real challenge for a team is to be able to find, like, what is the common factors of these situations? Why are we losing these rounds? Is it a matter of communication? Are we getting a little bit impatient? When we talked to them in Malta on the sofa, it was generally about nerves. They said we get ahead of ourselves at some point. So just like an interview that might not be ready, maybe Mongols isn't yet.
Yeah, I'm back. But also, it kind of begs the question, is Snacks here or is Snacks not here? That's the biggest question I've got, at least. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns about...
Physically, he's here. Spiritually, you know, who knows? No, but I think it's a great sign as well. I think Malbs is the real deal, you know. I think you can see the output, the impact that he's able to have. Sure, it's going to take some getting used to some of these anchor positions, but I think he's definitely a big upgrade for G2.
Let's talk about predictions, and by that I mean STC predictions. Where does that leave us? Let's find out. And in doing so, I'm pretty sure you said at one point, you said, I think before the game, this would be the time for you to go against the grain, right?
I can neither confirm nor confirm that information.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sure you understand.
No, I totally get it. And in fact,
no, Trace, I was wrong. I was wrong. There it is.
Oh, hold on.
Take
we didn't expect that. We didn't expect the sort of... Yeah, anyway. So, Yanko, we see this path. We talked about getting reps in with G2. You know, how much realistically can you put in here in Riyadh if you're G2 to hone in on, to make these things work, to make this a well-oiled machine the way you want it to be?
I think, you know, they get a day to sort of just discuss the game, see some things that they want to work on, maybe get a couple of practice maps in. The important thing is they get at least one more best of 3 now that they're into the playoff stage. Yes. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more of in a competitive environment, testing out the things that they've been working on in practice and just working on that chemistry and bonding together. And you know, that's why the banana control thing, it's a lot of just the players getting used to each other, right? Understand, okay, now is when he would want me to flash, because sometimes for you to wait for your teammate to say it and then you throw it and then it happens, it's already too late. You just need to recognize the scenario. You need to see it the way your teammate sees it. And that's what gives you the perfect timing to do it. That's what enables you to win some of those crucial fights.
You know, hypothetically, you're calling for a flash for a teammate here, if you're thinking about this, Maniac. How much time does it take to sort of like translate that over in terms of time spent calling for the flash and then the execution of their
This is where the
flash?
reps and the training will make that time that you're talking about, the smaller and smaller and smaller. It's going to become more efficient. You're going to have code words. You're going to have just automatic reactions you don't even need to discuss.
Maybe
and this
even
is
safe
where,
words.
Exactly. Safe words are very important. You know, in every Counter-Strike relationship, you have to
Why
have
don't
that.
you think of a couple of those? And while we're doing that, and you're thinking about the application of those safe words, let's head down to the stage. Freya, what's up?
Well, Trace, I know that you were begging the question, where is Snacks? I've indeed found him. Congratulations, first of all, on your first W. Great to see you in the G2 jersey as well. I'm curious, outside of this game, when did G2 actually first approach you to join the team?
First time it was 98 in Kansas, several years ago. You know, I'm playing that much, so no, I think like maybe 2022 after ENS, like it was the first time we had like small talk. And I think like when I was in Japan for my vacation with my wife, I got some messages.
Okay, interesting. So it's actually been a long time coming for you to join the team. In the sort of a more emotional standpoint, how is it being back with Taz as well, kind of getting the VP blood back?
It's really nice. I always love the guy because I love the guy because he had a really nice Mercedes. He always taking me on the trips outside. You know, I really like it. I mean, it never changed. I'm always coming to Warsaw to go with the guys for some barbecue. We love to eat together. We love to play together. You know, well.
Vibe check within G2. Obviously, just your first official. How does it feel? Like, how vocal are you in terms of calling? How much are you relying on the other guys as well?
I mean, I was trying my best, obviously, in calling. I have a lot of experienced players right now, so also they calling some stuff, so I'm pretty okay. I felt like I had a little bit more space on official than on practice. On practice, my guys are running everywhere, killing people. Here, a little bit different, obviously, it's official. But I would say as a first match, with not that much of the days of practice, I would say a win is a win. I'm happy that we win. We throw some runs versus Glocks versus Deagles. It wasn't like a clean win, obviously, but I think let's say like on T side, for example, on Inferno, we could have like such more runs. I think like first gun round, I think it was a good call to go B. Like second round, we went 4 versus 2 on A, and we also didn't win. And like with the start 5-0 or something, it's so much easier to start like this. Obviously, we lost 2 runs in a row at the start of the gun runs, and it was a little bit harder. But yeah, I knew that also our city is pretty solid, so just keep the head cool and go till the end.
I mean, speaking of Inferno, obviously it's not a map that you played very often back in Gamer Legion. Previously to that, you know, there's a lot of experience on the side of Inferno for you at the very least. How different is the way that G2 approach Inferno from maybe some of the other teams that you've played on in the past?
I mean, my experience with Inferno is don't play Inferno. Inferno equals lose. Bialif, the famous tag ever on the Steam group. I mean, I didn't like Inferno that much, but I felt like in Poland we didn't knew exactly. Also me, I'm not saying like the guys, and I'm the Omega, and I knew everything. Obviously, I'm learning from the guys about Inferno, but don't worry, Vertigo is coming as well, guys.
Don't like to hear that at all. Final question. Obviously, you're one of the teams that are coming into EWC with a couple of roster changes. So where does that set your expectations with, you know, the goals at this event? How do you want to finish it?
I want to finish being in Korean barbecue. This is what you're asking, no?
Maybe placement, you know, give me 1 through 15. Where do you want to end?
A good restaurant.
I guess we should get some restaurant recommendations for Snacks here in Riyadh. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, best of luck in your games going forward.
Thank you. I'm in top 1. Yeah.
There's a lot to take in from this character known as Snacks. First of all, back in 1998, you guys recall that?
In Kansas.
In Kansas, of all places. Yeah, serious questions right there, too, on the other side. You talk about the difference of playing Inferno versus not. Inferno equals lose, and well, damn, it was pretty close today.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he's also getting accustomed to like playing the officials now. Because when you go in practice mode, and then when you give free reins to your players, and you have the Nikos and the Monacies of the world giving you space and trades, then this is where Snacks' abilities shine through. He knows how to analyze what's going on, find solutions around. Then suddenly things are getting a little tighter in officials, and the responsibility just transferred to you very organically as a leader. And he's figuring that out. We're going to give him a little bit of time. We gave Hooksy a bit more than a day. So let's give Snacks a bit more than a day.
Some people didn't.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it's a new look for G2 and Inferno, especially because Malbs and Hunter now. Hunter is apparently more the apps guy, and Malbs playing Boiler, which was Hunter's old position. We'll see how that dynamic still unfolds. But that's a lot more aggression on that area of the map as well. So it doesn't have all to be about banana for G2.
Yeah,
although they do love it.
Yeah, they definitely do like a banana over on G2. That's if they can grab it by the horns, right? Like I'm talking about using that util, actually making it work, and not just kind of throwing nades out there and hopefully you pull a rotation. However, again, neither here nor there. Gentlemen, I think we are going to wrap it up here. I think it's about time for us to send this
grabbing the banana by the horns?
You can grab whatever you want. And we're going to go to the break on the backside of that.
Right there.
I feel like ending on a high note was kind of a good motivator to keep grinding forward and to put in the work. So we started a little bit earlier, even though we had a good finish. It wasn't enough. We were supposed to be the champions in our eyes, and yeah, we just lacked work, and that's why we put more of it into this season. Honestly, I don't think we need to prove to anyone. We won the major. We were the best team at that moment, and there's not much to say. It's all on us, and there's no pressure to keep delivering on the same note to others. The only pressure is coming from our side, and to keep on improving every single day. I feel like changes in life are generally good. If a thing is not working, humans tend to think about change at first. So I'm not sure how many of those changes were actually good, or they should have stuck together and worked through the negatives and improved as a team. But I feel like we have a lot of potential in certain teams. I feel like Furia is going to step up a lot. G2, I'm not so sure. It looks good and looks bad on paper at the same time. We'll see how it works out in game. People are always going to talk. They're going to discredit anyone that they can. And of course, do you listen to the haters way more than you do to the positive comments? I tend to not mind because it's their opinion. They've never been in a position that we are in. And they've never reached such highs in their life that know what to do afterwards. I mean, as a player, your only goal in CS, most players, to win is the major. And for me, at least, that was my first trophy. And the feeling was indescribable in words, but it also made me lose a lot of motivation. That's my personal thing, and I felt like I was at the top of the world. So, of course, it's normal for an inexperienced player like me to drop off in performance. And I'm pretty sure the other guys were too, dropping off in performance, but now we're back, as we've seen in Blast, and yeah, good things are coming. I feel like this is a really nice S-tier tournament in terms of prize pool and the teams attending. I feel like it's a good proving ground for younger players, younger teams, maybe not as experienced, because there have been qualifiers to this event, and of course we qualified by winning the major, but lower tier teams can also join us and fight with us in the same category. So I think it's a good thing. It's not just invite only or partner teams tournament. It's the real deal. It sort of feels like a little bit of a major. I'm not sure about the whole Baltic states in their potential, but I know in Lithuania for sure there are a few upcoming players, but there's not many. Once they reach a certain level in Lithuania, they think they're one of the best players, and their work stops there because they already feel comfortable in where they are. But there's a difference between being one of the best in Lithuania, but also the best in the world. There's a huge margin there. And I feel like anyone that's striving to be a tier 1 player or a top tier professional should never look at their regional rankings. Of course, unless they're like Danish or Swedish or one of the main thriving countries in CS, which we don't have many. So focus on the international rankings rather than regional.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's Schools. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he meshed very well with the team. and we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC, so yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing in Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Furia, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the anchor positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand the communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Furia now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come into a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup is promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at, and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. So a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup. We're moving into our next game, and this is one where we get to see major champions that some people were calling a fluke, and some people were saying maybe not so much, going up against Furia, who have been in, I think, a pretty rough spot for a long time, maybe too long time.
I think that's fair to say with Furia. They've been in a rough spot for a long time.
That's an
Finalization, they've been overachievers. You know, some call it a fluke, others call it, you know, them overachieving with what they got available. I think if you're Furia looking towards Na'Vi and thinking that's the team we want to be, we want to look at that lineup, you want to look at that player material, you want to think that we have the same ability to produce the same kind of results Na'Vi have. But fact of the matter is, for Furia, it's been a long time since they've been relevant at a high level.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers as well. I think the last time, I don't think they've had a top 10 placing in a S-tier event this entire year, right? So sure, they've taken out Kai, I think, which is long overdue, obviously. Picking up Skulls, I think, is definitely an upgrade. I think the little stint he had in Liquid's going to definitely make him a more well-rounded player. But then again, they're still a very unknown quantity. They just re-signed K-Sarada and Yuri as well, you know, for 3 more years. So hopefully we see something from them, Banks. But Na'Vi, despite the fluke or anomaly run they had at the major, in London, in Blast, they look good.
Yeah, they showed a form, right, that they can still be a team that challenges at the top. But it's in an interesting and unique way for sure. I want to touch on the Furia bit you were talking about, though, with Skulls. Do you expect more from him now he's on Furia than compared to what you saw on Liquid?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think he did okay within Team Liquid given the circumstances. It's not a secret that team wasn't working at all. You had Cadian coming in being the in-game leader. You had certain players saying in certain interviews that they weren't on the same page. And you can imagine what it's like for Skulls to come into a team that is from the get-go dysfunctional. My only issue is that he's also joining a Furia now that seemingly from the outside is a little bit dysfunctional, right? Yeah. The identity of Furia now with Fallen being the in-game leader, with Art gone, I'm not really sure what route they're going. So for Skulls to come in and we kind of expect him to be the difference maker, it's going to be tough for him. So I feel sorry for the kid. I think he has talent. I've seen him play some decent Counter-Strike, but I don't look at him to be the guy who's going to bail them out of trouble.
I mean, look, I agree with you, but I will disagree when it comes to dysfunctionality for Furia. At least there is one voice that they're going to listen to. Whether that voice is going to work or not, that remains to be seen, right? But at least Fallen is the one voice that we know for a fact everyone's going to be listening in on. I'm curious. I was looking at some of the roles and positions as well between Kai and for Skulls. A lot of overlap, a lot of common maps where they play the same positions and whatnot. So it's not as hard as, let's say, a G2, for example, mobs coming in. So it shouldn't be that rough. But that being said, this is going to be a real litmus test to see how they look.
Yeah, it's not an easy first matchup for them in it. And with that being said, this may be looking at like Na'Vi is the favourites in it. But are they some clear favourites? Is this one that can get close and scary?
Yeah, I think so. We always have to take into account that both of these lineups are obviously coming out of the player break, coming out of a season where they haven't played an awful lot of Counter-Strike. I think for Furia, they should be highly motivated to come in here and make a statement from the get-go. Whereas for Na'Vi, as you said, we saw them play at Blast as well. They did a good job, you know, getting all the way to the final. Maybe they've been resting. Maybe they've been taking the player break as a break. Whereas if I'm Furia, I feel like we got to play hard throughout the break. We got to come in a little bit earlier. We got to prepare because they got to make statements. They got to make results for the rest of the season. Otherwise, Furia risk being one of those teams that's going to be left out for the 2025 season when it comes to the rankings, when it comes to being invited to the big tournaments. So I'm afraid on behalf of Na'Vi, but there's no doubt looking on paper, they're still the favorites.
They're 100% out of favorites. And I just want to harken back to what Alexi said when they reached the finals at Paris, at London rather, and Paris too, which they won over there. And what he did mention was, you know, it's really nice to show that we still have what it takes to prove that Paris wasn't just an anomaly, a fluke, so to speak. But the big question mark here for me is, are they going to build up on that? Because let's be real, I think like JL has just been so super inconsistent altogether. Actually, EMA's been more consistent in the past few tournaments they've had, despite the rough run so far. And look, Wonderful's going to be delivering, obviously. LXCB, obviously, he's the brains behind the operation. But we need more consistency from some of the stars of this team, or else I'm going to say even London would have been a bit of a fluke.
I'm looking at this lineup, right, and I'm going to say something slightly controversial now, so casters better pay attention as well. You're looking at a lineup right there, and honestly speaking, you can look at pretty much any lineup in Counter-Strike, and you say there's certain players that can't get cut. When I'm looking at Navi's lineup, I'm looking at 5 players who can't be necessarily sure that they're playing in the Navi jersey for 2025. By that, I'm saying that LXB obviously is a great in-game leader, and I think the ties he have with Blade and the system he's got placed in, he's probably the most safe. But if you're looking at Emma, you're looking at Bit, you're looking at Wonderful, you're looking at Jail, none of them are safe. None of them are 100% safe within this Na'Vi lineup. If someone else out there has a better talent, and if they can look to, I guess, reinforce the roster and strengthen the roster for the next season, I'm looking at 4, maybe 4.5 players that potentially could be replaced. And that's a controversial statement, given that they won the major a couple of months ago. But that's the fact of the matter within Na'Vi. They thrive as a team, not by the individuals.
I like the fact you mentioned that, because I think if you look at any of the top the top 10, top 8 teams right now, which Navi is obviously a part of, they're the one team where you can use a statement that they are more than a sum of their parts, right? It's not just about individuals, and it's a magic that they're able to pull off, but it's too few and far in between. That's my biggest problem. Sure, major, incredible run. You might call it a fluke. I like to call it an anomaly because they did really play very well there. And again, in London, right, they took down some very big names. Astralis, FaZe, and a VP. And sure, it can be like VP trying to find their feet. FaZe looking a little lost at the end of that particular season, but still, a win is a win. Getting to the finals is still a very commendable effort. Can they build on that? That's a big question.
And building on trying to find any sort of success is this Furia. And for me, this is, if you don't start to see some form of better play coming out of this team, it's more than alarm bells right now, especially as you just re-signed 2 incredible players.
But you say that, but can it get any worse? Like, can it get any worse for Furia? You're looking at a team that was supposed to contest for trophies. You're looking at a team that was supposed to be a known stable within the playoffs of tournaments. And as you said, Blur, the last couple of years, they've been nowhere to be found. Somehow, some way, they convinced Yuri and Quesarado to stay within that project. Hopefully, they have promised them that we will make changes. We will do everything we need in order to become competitive again, because those two have been delivering for the majority of that time. But I'm still looking at a Furia that the bar has been set so low. So I feel like we can almost only be surprised. We can almost only be turned over to once again come into a point where we can have a conversation about them being a decent team. But for now, it's a big gamble for me. I mean, re-signing that contract for Quesarado in particular.
I mean, maybe his retirement plans are just settled right there, right? Sorted out, hopefully. But I want to see more from just that. I don't want Quesarado just right off into the sunset without any trophies, real trophies to his name. I'm looking at the results just to highlight what I said. Nothing in the top 10 in the past this year. EPL 7th and 20th position, right? You're looking at Chengdu 9th to 12th. You're looking at the major 15th to 16th, and even Kato didn't even make it to the main stage. This is Furia we're talking about. So listen, buddy, now put up a shut up. Now's the time.
Question to you, Pimp, and I'm sure you've got a take for us on this one. Are they the best team in Brazil right now?
They're supposed to be. Are they the best? I mean, if you played an all-Brazil tournament, I'm not even sure they'd win, no, to be completely honest.
They came 5th and get Rio.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. That was almost an all-Brazil tournament. I think they have what it takes, though. I think the player material is still there, obviously, with Quesarado and Yuri. I hope that you're right when you're saying that Fallen now takes full lead on this project, that he still has it in him to lead a team like this. Jason, obviously, who's going to cast the game later, knows Fallen better than we do, and hopefully he can testify to that as well, that it's a man who has a vision and a man that people will listen to and you're willing to fight for. I'm just not sure whether or not, as you said, Quesarado, Yuri, are they looking at this Furia project as a retirement plan, or are they looking to stay because they've been promised that we will make changes that is needed in order to get us back where we want them? So the whole attitude, the whole energy they're coming out with, I'm going to pay very close attention to Furia, obviously at this tournament, but the first couple of months, the next couple of months, to see whether or not it's a team that I can count on for 2025.
Well, I want to pay close attention to the Veto that's coming up and see what maps we're going to get within this series. And I guess we have to look at what is your hopes here for Furia, because we do seem very negative right now for them.
I feel like for Navi, obviously it's going to be either Dust 2 or Mirage, and the usual bands coming in, Anubis and Vertigo there. So yeah, Dust 2 and Mirage should be the pick coming in from them. Nuke for Furia, it's been their go-to every single time. But Navi, they've shown they can play this map as well.
Definitely.
It's not a bad pick for Furia, not a bad pick necessarily for Navi either. The Mirage one comes in, that makes sense. We've seen that over and over again. LXCB loves calling on Mirage, very active, very assertive on the map, likes to be aggressive, likes to be in your face, which should count for a fun match against a team like Furia. And then you have Dust 2 as a decider.
I think Navi are very happy with this. With Mirage and Dust 2 coming to play, even though they haven't played too many Dust 2 so far, if you go back to London, they were looking very, very solid in this map.
And what you have to pay attention to as well is Furia with Art would love this Veto. You know, they'd be like, yes, we got Mirage, we got Dust 2, we got a bit of Nuke. Art loves to play Nuke as well. Furia with
Art's
Fallen,
history, baby. It's not there anymore.
But Furia with Fallen, that's a little bit more, let's say, calm down team, a little bit more assertive team, a team that takes a little more time to go into the defaults and figure out what they want to do. So I'm also a bit worried on behalf of Furia after looking at this Veto.
And in terms of that, though, Furia's picking there, at least for Navi. They've been struggling against the top teams against it, but like we said, we have seen some glimpses where they can play it. So does that mean that this is a chance they could grab this and it's just a smooth 2-0?
I think this could be a very easy 2-0, honestly. It comes down to Nuke, obviously, right? It's a map where... sorry, was it Nuke? It was Nuke coming in. And here's the problem. Like, Nuke and Dust 2 are the two maps where Skulls and Kai were playing different positions as well. So have they had enough time to swap those around? Remains to be seen. I'm going to side with Navi here, and I'm going to say 2-0, actually.
Yeah, I think Navi's going to win the game. I cannot lie. I hope Furia is going to remain competitive throughout the entire match. I hope we get to see a third map. And I also think it could be quite a statement for Furia to already show now that they can be competitive against a team of the likes of Navi. I will say, though, for Navi, when you look at the broad term of this tournament, last time we saw them play, they were in a final. We've seen them win the major. So if we can allow ourselves to expect something from Navi, winning 2-0 against Furia should be a given if they want to win this tournament. So there's a lot of stake for both teams.
Well, we've given our predictions. You guys at home can give yours as well at stcplay.gg. You can have your own idea on where you want to go with this. And obviously the Brazilian fan base is strong, but I wonder, are they going to stick with them the whole way? Is it going to still
I mean, at this point, it's all they got, you know, so they better stick with it. Obviously, Brazil have a lot of players, a lot of talent.
But then Navi have banks, so there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You are the biggest fan, you know, out of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Probably the only one left as well.
I mean, I'm sure they still have a couple of fans out there. I mean, Alexi's got a bunch of friends as well.
Yeah, he's bringing the Finnish flag with him as far as it can go. Long way, long run for this man right now.
I just want to add on to like what he touched upon as well for Navi. You know, a lot of people arguing about them being in a top 5, top 6 team, so to speak. I mean, if you can't take care of a Furia, which still seem kind of clueless as how to approach this game, I mean, then do you really belong there?
True, and I will say for everyone watching and for ourselves as well, take it with a grain of salt. You know, coming out of a player break is always a little bit of a rocky scenario. Teams would have practiced, teams would have held a long player break as well and a long vacation. So the results the first couple of weeks after a player break is always a little bit iffy. So we're seeing early signs, we're seeing symptoms maybe from the teams, from certain players. You can look at a guy like Emma as well. You know, he as an individual will have to perform a little bit better within Navi. Wonderful was slowing down at the later stages in the first part of the season as well. So we can dive into those different parameters and look at, you know, certain signs. But coming out of a player break, it will always be a little bit randomized at the beginning. So we shouldn't make any certain conclusions from the get-go.
One thing that's also changed during the Furia camp, aside from just the player, right, is the coaching staff that's coming, you know. They wanted to move way into a bit of the international in there. Innershine's come in as well. He probably hasn't had enough time, right, to do anything dramatic here. But do you expect anything to change just on that basis?
I think it's going to take a little.
Yeah, could be that it's going to take some time for Furia to figure it out. Not sure what the style of play is going to be. We heard when Art left the team that they were going back to his vision of being aggressive and letting all the players have freedom. We know Fallen is a little bit more by the book as an in-game leader, so I'm curious to see how restrictive some of these players are going to be. And I'm curious to see if players like Kesarado and Yuri can find their form under a system with Fallen, because I think that if they can find a way to still perform at that consistent high level, we saw them perform under with Art for the vast majority of their time in Furia, but with a little bit more structure behind them, with a little bit more support from Fallen, Skulls, you name it. Maybe that's an interesting prospect for the future.
Just remembering Yala as well, just a month and a half prior during the group stage. I know it's just the best of ones, but they were playing really solid in the group stage. Then they head towards the playoffs. I think it was against NIP. He just gets absolutely murdered. And I don't know what went wrong there, but we could see where this was at Kai as well, by the way, right? We could see that this Furia, they still have the pieces, and when the things click into place, they still can be a team which you can be a little worried about if you're facing off against them. The question is, you just can't disappear like that in the important games. And here in this particular tournament in EWC, the first best of 3, opening best of 3 is probably the most important game, because you lose this, that lower run is rough, Max.
Yeah, I would not want to go through that at all if you're any of these teams right now. But for Na'Vi, to touch on them one last time before we go and get ourselves into this game, would it matter if they lost this game? Would you hold much against them, or would you see that as like a real negative of them coming into the season?
It's a bad sign, obviously, you know, losing to a Furia that has been struggling for such a long time, especially considering the ramifications of losing the game, as you said, going into that bracket tomorrow. That's going to be rough for Na'Vi, but as I said before, I think it's too early to make any conclusions. If anything, Na'Vi is fighting to convince me and the rest of the world that they're still a top 5 team. Again, when you look at the roster, you can't really allow yourself to expect them to be a top 3 or a championship winning team. They don't have the player material to do it, yet they have done it, which is very impressive. But for the long run, I'm more looking at symptoms and signs for Na'Vi. So a win would be great, but it's also in the fashion that they're going to beat Furia.
I'm going to say if they lose this opening game, it's just going to be a very bad red mark on their record, honestly. Because if you look at some of the games who had opening games, sure, the favorites struggled a little bit initially, but they're able to bounce back and close things out. You're looking at FaZe, you're looking at G2, for example, against Mongols earlier on. You're going up against Furia with the new player coming in, new coaching staff. They haven't played a single official yet so far. you can't mess this up. You really cannot mess this up. And if you do that, you have to win 4 best-of-1s or 3 best-of-1s, sorry, in a row to qualify for the playoffs. So it's going to be rough for Na'Vi. I'm going to be a little bit more strict with how I hold them up to my standards, so to speak, or rather their own standards. And I feel like they need to convince themselves that they are a team that belong in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike.
Well, I thought I definitely heard the teams cheering and shouting. I thought I definitely heard Furia. But guess what? They're not quite ready just yet. So we're going to go to a break, and then we'll come back, hopefully, with the game for you guys.
Sneaking through the back door of my heart, what you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for. And I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right. And it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know got me to my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound, and I will rise, and I will fly. don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Thank you very much for your patience. We've now got all of the issues sorted out. It's Na'Vi versus Furia in their opening game of the Esports World Cup, Jason. And Na'Vi expected to win this one, but there's a feeling of hope for this new Furia.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird. I think the big thing is the not really knowing what the Furia quantity is going to be, because it's not like people are super hot on Na'Vi in terms of their season after the major victory, right? Like, they were one of the teams I think people kind of sort of expected there was potential for a roster change to come in during the break. They stood pat, obviously. Furia on this side of things brought Skulls in over from Liquid. They've had the coaching change, the shift of different roles as well. Fallen taking control, which has been in place ever since Art's departure a little bit ago. So, I mean, I think for a lot of people, this match just feels like everything's a little bit up in the air from the Furia camp, which is just a huge loss in confidence. But we open up on Nuke. We open up with Na'Vi starting on the CT side.
We'll see how this matchup gets underway. Best of 3 to kick off the EWC. LXCB breaks open that vent and plays close in towards Squeaky Door. He's going to have a lot of presence coming towards him. Kesserado newly resigned and will resign the life of LXCB. Imma falling down. Cello stepping out with it. JL missing shots in the rafters. Still alive and eventually getting taken out by Skulls. Bit now left alone. It's a 1v4 total for Bit, and he has got one already locked in, but couldn't stop Kesserado once he got those Julies in his hands. So a good start here for Furia. Very hot out the top side.
Yeah, great bust through the door, and a good entry provided by Kesserado to allow them to get in, and then obviously you have all that space being taken, wide swings everywhere, and it's really tough for the CTs to put a stop to that. So really good start. 1-0, the all-important pistol around the CT side on Nuke is going to have to struggle to get some economy under their feet, and it looks like they're going to stand pat with the USPs. Bits upgraded to a Deagle, 1 kill for him, so he's going to spend some of that cash. Let's see what they've got in round 2, but really this is Na'Vi looking forward to the first gun round.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time for both of these teams, but it was a couple of minutes ago, let's say maybe half an hour ago, Jacob was saying on the desk of one of his hot takes that, you know, no one's that safe in this Na'Vi squad, perhaps apart from LXCB at the moment. Like, everybody has to kind of play for their spot throughout this season.
I don't know.
Do you agree with that?
No, I think JL and Wonderful are pretty darn safe.
Yeah, I'd say so as well.
I think those guys are standing pretty pat. Yeah, other than that, certainly maybe some questions coming in between the remaining players from there. At the moment, though,
decent amount of damage done by some of these weaker weapons of Na'Vi. Now JL not favored to win that fight against Fallen.
Sure, but you'll take that damage. You'll tank it as you cross those smokes, knowing you have such a superiority of firepower. It's been an interesting start to the Esports World Cup, considering the opening games that we had. We've
had a lot of games.
G2, really close affair against Mongols. Obviously, that was fun watching the new look G2 with Snacks kind of at the helm in place of Hooksy. FaZe had a little bit of a tough time against FlyQuest on map 1.
Had to get the job done at OT.
And then obviously Malsashi was its own little scary 3-mapper that we had.
Imma just ran out of ammo, realized, oh, no bullets left, jumps to his death. Now Bit Big Dig. Can you do anything with it? Planters on the smoke, nice shot from Bit. Ooh, plant is down and confirmed, but Bit is swift to move into the back of the bomb site and then taken out by Yuri. So 2-0 start here for Furia. Decent amount of damage from Na'Vi. And now they're getting in a position where they can start to purchase weapons of their own. So that full buy will be coming up.
Yeah, full buy coming in. Wonderful's not going to have money for the AWP quite yet. That'll come a little bit later. JL's going to be down to that MP9. And obviously, if you go back to some of the big Nuke games that we've seen out of Na'Vi and going back to the major, JL, a very, very solid anchor in that upper bomb site. Likes to stand pat, doesn't rotate too fast, and does a good job managing some of the pressure that comes in that upper bomb site. And we'll see what Furio decides to attack. 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s. And Bid's going to play behind the smoke and ramp, and that makes it so easy as they try and walk through. Beautiful double kill. Can't find Fallen, but damage is done. Information is passed over.
Wonderful can't really stick around and go for that fight either. Mollied back. He has to go up towards Heaven instead. So some ramp room space to play with now for Fury, and in particular Skulls, who can start to move into a position where he can maybe even start to flank on Wonderful. But so much time left in this round for Fury still.
Yeah, plenty of it. But they're looking for a reaction being a man down, and they're not getting it at the moment. They don't even really have a whole lot of utility, considering like how simple that kind of tactic felt of like coming through that smoke towards ramp room. They've used a lot of nades elsewhere to try and put a little bit of trickery into the round, and they're running low on it now. And this pause on the other side has given time for Na'Vi to rotate a player down lower. Ima's going to be down there chilling. He's got smoke flash, waiting patiently. 50 seconds left for Furia to figure out how they want to close this round.
Yuri creeping in towards Hell. Skulls within 45 seconds.
That shift from Wonderful might be a huge mistake.
They've made some space now off the back of that, and that does allow Furia back into this, but Wonderful starting to realize that possibility coming back. Looked like the perfect time, but he gets taken out by Skulls, and Furia with 30 seconds left, now even these numbers out at 3, but they're thinking about that lower bomb site, and if they come here, they've got to deal with Imma, and the Romanian, he's just waiting to strike, realizes he has to drop down into that lower bomb site. 19 seconds, he's inside the darkness. They still have to try and check him. They've got an idea, and they deal with him. 13 seconds left now for Furia. Bomb plant coming through in that smoke, but JL with a headshot might have just sealed the deal here for Na'Vi. Yuri sticking to that plant again, has enough time, but JL does it again. It's Skull's life with no time left, and now he needs to stay alive. He can't go down after the time, otherwise $1,000 in the bank, and JL does so much in that round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, tons of bonus money. Really fortunate with that spam through the smoke, because Imma couldn't slow them down, couldn't put a stop to it. Good find from Skulls. But altogether, not a bad round from Furia, despite the fact that they end up losing it. 4 kills. They get into that lower bomb site. They found a way to pressure them in a 3v4 as well. Yeah. That's not bad, all things considered. So Na'Vi's not out of it just yet.
It is going to be a problem, especially when he gets that little headshot.
Yeah, that little one-tap dink is like, oh, okay, I know who you are now. This is cool.
Great work from JL. Unpredictable positioning.
But look at the buy that's going to have to come in from Na'Vi. Even with all that bonus money built up from JL, he's going to stick on the SMG, letting his teammates get some of the rifles. But, I mean, you got 2 of the SMGs, 2 of the MP9s, 2 FAMAS as well. Nades being picked up where possible. Still a pretty sketchy buy from Na'Vi, so Fury have a chance to respond, but they too really busted in terms of cash.
Yeah, they're struggling. Thanks to JL's last second kill as well.
And if you're Na'Vi, you have to...
Oh, no. It gets even worse for them.
Oh, that's awkward.
Smoke's outside of the map.
Yeah, you hate to see that. I was gonna say, if you're Na'Vi and you know the economy's low, you're probably saying like, hey guys, watch for an upper bust, watch for an explosion, maybe a few Tech 9s on the board, look for that aggressive play.
Look at this, aggressive play indeed from Alexi B inside of that smoke. Yuri's predicting this kind of movement though. He's got a read on it. Oh, barrel comes through and Alexi B will fall. JL holds the site for just 1. Turned it out quite effectively. Awkward fight close door, but Kesserado wins it. And Furia now into a 3 versus 1. It's Bit who's made sound now coming up heaven. Doesn't feel comfortable going back into the bomb site via that avenue, and now he'll start to slip away. So that's Furia, upper bust, and a 3-1 scoreline now for them.
A little bit delayed. A little bit delayed on the bust, right? They hit a timing with it, but you have to say, good utility. Door player was completely blinded with no chance at getting anything done. That Alexi B engagement through the smoke is maybe just a little bit unfortunate in terms of where Yuri's positioned, stopping him from coming all the way through.
Considering that round started with a couple of pistols in the mix among the rifles, and the fact that they threw a smoke outside of the map, all in all, that's a very comfortable round win for Furia.
Not bad at all. I know one of the conversations the desk was having is you know, about the leadership of Fallen and you know, how much freedom is going to be given over to players. And I know when I worked with him in Liquid, his kind of philosophy of how he liked to in-game lead was basically giving everyone all the freedom they want. You know, he had the broad strokes. He wanted to have
Is it more suggestions than the calls, maybe?
He's more like, we need to take control of, like, if you go to like Dust 2, like, we need to take control of Catwalk. But he doesn't care how it's done. But it's up to the players entirely.
So they
have that freedom.
Okay.
Do you want to go for a contact play? What's your read in the area of the map that I want you to take? And you get your kind of freedom to do that how you'd like.
Feels like that would require a lot of trust though, right? And with a new roster, maybe that'll take some time to build up that trust as time goes on.
New roster, but he's been playing with them for quite some time. And obviously at this point, if he hasn't built trust in Kesserado, Yuri, and Cello, then there's other issues at play here.
True. I'm sure Skulls is going to be happy speaking Portuguese again after his short stint in Liquid.
I mean, as more information has just seemingly come out and more kind of conversation around that kind of Liquid lineup, I think more than anything, Skulls is probably just happy to be out of such an environment, right? It's not even the Portuguese, although certainly that helps. It's just like within a team that isn't as dysfunctional as the Liquid roster was.
Yeah, well, Bit has just been spotted thanks to the shadows, so they're very aware of his close position here. They're going to try and clear it, but dealing with Bit is another problem altogether. Bit on the double, and now he has JL to act as a distraction as Bit cleans up 3 with a FAMAS. That is the only weapon worth talking about for Na'Vi, and finally it is stopped by Kesserado, but there's 55 seconds left in this round. Na'Vi, unfortunately, only have 3 USPs left, but we've seen stranger things happen, and Wonderful's position is so strong, they just walk right into it.
Yeah, there's no way to clear that. These USPs, weaker weapons, but they've got all the time in the world to slide into awkward spots. And now an M4 picked up. Queserado in a 1v3, and he's going to miss the timing on Wonderful's change of position.
He's got the bomb on his back, but he's only got 30 seconds left in this round. He's worried that Wonderful could still be positioned towards the back of the garage, but he is repositioned intelligently so. Now Queserado with 19 seconds remaining on that clock starts to come in towards this upper bomb site.
And you're going to have to take risks. Like, you're just going to have to make an educated guess. He probably thinks that somebody's pushed in towards lobby, might choose to plant backside, which would obviously make things really easy for Wonderful. And there's the peek, there's the kill, and Na'Vi stay on the board with a second round.
It's going to be very frustrating for Furia to lose that round. You're up against USPs and a FAMAS. It's well played from Na'Vi on the lower bomb side, though. Good teamwork here.
Really good teamwork, and obviously a very important first kill from Bit. You know, he gets that kill on Cello, and that's where JL can actually get involved in the action.
Tactical timeout. Yeah, that's rattled him.
It's probably maybe rattled them a little bit, but more than anything, I think it's about how you want to play this round with the money. It's very spread across multiple players. I think there's like 2 rifles that can be afforded. Someone's got 4,000. Let me check really quick. Yeah, Fury's sitting at 4,000. Queserado at 4,800. There's your AK-47s if you want to buy here. 28 and 2,500 on 2 more skulls down at 1,400. So your buy is going to be a little bit all over the place. And it's kind of like, okay, what resources can we actually pick up? What tools are we going to have to use in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility? And that lets him know where in the playbook he can actually look to find the winning recipe.
Well, they've taken the timeout. They've come up with this purchase. An AK-47 for Queserado and Yuri as predicted.
Ops out in the hands of the Na'Vi defense on Wonderful.
And he is going to want to wield that instantly towards outside. Smokes shattered open. Wonderful peers behind it, but not too any information. Now worried about the possibility of a player up on top of main. Emma just being a nuisance towards Squeaky. Player in close position gets caught by that Molotov. He has to get away from that. And Queserado brought down to 5 HP.
And that Molotov doesn't go anywhere where Furia was really hoping it would go towards. It just kind of stops out in the open. Nobody can come through. Yuri's picked off Wonderful. That's the op down. They lost eyes on the drop on towards Garage.
Oh, Emma spamming down. He's getting close to dishing out some damage in towards the back of that Squeaky smoke, but none connecting. And 1 minute and 7 seconds left. Furia hold the player advantage, but they don't have a whole lot of space to play with. And they've lost some health. In particular on Queserado, who's actually had to offer that AK now on over to Skulls instead. I know him. He's been wanting to do this all round long, and now he gets his chance. Fallen detects that push forward.
And that's Bit signal. Bit signal to start kind of getting an idea of getting aggressive in towards lobby. A late
JL
round
comes
clutch.
Yeah, sick play from Na'Vi. 3 players, 1 pushing through ramp, 1 through hut, 1 through Squeaky, and now Alexi B covers off the main entrance. Yuri takes out Emma, and Alexi B needs to trade this. And it's not so clean. Fortunately for Alexi, he did have JL somewhat close by, and Cello falls at the hand of Bit. So this round started with a Fury advantage and will finish with the Na'Vi 3rd round that ties this game up.
Yeah, but they forgot about the op. No one can recover it. No one's close by towards credit outside to pick up that AWP. So
He's got money at least.
They lose that. They got to respend it, which always hurts.
Yeah, does hurt. But fortunately for the side of Na'Vi, they don't have to deal with a buy going up against them in this round. Fury are down to 2K average. Likely to see a full eco from Furia, maybe a couple of P250s here and that. And this should now be Na'Vi heading into the lead to kick off Nuke. It was oh so long ago that we found ourselves looking at the Veto on the desk. The Veto is Nuke, which was Furia's map pick up first, then Mirage, which is the pick of Na'Vi, and Dust 2 to decide if we need it.
Oh, that could be spicy.
Yeah, that could be real
A little
spicy.
Dust 2 decider. I'm into it. Gets a little weird. Good job from Bit. And this is just a shooting gallery. He gets to essentially deathmatch behind this box. So much safety against pistols with no utility. Pulls out a Tech 9 of his own. Nice and easy. All the advantages. Good round from Bit with a quad kill. And that's Na'Vi taking the lead 4-3.
It would be nice to be able to play a ramp like Bit, wouldn't it? Just it makes it look so easy every single time. Difficult player to go up against. He's always changing his position, always has a different look and way of playing in towards that CT side.
Yeah, you got aim like Bit. You can play things a little bit differently than the average human being.
Yeah, definitely so. Na'Vi did finish the last season with a final at the Blast Spring Finals. I think that was kind of their best result outside of the major, wasn't it? It was just getting to another final and finishing on somewhat of a strong note.
After the major win, I mean, the whole conversation around the Fluke win, if they can repeat that kind of success, I know it had to have been getting to them. Good find from K-Serrata around the smoke. And I think that kind of final blast in London, despite not winning it, was sort of like, okay, yeah, we still can reach these levels. We can still hit this peak.
Well, JL's timing, as he takes a few steps back, he would have got a kill free onto Skulls. But timing has worked out perfectly here for the Brazilian. Now he's got a bit of a gap to play with. K-Serrata down lower, that's a problem you have to worry about for Navi's defense. It's not a comfortable round here for the CTs.
Skulls is in the lurk position for Furia.
A lot of noise inside of the studio today. Plenty of action going on across multiple streams, and JL streaming his way in behind, still hasn't detected Skulls, who is just waiting ever so patiently.
And he's calling lobby clear right now, which is super dangerous for Alexi B inside the bomb site.
Wonderful, picks off another. It's Yuri that goes down, and Skulls will activate onto Alexi B. Bit falls in turn, and now Furia with 40 seconds left. They've got a player advantage, but they've got to get that bomb down into the site. JL descends down the vent and will fall to Fallen, who now puts that bomb down on the A site. Wonderful, despite getting 2 kills out of this round, is unable to turn the tide in favor of Navi.
And they know his position. Took that shot at K-Serrata, so now they know exactly where he is. They know exactly the timing and what position his next piece of aggression could come from. So there's really no chance of him and no real reason for him to go for this. He's got to just kind of find that kill on Fallen. He's trying to take the op away and back off towards CT spawn, preserve the weapon. Good round from Furia going up and down through the vents. And Navi's defense, the fact that JL never spots Skulls.
That's
like
heartbreaking.
The timing on the move, but also going to squeaky door instead of clearing hut. Like, you know, you'd make that other decision. You find Skulls, free kill. Alexi's alive. You probably rotate down and win the round. But the fact they could never find that lobby lurk made it so difficult for Furia. Or for Navi, excuse me.
Yeah, the information they were piecing together wasn't exactly the correct information.
Because look at that kill from Fallen. He's got the bomb. Like, if he goes down in vents, that's a really difficult round for Fury all of a sudden. But JL's just like, okay, this is just the lurk. Like, the end goal is the lower bomb site. And just at the whole time, Navi struggled to figure out exactly what Fury was going to do. And that's a tendency we've seen from Furia throughout this half so far, is willing to be patient, willing to not make a hard decision on where they want to end immediately, take their time in finding that final play.
A ramp play for Furia. They go right through that smoke, and it's been one hell of a start to the World Cup for Bit, who has been detected so often towards ramp.
I would wonder if this is something they have in research of like a play they want to call, of noticing, you know, Navi sometimes leaves this empty. Let's see if we can test it, because twice walking through that smoke.
And K-Serrata just assassinating the upper bomb site. Alexi B and Emma go down. JL stepping up. Bit has to double up and does exactly that through the control room window. Despite not starting the round at ramp, Bit is still able to deliver impact, defending this lower bomb site. Running out of ammo in that primary weapon. Switches out to the pistol. Couldn't finish off the job, but perhaps that will fall instead to JL. Yuri low on health. That smoke makes it uncomfortable for JL, but he moves into strong position. That gap in the smoke, it looks tantalizing for JL, and he's going to catch the perfect timing, leaving it all on Fallen. The Professor goes down to JL, and it is a 5-4 scoreline as Navi take a small lead thanks to Bit.
I actually love that play that JL just made. You know that player is dinked, who's just thrown the smoke. You know it's likely there's not going to be too much aggression behind it. You find that gap around the left side. You find an avenue to make a play. And man, Furia's got to be furious, because they give away this entrance from K-Serrata. One on Alexi, then he finds Ema 5-on-3, and they cannot convert. Off angle from Bit, and he delivers stellar headshots.
He's had a crazy start to this game. Really hot performance from Bit. Currently looking at a 14-6 scoreline right now for him in particular. And Emma under pressure, under a lot of scrutiny, and that's K-Serrata with some speed, packing a punch into this upper bomb site. Just a punch that'll knock out JL. That bomb site falls. Wonderful! Oh, descends down with a no-scope, and K-Serrata's out of there. What a stylish maneuver from Wonderful. And it's Yuri left in a 1v2, and they're both low, but Wonderful does not care. 6-4. and style points on top for the Ukrainian AWPer.
They needed all of it from Wonderful because we were struggling to hold on to that bomb site hit. Some of those upper busts from Furia so far in this game have been really effective. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of miscommunication in terms of how people are playing different situations. When you think about the K-Serato double entry in the previous round, when you think about Yuri dropping on towards roof, being able to take out Wonderful with the AWP with no knowledge somebody was there. There's a couple details from Na'Vi that I think are slipping out of their grasp, but it's a wonderful sign that they're up 6-4 in a situation like this where it feels like they're not on the same page entirely.
We've seen Bit select this position before. Just playing behind that smoke. Alexi B is going to hear those cross smokes coming through. The steps have fallen now audible as he makes his way towards Secret, but Yuri has stayed silent. He wants to stay secret until now he makes his steps forward to join Fallen on that lower bomb site. Bit is locking down ramp again. Good position for him, but now has to reposition. Fallen in the meantime is coming up to try and get this flank on. Wonderful not reading this, not predicting this, and this could be very effective for Fallen because no one is considering the fact that this is a possibility. Fallen could get a double kill from this, takes out Wonderful, sees Bit, and he manages just one this time, Bit. It is falling apart here for Na'Vi in this round, and it is Furia piecing it together.
I mean, this just goes back to what I just mentioned, like some kind of, they're on different pages, like not communicating as well, it's not flowing, because we just opened up this round of like, oh, Alexi B hears those cross smokes, footsteps running across, and yet no one addressed the lower bomb site. No one even had eyes on it.
So strange.
And Fallen's able to walk all the way through to grab a free kill and then put Bit into an impossible situation.
Not only did they not address the lower bomb site problem, no one was even intermittently checking behind them.
No one looked like they had a care in the world.
Yeah, no one even was thinking about, it could be someone
on like some kind of a timing, like maybe
yeah.
every 4 seconds I should just check down here.
Fully banked on that ramp play being the only one, but does not work out here for Na'Vi. Works out very well indeed for Furia because that's some lifeline. Now at the end of this half, they have a great chance to tie things up, and this could have ended up being an 8-4 scoreline for Na'Vi exiting the first half of play. But Furia right back into a very strong half here.
It's 2 rounds in this half won by Furia where they've had a majority of Tech 9s, right? We saw it earlier in the half with an upper bust. We saw that upper bust almost work again outside of the heroics of Wonderful. And then obviously this one with Fallen lurking through that lower bomb site and backstab in ramp room. 5-6, Furia looking for an even scoreline on their T-side Nuke.
Solid opening map here for Na'Vi and Furia. Wonderful going out towards red. Some aggression this time for Wonderful, and he isn't stopping. That flash could be effective, but he dodges it. He sees it long enough to get away with it. And Wonderful is looking to be an absolute nuisance here for Fury, but they've dodged him. They've taken a pathway that allows them to get into secret, and they've traded positioning. Wonderful starts to think about this possibility. He's not seeing anybody until that smoke fades away. He takes out Yuri, goes back to cover off Cello, and it's very effective for Wonderful to kick off this round. It puts Furia down to just 3 players. And this could end up, well, it should be 7-5 now for Na'Vi.
And yeah, you can see they were trying to pinch into this upper bomb site, right? They were trying to wait for this smoke to fade over towards door and be able to attack into it with a pinch from Mini, but that ain't happening anymore. And Fallen's off. Not a great weapon to try and find an opening towards this upper site. Spots a leg, has information. There's Wonderful for a 1-for-1, but on top, this defense is way too strong.
K-Serato left alone, but Bit will crush him. What a strong performance from Wonderful in Bit, and it leads Na'Vi to a 7-5 lead at the half. Na'Vi lead the way versus Furia here in their opening game of the Esports World Cup. It's an expected result for Na'Vi to take the victory today against this Furia side, but that was a very close affair, and I'm really enjoying the Counter-Strike we're seeing out of the break here, Jason.
Honestly, it feels almost like lucky that Na'Vi have a 2-round lead, considering some of the mistakes and some of the disorganization it felt like I was watching. And I think if we talk to the Na'Vi guys after the series and ask them about Nuke, they're like, yeah, CT side, we played like absolute crap. We were not on the same page, but look, they still come out with the lead, and now they get to test their offense into the Furia defense.
Well, speaking of tests, Cello has one right now, and he does not pass. He gets absolutely destroyed by Wonderful.
But give him like a phone a friend, right? Get someone like
help.
Anyone.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cello, he's left out to dry. And it is very hot here in Riyadh. It's going to be Fallen taking Alexi B out of that with grenade. It lands perfectly. Numbers even out again. Na'Vi in this post plant looking to defend the onslaught of CTs, looking to try and retake this. One Skulls goes out decon and is decapitated. Is JL with that big headshot. Wonderful gone. Yuri following up. And a 2v3 here for Na'Vi. Suddenly down to just Imma and Bit to close this one out.
No
and
kit.
there's time, but yeah, it is starting to tick. And that big headshot from Bit is certainly going to help matters here for Na'Vi, because they are just absolute nuisances at this point. Imma get back in, gets around the corner, and time is now ticking. 2-5 for Kesarada to win this round. Na'Vi will take themselves the pistol to kick off this second half.
Yeah, really good start. Really well done on the pistol round as well. Swarming into that lower site. Cello all on his own. Can't hold back all the Glocks. And solid post-plant position means even though the players in the site go down, you have control of window and stairs, and it's no big deal. You can just hold Furia off that defuse the entire time. That damn smile.
Yeah, that's where it all started. And now, I don't think Furia are going to be smiling. It's just USPs and a P250. I think that's another talking point towards the end of last season as well, was the reason Na'Vi won the major was a large part with the MVP performance of JL, right? And he didn't really keep up that major MVP performance throughout the rest of the season. But he did kind of return to form in London.
It was solid. Nothing obviously, as you said, approached that. I think another big one, the desk mentioned it as well, was also Wonderful, who had an insane performance back in the major as well in Copenhagen. Wonderful clutches with the AWP, just good solid performances, good picks. And even he fell off a little bit too, and that's, I mean, you have to assume like that's natural. Like the step up in performances individually in Copenhagen was outrageous.
Yeah, there's obviously the conversation at the time was maybe they won the major a little bit too early. It's an awkward setup inside a ramp.
Playing whack-a-mole.
But it's cleaned up, and the Moles do not win this time. There's a recovered weapon for Skulls, so he's going to back off into the corner. In the meantime, Alexi B is putting that bomb down inside of the A site, and Wonderful defending against Kesarado. Skulls will be up next, and Wonderful will collect him. So 9-5. Na'Vi with a strong, quick start into the second half. The final will get Furia purchasing up into the weapons again.
They can come back into this pretty quick, Furia, though. This first round is everything to get a little bit of momentum, get some money behind them as well. Let's see what they can do with it. Won't have the AWP in the field of play either, as we saw as well from Na'Vi. Took them a few rounds to get that AWP out in the hands of Wonderful. Problem is, at the moment, for the Furia side of things, you got nobody who's able to really keep up and match with Bit, who's got 19 kills. Wonderful's got 17. Those two guys, as a pairing, are just decimating you. 4-round deficit, and Furia's getting aggressive towards ramp room.
Oh, Cello inside of that smoke, very close to JL. He'll be able to smell his perfume at this point. And Fallen, ready to fire the flash in. That should activate Cello. Good flash in back down, completely blinded, but Cello took a little longer than expected to take that kill. JL started to become unblinded by the time his opportunity presented itself. So 5v4. Na'Vi crossing extra players outside, and that deconstruction of the smoke is only temporary, so Na'Vi able to cross behind it safely now, getting towards Secret, dodging the spam, and safely making their way through.
I really like that setup that they did with Cello getting aggressive and Fallen flashing for him from deep, because they don't have a lot of nades in utility. So making a play with what utility you do have, and it's giving you an advantage here. Really, really cool way to set that up. And now we have Na'Vi just kind of lurking through Secret at the moment. Furia's pretty stagnant on the map. Fallen's coming down from ramp room to kind of peek towards lower. You've got Cello down there as well. Cello's only got 2 kills at the moment. Didn't notice that one of them in this round. But he's got a chance to add a few more to the tally as 3 Na'Vi members circle his location.
Yeah, for the first time on this game, we've got Cello looking to say hello. He's got himself a kill on Wonderful. Big round from Cello. You'll get an important double. Most of his teammates need to step up, but Na'Vi coming out, swinging and fighting and getting into that lower bomb site. His numbers are now evened out with just enough time to put that bomb down comfortably and get away. Bit follows up with a headshot on Yuri and Furia. This is a disastrous round for them. They were in a powerful position, but it just stopped working out. And Na'Vi are now looking to reach double figures on the scoreboard as the desperate lead back in is cancelled because Casterado and Skulls realize they can't win this one.
I think it's a horrible defensive setup in the lower bomb site, or maybe just protocols and how you react to it. Cello obviously kind of struggled a little bit on top of that silo to connect with a kill, does get one. I think Fallen is way too committed to being like a hardcore teammate and supportive teammate. Out in the open, you've got 2-3 choke points. You've got to worry about the window and the doors on control side, decon as well. And Fallen just gets completely caught with no ability to have an impact. And that is, as you said, a disaster for Furia.
And they could have crawled their way back into this game, and now it is going to be much more difficult because you look at the money situation here for Furia. It's not like they have a buy to rely upon to fall back on. So the most likely scenario now is 11-5 for Na'Vi, and they are starting to push their way towards a nuke victory here. It's a good opening move. Cello fortunate actually to get the kill in the end. Yeah, this setup just gets cleaned out. Fallen just exposed to absolutely everything.
All right, well, now we got to do it the hard way. Pistols and an MP9 on Cello.
It's a half investment. Fury leaving money for the next round. They get a full buy. They can keep a couple of these Na'Vi players modest. Emma is going to make his way towards Secret. If he would continue, there are two players on this lower side of the map waiting for him. It's Yuri and Cello looking to combine. But Emma has pumped the brakes because the next action from Na'Vi is taking ramp control, and they are doing so silently and undetected by any players of Fury because there's no one here. They found a great amount of space.
There's no one here, but there is a double setup downstairs. Kind of a very similar setup to what ruined Furia attacking Secret earlier when Bit had that Sade from Moss and got a triple kill with it. You have a similar kind of exchange here. Cello with an MP9, Yuri waiting to bait after that first contact. But Na'Vi's just going elsewhere. They're not going to fall into the trap. Ima's there kind of slowly probing into it, but he can take his time because the main thrust of this is coming from ramp room.
He's taking his time.
And they're just being quiet the whole way. Na'Vi's not giving up any information. Ima's going to find it at this point.
Oh, Cello's head just ducks down, spots out Ima. But is very aware of the possibility of a second player being in that position. Now Wonderful opens those doubles doors, tries to get that kill in towards the back of the doorway. Cello doing a good job at staying alive, but now time is a factor for Na'Vi to consider. So they put that bomb down. Now the pressure is completely on Furia to pull this one back. And so far, so good. 2 kills, pulled back. They're charging down Ima. They trade him out eventually. It's now JL and Bit, sure, with better weapons, but those AKs, they've been picked up off the floor. And the spoils of war may work in favor here for Furia. Lack of kit is a problem.
It's done.
And they are locked out by that smoke. They have a grenade to blow it open, but they need this kill on JL, and he holds down just one. Bit now in a position at control room where he can take out the ramp player, and he's in a very good spot to try and deny the defuse. They're going to stick it, but the time is gone, and Bit has won this, just staying alive for Na'Vi.
I was going to say, it's planted backside. That could actually get a little bit sketchy, but no kid. Probably didn't have time for the defuse and gets off it anyways. Ooh, a little bit of a tense round. Furia almost pull a rabbit out of the hat. With all the disadvantages, they come up with the kills. But Bit and JL are able to outlast. That is a very, very fortunate smoke to have at the end of the day. Let's call it that. Dropping it on the stairs, and I was like, no. As soon as that smoke boomed, it's like, this round's done. Like, I'm surprised they even got the trade on that.
And Bit with the Glock just closes out, makes it look nice towards the end there. And this could be a very quick victory for Na'Vi, considering the second half performance, and they're going to be very happy with the T side.
And considering the back and forth nature of that first half as well.
True.
Okay, Fallen and Cello both picking up an op. So double op set up right out of the gate.
Well, it seems like they're out of options at this point. You know, you got to start winning rounds. So double op setup, let's see if this works out.
So Cello, I would imagine, would be towards ramp room. Fallen is going to be outside a little bit more roamy with his AWP, probably mobile around the map.
Well, that's exactly where Cello's going. Good eye for the game, Jason. Let's see what Cello can do with that sniper. No one coming towards him this time. Last round was all about ramp for Na'Vi. This time, No one even thinking about it because it's all about charging through height. Skulls gets one. Effective flashbangs coming in for Na'Vi. Ketsurata completely blinded. Only good for one, but Yuri has arrived and has put it all onto Wonderful. So a 1v3. He's up against 2 snipers and a low HP Yuri. There's a chance if he can get that heaven kill, but Cello nails the shot when given the chance.
Now, they never spotted the second op. I mean, that's kind of, if you're Furia, that's the kind of round you really didn't want to have happen, so it's kind of good on them for winning it in terms of you've invested in this double op setup, you have one outside, one in ramp room, and they actually hit towards upper. They're not doing the lurk towards secret and getting, you know, you don't have the chance for Fallon's op to get involved. But seeing Cello with an op would Na'Vi make the assumption that there's a double op setup. You know, Fallen's the one to normally hold on to it. Do you make that guess, or do you kind of play as if it's a single AWP defense at the moment? But that has to be the launching pad for Furia, that victory right there. This has to be the round that gets them to build some momentum and come back into this. Plenty of money on the Na'Vi side for another buy.
And this is also their first timeout being used. So the first time Blade has had his 30 seconds here.
Yeah, he's been able to be pretty chill.
Yeah, he's just relaxing.
And like tactically, like this whole game has felt in control for Na'Vi outside of a few communication errors in terms of how players are set up, who's watching what, who needs to be watching what position is exposed. But the fact that you're able to work through those problems in the first half and even lead with a lead, it lets you keep those timeouts.
And now look at the decision for Na'Vi. They've gone all in, and it's not a pretty all in. It's 1 AK, 1 Galil. The rest are on Tech 9. It's a good start for Yuri through the smoke. Alexabi stood no chance in dealing with that. And now they'll get that confirmation that Fallen has the AWP in his hands. JL bit left in a 2 versus 5. And this buy has not worked out for Na'Vi whatsoever.
No, but finding the, I mean, the unfortunate thing is you're not going to buy in the next round if you're Na'Vi, but that knowledge of the double op setup being on the board allows you to kind of tactically look at your options in terms of what you want to do. So you now have a pretty critical piece of information of how the defense is going to be operating. So Alexabi, that's everything he needs as an IGL is the intel to see what he can call up against it. Bit's got a minute to save this AK-47.
Well, everybody at home, time to get comfortable.
Yeah, go get some popcorn. How's your break, Dinko? How's the player break? You moved.
Yeah, I did. I moved, checked out a new city, started new hobbies, you know, been climbing, ruining my fingers. I feel like all the casters these days are climbing now, Jason. We're all going to be like spider monkeys.
When you say all, you mean
all
three.
all the cool ones.
Okay,
All the cool casters are doing it these days.
Right.
Even Alex does it, you know.
Is Alex getting into it too?
Well, he does it sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's one of those things.
Sure.
What about you, Jason? Did a lot of gardening and a lot of adult life?
Yeah, I did. I missed Counter-Strike. At the end of like the 3rd week, I was just like, this is weird.
I wonder how relatable gardening is to the fan base at home. How many people you reckon garden in the CS community?
There's tons of us out there, Dinko. Tons of us green thumbs out there in the world.
Green thumbs. Well, that's your minute over. That's it. That's all we had to suffer through. And Bit actually saved the AK.
He did.
He actually succeeded in doing so. Now, with how Bit has been playing, having a hero AK, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, a good conversation to have, and also just an element of danger where you can kind of whittle down some of the money. Maybe you can take an AWP away at some point. Maybe you can find an opening kill and allow some of the pistols to slide into a gap. Unfortunately, I think Na'Vi was pretty much at 1900 across the board around that AK-47. So I don't even know if there's going to be deagles. There's one Tech 9 on Wonderful to try and be able to pick up what Bit can provide.
Cello.
But it really is the AK-47, and that's it.
And they're charging towards the sniper. Missed shot for Cello. Got to be a little bit worried now as he's going to drop down into that lower bomb site, break out the window, and play from double doors instead. This time it's a quick rotation from Yuri to come and help him. Missed shot again from Cello. Eventually you'd imagine he'd get punished. Shot lands. This time it's not enough damage to bring down Wonderful. He eventually has to switch out to the pistol to get that job done. And Bit's AK finally strikes, but it is only a single kill, and there's not much going here for Na'Vi.
Not bad from Cello, not clean in any way, but
he's still alive.
He's done a really good job of kind of avoiding some of the danger, maneuvering to find some kills. Bit will get the plants. Cello will live, and the double op setup survives into the next round.
He took like 15 shots, and I don't think he got... Did he get a kill with the op?
He did. Not with the op. He cleaned it up with a pistol. We don't need to talk
That's
about
actually
that.
pretty impressive, honestly.
We don't need to talk about that.
Oh, we'll probably get a replay to see it. Nice quick shot from Bit, but the rifle is coming. There he did. Go on.
Oh, he
Go
did,
on,
yeah.
Alexi, yeah.
Not bad.
There's so much chaos.
There was a little bit of chaos.
11-8. This scoreline suddenly isn't looking as one-sided as it once was. As Furia once again open up a chance to get back into Nuke. This could be Navi's chance for 12. Cello up on top of the AWP, still towards ramp. Navi will be very aware of that double up setup now. Rather just hoping, praying he's going to get something through that smoke.
It's pretty chill across the map at the moment. Even Navi was like, let's just wait for like 20 seconds. Let's not do a whole lot.
But given the nature of the Esports World Cup, we've got so many esports going on, people are probably hopping between streams, Jason, but hold that thought. I was about to start the conversation, but Inlet's about to end it. It's falling, strikes into his back. Bit to remove Yuri, and Skull's lobby push comes at a perfect time. So close to a double kill, but JL is very fast on that headshot, keeps Navi with 3 players apiece, and Bit is starting to wrap around the back of Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen's outpositioned here, and he doesn't seem aware of it whatsoever. He's trying to cover Mini for Quesarado, who's in that upper bomb site all on his own, so he's not going to be checking anything in this direction, and Bit has found a way to wrap around outside. He can pause and wait and look for rotations, but if that AWP never has to move, he'll never find the opportunity. Now Cello's aware. Timing of his rotation is going to be fast.
Good awareness from Bit. Great movement to dodge the possibility of an up shot. And he climbs up. Cello's faster to the top of the ladder. It's going to be a close fight in the no-scope from Cello. Quesarado cleans up the rest. And it's 9 rounds for Furia as they are really back in this game now.
Yeah, good play from Cello. I mean, just playing so passive on ramp room towards the halls, towards under ladder, allowed him to get a jump on that play from Bit. Once he has that intel, that's a very aggressive play, and he knows exactly what he needs to do, which is protect Quesarado's back. And Furia still fighting in this game, 9-11. It's been 4 rounds straight.
And now the money for Navi is back down to pistols again. A little bit of utility here, blowing open that door at Squeaky as Bit, and he's starting his charge down towards ramp. And Bit's obviously cooled down a bit here on the T side as well. Cello heating up. He might have a lot of players coming towards him in a few moments. Ramp is certainly the objective for Navi. Cello, not with that secondary sniper. He's got the AK this time, and that is the better weapon to stop this ramp push as they're coming in, but the flash is so good. Fallen's got that quick rotate to try and help, and what a shot from JL. That deagle rips right through Fallen, and Cello, how good is he? Can he hold this? JL, he's the first to peek, and no one else following up, so Cello is able to get away with it.
A little bit of trickery, breaks the glass, repositions, stays close up. Man, I remember a JL deagle. That's nasty onto Fallen. And now they can pause and wait over in ramp room. A problem that they have to find is, like, it's so restricting to feel like you have to go underneath heaven, play from hell, but also you don't have the utility for control side doors, nothing for control side windows, but you do have the AWP in Wonderful's hands. And that can be just as good as a smoke.
He's clearing so many strong positions at the moment. They can just post him up. But Cello's peek through the control room. They know exactly where he is, but he is still dishing out death. And Cello finally taken out by Alexis B's Deeg. And they're coming to try and respond to this one. Furia trying to get back into the side. Has to be a retake now. And they have got kits, but they haven't got utility. There's 2 flashes left. That's all they've got.
Skulls need to be patient, wait for his teammates to arrive. Waiting on the stairs, they both come down vents, but look at this trap set up. That door is going to spring open on Wonderful shot.
Wonderful misses the shot, door swings open, Bit gets the double with the tech. And it is Furia to collapse to pistols. Navi find map point on Nuke.
Man, that's just a slow, creepy, crawly hit towards that lower bomb site once they take control of ramp room. And once again, kind of like the pistol, Cello really didn't get a whole lot of backup down there. Playing control side, seeing bodies a number of times. Fallen is usually the player in support, obviously. He's eliminated, and nobody else took up that mantle.
Yeah, he got big time eliminated. It looked like a good setup. You know, Cello doesn't die first. You're surely going to get one from Fallen at least. But JL hits a monstrous deagle.
That might have just bailed them out. Navi was really struggling to put rounds on the board to find success on this T side.
Oh, Fallen good advanced positioning. This time gets revenge on JL.
All right, Fallen rotating back now outside. Good. This is the most mobile we've seen Fallen so far in this game with this AWP, in this half, I should say. Still controlling the situation pretty well. Wonderful, peering over the top, seeing absolutely nothing.
Ooh, wonderful. Can't deal with the speed of Fallen in that crossover. It looks so good for the Na'Vi sniper. And we thought it might have been curtains from Furia here, but they have found some life thanks to those 2 openers from Fallen. Under a minute left as Na'Vi start to regroup with their final 3. They're going to be going back into the lobby. Still time to make something happen here. They got a lot of utility as well, Jason.
Yeah, they really do. And actually, I mean, Furia's left ramp room open. They've just said, well, we'll defend the lower bomb site. You guys can have a ramp. At this stage in the round, we don't really necessarily care about it. Smoke off towards Dark, and all of a sudden, that is the only option really available for Na'Vi. Outside has been shut down. Upper has been blocked off. So you come into an empty ramp room. Now you'll be able to put utility down. They have the smoke, they have Molotovs as necessary to move into this bomb site to lock Serato and Cello out.
It's just the time now. 20 seconds left. Na'Vi, you gotta get a move on into that lower bomb site. You gotta be very fast at deploying this utility.
You can do a lot of things in 20 seconds, Dinko.
Well, I'm sure you know about that, Jason. Now Lexi B and Emma charging their way into the lower bomb site. 9 seconds. Molotov clears out the back of the bomb site. Cello plays a double, but it's all about Serato looking to try and pounce as the Panther denies the bomb plant, but they don't even go for it.
Yeah, I guess you can't. I guess you need 22 seconds.
Yeah, 22 seconds, right? You know, that's more the ballpark of getting something done.
That's really anticlimactic.
I was ready for like the hero stream from Serato.
Anything really.
No, just nothing. No, that was disappointment.
Well, timeout called after that round comes to a very flat finish.
Well, it's now looking like overtime is a real possibility for Furia, and Lexi B starting to wipe some sweat off his head because it is an uncomfortable position to be in now for Na'Vi.
Still 2 rounds to play with. I think the awkward thing mostly is going to be the money. Bit's got plenty of cash though as he drops some weapons over. Furia's love in the fact they hold on to it. Good round from Fallen. A lot of impact. This is a risky peek as well coming out. That flash.
I thought Wonderful had him dead to rights.
I did too. The flashbang he throws, there's like a good couple of seconds after it. I don't even think Wonderful got blind, just wasn't quite back at the angle to plant his feet and feel comfortable on the shot and ready for it. So well done from Fallen with a double kill with the AWP. And now a little bit of aggression outside, spotted by Ema, so might slow things down.
Ooh, Bit's looking for his 30, and he's got him with that headshot on Serato, but he is not going to be happy with it. He would have wanted that second. At least information, there was a double setup in towards main, and that does allow Emma to feel more comfortable making his way down lower.
Dirty 30 from Bit. Been a minute since we've seen that. This kind of a performance from him. Alexi gets in towards Secret as well. Couple players are there, 2 more to attack into Cello at ramp room.
Yeah, he's quite commonly played this spot, and he's here again. It's kind of uncomfortable now for Cello. He swings the fight, he's taken out. Yuri on the lower bomb site, tit for tat. And it's going to result in Furia being 1 player ahead, but Fallen is starting to strike. It's another kill, this time on JL, putting it all on young Wonderful to pull off a 1v3 with a bomb not in his possession.
We've had to talk about Cello so much in this second half, which is crazy to think when you consider he came into it with like 1 kill. Came into this half with 1 kill, and he's had a lot of pressure sent his way, whether it's ramp room, whether it's the lower bomb site. He's clawed himself up to 12, but he's had so much attention on him, it's almost impossible not to.
It feels like he's had impact even without getting kills, right? Like just being a presence at times has been enough distraction to set up the others of his squad. 30 seconds, and obviously Wonderful's calling this one off. He can't pull it off at all.
No, there's nothing he can really do. Bomb is down as well, so yeah, Furia is going to have 1 chance to take this into overtime.
Wow, I really didn't see this one happening. It felt like when we got into the second half with the start Na'Vi had, it just seemed like it was going to be smooth sailing straight through Nuke. Take us into map 2.
It's that kind of like, it's that kind of almost like a mirage of the fact that, you know, you win those early rounds on the T side and you have such a big lead, but then the money starts flowing for the CT side. Then the utility starts coming. Then, as we saw, the double op setup from Furia. Now, it's weird because they had that double op setup for, what, like 3 or 4 rounds? I don't think it was like immensely successful in any meaningful way. Like a couple, like Cello got 1 or 2 nice kills with it, but other than that, I mean, it was rifles during that sequence that was closing things out for Furia.
Oh, it's back. back in the game again, and let's see if Cello can get the job done if he's playing towards ramp. It's like he's switching between. There's an M4 down as well, so obviously they've invested everything into this. If he needs to go back and switch out to that M4, that's a possibility.
Really haven't seen Na'Vi test the upper bomb site directly throughout this half. A lot of it has been trying to wheel around through mini, taking control of outside. A lot of it has been attacking towards ramp room. Upper's been able to kind of chill those defenders, but I think that's not going to be the case in this final round. Let's see if Na'Vi can catch Furia maybe snoozing of saying, they're not really attacking upper, we can take a resource away from that. 3 players outside at the moment for Furia. Caserado just slides back in through mini towards vent. 1 player up in the rafters, that's Skulls. And Fallen is here now. So they've seen no presence on the extremities and they're thinking something's up.
And they're probably going to be thinking the same thing you were about the fact that Na'Vi haven't directly tested this upper bomb site, so they're starting to get information with that push forward. This is a weird, I don't see this every day, Jason.
They've created this timing though. They just dumped utility to delay at the upper bomb site. Fallen's in trouble, he's got the first.
Yeah, close shot, sure, but now they're going to be running into the secondary op, and Cello this time impales the Lexi, but Na'Vi, that's the bomb down. 34 seconds, fire tickles the feet of Cello, and he needs to get out of there. 30 seconds for Na'Vi to decide where they want to go with this one, and whether or not this is overtime or it is victory for Na'Vi on map 1.
And Yuri's already dropped down below. So they have both bomb sites covered. Caserado at upper, Yuri on lower. And Cello is going to be here in support.
Yeah, from heaven to hell, he'll snipe away. Caserado staying at the back of the bomb site, unable to get a single kill, and Cello topples at heaven. It is Yuri in a 1v3, and he has to retake this site, and they know he's likely coming from that lower bomb site. Wonderful takes his head off, and Na'Vi start off their affair here at the Esports World Cup with a map 1 victory over Furia.
Yeah, but it's not super pretty. I don't think they're going to be ultra pleased with the performance, but with the result, for sure. We've got the boys in the desk ready to go.
Thank you very much, Moses and Dinko. Map 1 is out of the way, and that might have been a little bit too close for comfort, especially with some of the numbers Na'Vi individuals are dropping, and it still wasn't comfortable.
It was a close game, you know, much closer than I think we thought coming into it. Obviously, being the map pick of Furia, we expected them to come in and have some sort of a game plan, and I think we both agreed that the T side of Furia had a lot of options. It looked good, you know, and they had a lot of options to get more than just the 5 rounds. A couple of misplays, a couple of heroics coming in from JL and bit in that first half kept Na'Vi in control of the game, but overall, Furia seemed much better looking on that T side. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite capitalize. Again, I'm looking at the opening kill department as well. They win that duel 14-8 and you still lose the map. So despite a lot of stuff going right for you, for Furia, you're still not able to win the map, your own map pick, you're winning the opening duels. At that point, it's like, what more do you need?
I feel, adding on to that, right, I think this tale of 2 players for me in this particular game. Like, obviously, the first time, as you pointed out as well, Furia, I really like the patience being shown there. It's the complete antithetical approach to what Art would probably call for back in the day, right? They were very slow, very patient, and they were punishing Na'Vi CD side. But Na'vi CD side, for me, it felt like it was predicated purely on individuals trying to make plays, trying to, you know, find an opening by themselves. The comms are lacking as well, and they're getting punished for it. But JL, wonderful, and especially Bit with those hero plays coming in. And Bit, man, dropping 30 kills. I mean, if you don't win a game off of that, it's terrible. But I do want to give a shout out to Cello, because one thing we saw was that first half, T side, 1 kill. Switching over to CT side for the very first time, they put him on ramp. He used to be the upper bomb side player. Instead, like, hey, Skulls, you're playing with Liquid on the upper bomb side of Nuke. Guess what? We're going to give you a comfort spot here. Cello, you're playing ramp. And he delivered with the op, with the rifle, very controlled. A little unfortunate in the end for Furia, but all in all, yeah, Na'Vi got the job done. But Furia, that was actually a very good attempt.
Would you say that this was better than what you expected from Furia from the start of this?
Yeah, 100%. Like, the T side especially, man. Like, the calling was very well done. It seemed like everyone was on the same page. And considering the fact they're going up against Na'Vi, it's a debut game coming in with Skulls as well. I think they put up a great effort overall. It's just this tiny little, I wouldn't even call it mistakes, but good timing being found by players like Wonderful, like JL to turn around on its head in what looked like an unwinnable situation for Na'Vi.
It's one of the consequences when you're playing a good team like Na'Vi, when you're going up against quality players like, as you said, Wonderful. You had Bit showing up on that CT side, Jail with a couple of heroics rounds on the inner bomb side. I agree with Blur that when you look at the game plan, when you look at how they addressed it, and when you look at the quality of some of the calls that came out from Fallen, the idea were definitely in place. The calls were the right thing to call, but sometimes you also, lack that little bit of powers from some of your individuals. You spoke about Cello having a resurgence in the second half. Yeah. First half, fracking department-wise, he was nowhere to be found. Had he had a better game on that T side, we know Cello to be aggressive, to be a can opener, to be creating space for his players around him. He was nowhere to be found in that first half. So it's one of those things where you had a lot of stuff going right for you, opening kill department, calling, but there was also a couple of players that kind of dropped the ball in the first half that could have given Furia a bigger leeway going into the second.
I mean, if you look at the final round as well, in the 3v3 right there, where I think Cello and Fallen did a very good job shutting it down towards ramp, right? They have Case Serrado on upper bomb side, Cello towards heaven with the AWP, and they didn't get a single kill.
The read is right.
Everything's perfect. You just need to hit his shots and bangs. End of the day, it's still a FPS, or the first-person shooter. You got to shoot some heads, and a couple of those rounds, they slipped up.
And in terms of looking at what Na'Vi were doing, though, where we look at the individuals, you said they were making plays. Normally at the moment, when I say Na'Vi performing well, it's when the team comes together and play as a unit. So is this a direction you didn't expect them to be going?
I mean, you can never count on Bit to drop a 30 bomb, especially not with the impact he was having on that T side, his Tech 9 round in the force buy, and those very high impact moments that he had throughout the game. Bit is very inconsistent, I think is a fine word to use right now. Yeah. He has those games where he's dropping off, and he's also having games where he's not really finding impact. I agree with you. Normally you look at a synergized team, you look at a team that is helping each other, and that is the better part of their sum. But, once in a while it's nice to have a player that is just popping off when you're not working out the way you want to.
And that's been always, for me, the criticism for this Na'Vi team is the inconsistency, right? Heading into this game, that we gave a prelude to the game saying that for Na'Vi, apart from Wonderful, it was tapering off a little bit, but still doing his job. You look at JL recently, you look at Imma, you look at Bit as well. It's just up and down, up and down. You can't have that if you want to be a team who's competing to be a top 5 team in the world, right? And sure, this game, they win 13-11 with Bit dropping 30 kills. What does it tell you about Na'Vi? I don't know. I'm still not sure, honestly.
Well, we'll find out when it comes to Mirage, because that's where we're going to next. Let's see if Na'Vi can get themselves to the 2-0 over Furia, can bounce back after the break.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour's silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
We're moving into the second map of Na'Vi taking on Furia. And Na'Vi, well, they certainly came through with dominant headshot machine bit, dropping a 1.96 rating, having a field day, but it was still 13-11. It still wasn't a clean victory for Na'Vi. This, though, is going into their wheelhouse, which has become their tried and tested pick.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, you know, as much as we want to shadow the fact that Na'Vi won, it was still the map pick of Furia. You're still going in now on your own map pick, as you said, on Mirage, with bit firing on all cylinders, with Alexi B. We know as a caller, he loves to call on Mirage. He loves to play I would say, proactive Counter-Strike, you know, in your face Counter-Strike, reactive Counter-Strike. There's constantly someone moving on the map on the team of LXB, whether you're playing the T side or the CT side. So for my money, I think Na'Vi, they passed the test of Nuke. Wasn't always pretty, but from Mirage, I would expect nothing but excellence. That's what we've seen from Na'Vi. That's what we know LXB can deliver. And with Bit firing the way he's firing right now, it's going to be tough to shut him down.
100%. And I feel like when it comes to this entire series as a whole, for me, it was like if Furia are going to be taking a map, it would be on Nuke. And if you look at Dust 2 and Mirage coming in, sorry, Mirage and Dust 2 as a decider coming in, it's going to be obviously heavily favoring Na'Vi. So for Na'Vi right now, you have two very comfortable opportunities to close it out. It should be in Mirage. I think that's the map where they'll look nigh unassailable by virtually any team out there. If I have to pit Na'Vi against like a top 5 team in the world, and it has to be one map where you're going to put all your money on, has to be Mirage. So if they lose this one and slip it into Dust 2, I'm going to be very, very surprised.
What do you think, though, when it comes to how we've seen Fury in this first map, leading into what positives you can take away? Do you expect more fire from them inside, like in terms of their ability to be able to take a big fight here?
I do like one thing we saw from the T side of Furia was how when you could see LXC towards outside, for example, trying to push towards the outside smokes, and whenever they're trying to be aggressive, the protocols are very, very solid. They were very, very patient, and no one seemingly went for any individual plays outside until there seemed to be a lot of cohesion in the comms happening, right? So whenever there was a play and an individual going for the flank, it was in synergy with the rest of his team, maybe throwing a bit of a util fake or something, or working in unison. That is something which is going to be very instrumental, because as you pointed out as well, when you talk about his aggressive CD side from LXCB and players going to be poking towards, pushing the extremities of the map or pushing towards mid, you need to have the right protocols and be ready and punish Na'Vi for their aggression. So that's something you can go with.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I'm seeing people like Kesarado, like Cello missing shots. You can't miss shots.
I mean, we did see early signs of Fallen's impact within Furia, playing a bit more passive on Nuke. We praised him for saying that it was a little bit more, smart way of approaching the map, not always the in-your-face Counter-Strike that I'd like to practice. My issue is that now heading into Mirage is almost one of the few maps where I would like Art to be slotted back into Furia. If we still have that 6-man rotation thing, maybe that would be an argument for him to come in.
No,
not you.
Absolutely not.
But that's the point, right? Mirage, it doesn't really reward you to be passive. There's certain moments, certain areas of the map and certain occasions where it can be a benefit for you to be passive, but overall you want to be proactive. You want to move around. You want to make sure that the team you're playing against doesn't get the space to do whatever they want to do, and that's where I feel like Art and the way he was visionizing Counter-Strike for Furia is probably a better fit for a map like Mirage than what Fallen is right now. So I'm curious to see if they're going to stick to that old-fashioned way of playing Counter-Strike that Art installed in them on Mirage, or if they're moving towards what we saw on Nuke, which is a little bit more passive.
I think one thing which I'm looking forward to see is the fact that I think Furia is going to be starting on the CT side here, right, obviously. And for Skulls, he's going to be playing that A-bomb side, the same spot that Kai played as well. This is the one he played in Liquid. So there are no switch-ups when it comes to the positions, like we saw Cello playing towards Ram, where, in all honesty, he did a fantastic job. Sure. But it was still like a debut for him, right? Now he's just going to be sticking towards the B-bomb side. They know how to approach this map on the CD side. But then again, as you pointed out, I'm sure LXCB has done his homework as well. And there's Na'Vi T side, man. It can be so annoying to go up against, especially when you have someone like Bit just popping heads, just winning opening deals like that. Yeah, things can get dicey.
What are you hoping to expect from Na'Vi, though, when it comes to this? Does this need to be a lot more of a clean fight going into this?
I think so, and I would love to see the pace go up a little bit. I would love to see them take charge of the map and really show the full playbook of what Na'Vi is all about. When it comes to LXCB, we know that he's not a one-dimensional caller in the sense that it's not like he has a set B execute and that's going to win them 3, 4, or 5 rounds. He likes to default. He likes to take mid-control early. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to move around the map constantly. So I want to see a fun game of Counter-Strike. I want to see a Mirage classic game where everyone is involved and everyone is having a part to say on the map. And I want to see Wonderful as well step it up. I think for me and for my money, when you look at the broad scale of this tournament, if Wonderful is having a good tournament, I think Na'Vi have everything they need in order to be competitive, to go for a playoff run here and maybe go find a tournament. But without Wonderful playing well, it's going to be a little bit dicey. It's going to be a little bit rough. So I'm keeping an extra eye on him because I feel like if he's finding consistency with the op, if he's finding impact, then that's a Na'Vi that is interesting to follow.
Well, let's go to some other wonderful people. It's Moses and Dinko.
Oh, thank you very much, James. Jacob's waiting for a fun game of Counter-Strike, and I think that's exactly what we're going to get here, James.
No, I want a boring game of Counter-Strike.
Oh, well.
I would like to just chill and sit back and relax and enjoy the sun.
Well, the sun is too hot, Jason. It is deadly laser, as some might say. Is Na'Vi on the T side, Furia on the CT side of Mirage. And the squad of Na'Vi gathering up outside of the B-bomb side is Cello lining away. Again, we're going to say Cello a lot, I think.
Poor Na'Vi came in today and they're like, we're gonna ruin Cello's afternoon. We're just gonna ruin his whole experience. Coming right at him at the B-bomb site, shot in the face right in the first second, and then cleaned up, and that's the B-bomb site loss. Hey, that's the pistol run done.
Yeah, it was pretty quick, wasn't it? Yeah. Is that the kind of CS you were hoping for?
That's it. That's it.
Now
Right
you can
here.
lie back. You can enjoy. There is a Furia player hanging around. It's Skulls, but he's not spotting too much. So.
No, they've made the save call. They're like, you have two pieces of armor. Okay, wait,
nope, they
no,
haven't
they're not.
quite yet. There's a kit on Fallen and a smoke too, so they want to go for this. Bit goes aggressive. Skulls, if he had hit that flick, then Furia right back into it. But now it seems unlikely, but Fallen keeps proving us wrong with every step forward. Smoke inside of the site.
No
Deep Fuse being
way.
stuck. Fallen holding it all the way, but a last second knife from Bit. Make it a double, and that is Na'Vi with the pistol. We got the fun Counter-Strike Pimp was waiting for.
I'm so sorry, Fury. I was not familiar with your game. What an attempt at the retake. You got to give him credit where it's due. Some disgusting shots to activate that. That's like, that's got to be like a 1 out of 50 chance to win a pistol round like that. Like to retake that B-bomb set into 3v5 after that kind of a rush and that clean of a take, almost got there.
That's so crazy.
Hey, Bit's rich.
He is very rich, yeah. I've seen that butterfly knife, but also got 2 kills, so that's fantastic. It's a 1-0 start for Na'Vi, but Bit, he's straight away got the AK and utility, so 4K in there.
And he's dropped an AK-47 over to Wonderful as well, so that Wonderful can save up for an AWP as quick as humanly possible. So that's going to pay dividends long-term for Na'Vi going into the next few rounds. And let's see how much Alexi can farm up with this MAC-10. Mid-push with a flashbang from Furia. It should not do much. These rifles at range handling business.
That was very quick indeed from Na'Vi. And it is a 2-0 start for Na'Vi. So Furia finally able to purchase up. And we'll get that AWP out on Fallen, who was looking pretty damn good over on Nuke. He's going to go for the glass cannon, though. So no Kevlar here for Fallen. He was definitely looking strong towards the end of Nuke, though, on the CT side.
Yeah, he started heating up a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, hit the shots he needed to hit and had a couple impactful rounds, getting aggressive and making plays with the AWP. But yeah, the lack of armor is going to be a bit of a question. Let's see what he can do with it. Smoke up in towards window. Plumes before he's ready. He'll set his teammates up. Deep Molotov, and Queserado is going to play aggressively in con. He's got Yuri on the other side on catwalk for a crossfire in mid.
Fallen peeking down into ramp, was down close to landing that shot, but JL able to get away with it. Now shoulder spotted. Wonderful doesn't move. He doesn't take a move because he didn't realize he got spotted. And so Fallen just takes him out quite easily. And that is a player advantage off the back of that glass cannon.
I'm wondering if Wonderful was even able to see Fallen on his screen with that kind of creepy crawl out like that. Fallen's able to get a freebie. Aggression on ramp with the op, though, is a trademark Fallen play. And he's going to keep it up. A little awkward inside this smoke.
Here's a Palace play finally coming out for Bit. He realizes his teammates feel rather uncomfortable, particularly Alexi B, but he's going to try and crunch with Imma as he tries to sandwich Queserado and Fallen into 2 players. Imma sweeps both under the rug. It's now Na'Vi a player ahead with 49 seconds left.
What a good timing for Imma to hit coming up con. And you could see, too, you talked about Na'Vi feeling a little uncomfortable. Fallen as well felt really uncomfortable with the op close up at that bomb site, playing under the balcony, close up and ramp inside the smoke. And as he's backing away in transition, Imma's just able to get a nice, easy double kill and then clean it up. 3-0 with Bit's headshots very, very quickly, and Fury is back down to fighting with scraps.
Yeah, it's rough. This isn't the only Americas versus EU squad going on right now. Over on the other stream, the B stream, or EWC 2, it's Vitality versus M80. And that first map was Vertigo. Really close to fair there.
Tell me M80 won it.
No. No, Jason. I'm sorry to tell you, but was not, in fact, a victory for them. But that's kind of an interesting story over there. I mean, we got young Mason Lake Sanderson playing his first big LAN, if you don't count Launders LAN.
Yeah, we were giggling a little bit because we looked it up, and it was like he was at Chicago last year, and then he was at the Launders LAN, and then all of a sudden he's at the Esports World Cup.
It's just been like, it's just been on the up and up, man.
Nice,
it's just
nice quick rise for Lake.
Next will be Launders LAN too. JL going for a little tap on Queserado. You can imagine this round won't get uncomfortable for Na'Vi. You know, picking up a 4-0 start of it. the beginning of Mirage has got to feel pretty good. And you know, Bit isn't slowing down. 6-0. He had a fantastic map over on Nuke. Hit a 30 bomb out of the break. So any questions about the performance of Bit coming into the second season?
And I feel like this is a map too where I think Ema is going to be supremely comfortable. Like we saw, obviously, you know, towards the end of CSGO at the final major, how well he played specifically on Mirage throughout the entire miraculous playoff run. So I think you're going to get a strong and solid performance out of him, which we saw in the first gun round with the double kill. He's up to 6-0 to, or 6-1 to match Bit at the moment.
And Bit turning on Fallen, nearly goes down there. JL defending against this Cello aggression. And it is quite comfortable for Na'Vi as they now go into a 4-0 lead. If you're wondering what's on the schedule today, if you're watching this stream and hoping for more Counter-Strike, well, if you're in luck, there will be another matchup later today. We have got ourselves VP versus
Sell it to him, Dinko.
Complexity. This is a matchup with Virtus.pro filled with questions. Is Electronic going to be the new income leader someday? Is James going to be gone from the team? Are they going to sign Modesty in the future? So many questions about this, but not in this matchup. And it was Alicia's birthday yesterday, so if you missed Alicia's birthday, you got to watch this game to make up for it.
Yep, and wish him a happy birthday, belated birthday.
Yeah.
Double up setup for Furia again, much like on Nuke, right out of the gate in the first like full buy round, I guess you'd call it. Two ops, Cello and Fallen once again. Cello will have that over towards the B bomb site. Fallen again working his way through the window room, this time jumping towards Catwalk, and he's got his first.
Nice shot from Fallen. Alexi B to trade it on Caserado instantly, but that double up setup, it is working out this time. Cello up to the apartments, takes out JL, evicts him from his home. And we're looking at a 3v3 with Fallen primed for a jump up if Alexi B is to climb, but that smoke can't last forever, and Fallen will be exposed to multiple different angles if he stays here, so...
It looks like they're going to stick with their plan of going to the B bomb site. They were trying to execute a very fast split, but obviously both ops slowed that right down. But the bomb is coming back into halls, and Alexi's been patient this whole time.
Yeah, patience pays off. Fallen walks right into him. Minute 5 seconds left. Na'Vi off the back of that now have a player advantage and a full minute on the clock, and no one inside of that B bomb site.
And Skulls hasn't budged from his aggressive position over in Palace, so they're going to have to essentially save this. Unless Cello works up the courage to get into market and see if he can get one pick.
He's already moving his way over towards this A site. So that's it. That's 5 in a row for Na'Vi.
That's so painful considering the success of the ops. Fallen gets the opening kill. Cello adds a kill onto it in B halls as they try and pull off the split. It's Alexi B to create all the opportunities in middle. Got the trade on the first kill, and then eventually would find a way to open things up as Fallen goes for a repeak.
It feels like this has just spiraled out of control for Furia really quickly. I mean, Yuri probably doesn't feel like he's even got a real start here. Mirage is 0-5, having a real tough time, and you're already nearly halfway through this first half, so it's getting into dangerous territory for Furia, one where you might expect a timeout to come soon. They don't have their old coach standing behind them in Query. They have instead Sid behind them at the moment, and this is his first ever match as coach. Recorded on HLTV.
First ever match of Skulls playing in the roster as well, so they're still going to be figuring out things in that regard. Good job from Fallen, better job from Alexi in middle. Look at the way he holds on to the entire map. Second kill and then just waiting as the smokes fade and Furia have no information. Fallen wants to find a little bit of it and gets punished. Quick 5-0 start for Na'Vi, and it doesn't really look like they're going to be slowing down. They look very comfortable and confident in these situations in these first 5 rounds.
Well, Furia do decide to go for that timeout. Just sitting on the fact that they're 5-0 down already.
Alexi being vocal, calling out some final plans over to the team. And we get back into it. Round number 6. Na'Vi up 1-0. 13-11 victory on Nuke. That was Furia's map pick. Mirage, Na'Vi's map pick. And they're showing a little bit of reason why they went here.
Heading towards ramp is so good on JL. Exactly half of his health gone. in that initial barrage.
Yeah, and that might temper him. Looked like, I mean, he was probably in that corner to get a little bit of information, see if he could hear some footsteps, but also in a position where he could be aggressive if he chooses to. And speaking of aggression, it's Furia in the B halls.
Yeah, Cello and Fallen leading this charge together. Cello at the front, he is the tip of the spear with that M4. Imma, he is down towards underpass at the moment, considering a threat there, but in the meantime, he's about to walk back up those stairs to a nasty surprise as Cello is waiting. But are they even going to get that fight? It might even favor Imma because Cello is pushing forward, focused on JL, who considers that a possibility, and he stands strong on 50 health to take out Cello and survives on 26. Now with 55 seconds left, they're starting to accelerate somewhat into this gap at the B bomb site.
I don't think they have the timing to actually commit to it. They want to apply a little bit of pressure. They want to show like they're committing to that B bomb site, and nobody's budged from Furia's defense at the moment. I think they feel that's a fake, but it's actually just buying time for the rest of Na'Vi to get in position to split.
But Fallen is the only player here, and he's only got an AWP, so multi-kill potential is certainly limited, and he's got himself one in Alexi B. Has to be perfect in his positioning, and the threat is in the apartments. Fallen under so much pressure, but a missed shot from Wonderful, and the help of Caserado keeps Furia in this one, and keeps Fallen alive for a second longer, but eventually JL will push forward, take out Fallen, and what an important round JL has had here. Considering the fact he started the round with 50 health, he has still found so much impact, and now a 3v2 post plant for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Fallen did everything he possibly could. First kill, buying time as well, allowing the rotation to come in, but even that gets eliminated. And now you have to investigate to see if you want to try for a retake, and Caserado and Skull say, nah.
Nope, not for me this one. And that is going to be 6 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. First quarter of this game is now gone. And Na'Vi have won every single round so far. Bit is yet to die. He is still yet to die. Incredible performance from Bit today in this best of 3 series. They are just racking up the cash as well here for Na'Vi. So even if they were to go on a patch of bad form, lose a few rounds, they've got so many options to get buys back in. This is going to be a very difficult half for Furia to make anything meaningful happen. This was tough to swallow for Cello, I'm sure.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, you have some options in that kind of a play, right? Like you could turn and go down the stairs, or you take that longer route, which maybe has the bigger payoff, but also the bigger risk, and just such a long distance to walk before you can find what you want. Furia still got money to keep replenishing behind some of these saved weapons. Back into a double up setup.
Alexi B back in the middle. On the edge of that top mid smoke, trying to spot anybody out into his lower grenade blast open, but Caserado somewhat mastered playing aggressive and being a nuisance and underpass. Catches the perfect timing and jumps up and down, dodge any bullets that might head towards his toes. But Alexi B slinks his way up through connector, and look at this timing for the in-game leader. Alexi B to drop Fallen. Now eyes on the prize of Yuri, but he'll stand tall, he'll stand strong, and he'll turn back for JL. So a 2v2 off the back of Yuri finally arriving to Mirage.
Ooh, those flames might have hidden Ima's jump up in towards window. Cello can't see him around that wall. You can see the other player, Yuri, just kind of waiting. So they have an indication he's in this position. Ima's frozen, but now Wonderful's going to get involved in the action.
Yeah, he has to. He has to make the next move. Imma is stuck in this spot for the time being, and Wonderful is absolutely making that next move. Timing works against him on that pick on Cello, but will he detect the player at stairs? Certainly he will. Yuri falls off the bottom, and now it's just Cello trying to make this clutch happen. Running through the fire, running right into Imma, and the patience pays off as Na'Vi takes 7 rounds in a row.
This is the second time we've seen Na'Vi seemingly get stalled out with the play they want to make in towards middle. Previously, it was on that fast attempt at the B split, and the first time we saw Fury with the double up setup. But Alexi's finding all the solutions. He got all the trades in that round. He eventually picked up Fallen re-aggression on Catwalk. This time, he's just like, okay, Caserado wants to play around. He wants to mess around in underpass. I'll come right through the smoke. Feels and senses the fallback of the defense, and has got plenty of room to work with to provide the opening. In-game leader doing a great job commanding the middle part of the map.
I mean, if we throw it back to the first half of Nuke, the conversation we're having is maybe Na'Vi lacking a bit of composure, lacking good communication
I felt like
at
there was
times.
some calms off a little bit. Yeah, getting back into the flow of it. Maybe feeling a little bit rusty coming out of the break to a certain extent.
But now it feels like it's the opposite, right? They're all on the same page. Very detailed communication in those moments where they're finding composure. It looks great right now for Na'Vi. It's a tough opening game for Furia to debut your new roster and find yourself up against Na'Vi. If you're wondering what the consequences of losing this game are, you go down into that last chance, and that's best of 1 gauntlet, and that's quite a scary place to be.
Excuse me, Nico, it's called the Resurrection Bracket.
The Resurrection
Bracket.
Yeah, and that is...
8 teams, best of 1, may the best team win.
Yes, well, that is going to be... I'm excited for that.
I'm actually pumped for that. That's tomorrow.
Dude, we don't get that in CS. We don't get that kind of cool bracket, so I'm really excited for that. I think it's going to be awesome.
I mean, look, at this point, Na'Vi just feel like everyone has so much freedom and so much confidence. So at this point, it's like when we get picks, like, be aggressive, be assertive, find your play to make. And Bit's on the extremity, and he's like, you guys got 2 kills in middle. Someone has to shift off this A bomb site. I'll take a risk. Now, it doesn't pan out for him, but he applied a lot of pressure.
Skulls. Under the wood, shot rings out from Wonderful. Unable to really make much happen of it. Alexi descends down. Look at that, silently descends down the ladder and assassinates Skulls from behind. It is going to be 8 rounds now for Na'Vi. They ain't stopping on the T side of Mirage. This could be a speed run to victory in a 2-0 fashion to kick off the Esports World Cup for Na'Vi.
It's so impressive. I mean, Bit and Ema is still playing solid Counter-Strike. Alexi's had incredible impact in the middle of the map, as I kind of outlined the previous round. But, I mean, you've seen everyone from Na'Vi kind of step up and provide something when it's been necessary. And you're seeing Furia, this might be time to take your next time out and just say, we gotta get something going. Like, despite the fact they've still been able to buy and have rifles and save some weapons and kind of buy around those saved weapons, haven't been able to see them find a plan to put a stop to this T side from Na'Vi.
You don't have the full buy again here for Furia. That will come in the next round.
Furia's kills are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's pretty cool. That's something.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I'm glad you got that line out just before that D.
It was great while it lasted, you know?
That was the shining light for Furia. Now it dimmed, of course, as JL comes around, takes out Fallen. Skulls has been grenaded towards default. And Na'Vi now looking at 9. Gets Rada. A chance of that deagle. Couldn't quite get a second kill out of it. He'll slip into connector behind the cover of the smoke. And Na'Vi staying composed, staying disciplined even around like this. They don't want to let any of these go in the first half. To think how this half started with an unlikely retake attempt coming down to a last-second knife
so
from
close.
Bit.
Right, double knife from Bit at the last second.
Now Kesrada gets another deke out of it, but it's cleaned out for the rest of Na'Vi, and it is 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they're looking really calm and composed and having no issues. Okay, wait, quick shuffle through the notebook. Let me just remember that thing I wanted to do.
They're really important, those pages, and Alexi having a look through it, even though they're 9-0 up, he returns to the papers. Big shot from Kesrada. That was one hell of an opening.
Yeah, this is a cool shot. Obviously, at this point, hard to get excited about just a cool shot in the middle.
I'll always get excited about cool deagle shots.
That's why you're play-by-play.
3 smokes in mid already for Na'Vi. 1 in towards connector, 1 top mid, and 1 towards window. Standard execute of smokes into mid, but it does only leave them with 2 smokes for the rest of the round here.
But just also like some similar like utility constantly in middle from Na'Vi, but different pacings, different numbers, different kind of sense and attitude around the way they attack into that part of the map. Now they've just kind of set Alexi up to lurk, and they're probably in their heads thinking that Furia, based off how this half has gone, Furia is probably saying, okay, they have mid control, there's 2 or 3 there. It's actually only 1.
And Na'Vi doing a good job at...
Because look at how the defense is set up for Furia. You've got 1 towards jungle, 1 towards stairs, 1 towards catwalk. You're kind of designed to prevent anyone from getting up con, getting up catwalk from middle. But that's not where the main thrust of Na'Vi's attack was positioned, at least at that moment.
But now they start to readjust their thrust. And they're going in towards middle instead. So smoke through a bit to head its way out. That's their 4th used up here towards mid. And Na'Vi showing that they can make a couple of different dishes out of the same ingredients, and now they're thinking about this B finish. As Cello is often good for just 1 here and then drop off. That's all he's got to do, and then rely on Yuri to come and help him from short. So Cello has to peel away with 1. absolutely nails the kill on Bit, but then repeaks unnecessarily.
Yeah.
And that is going to give those kills back to Na'Vi in an instant.
Yeah, that repeat can't happen. That's a disaster. That's the losing play, because Yuri then gets limited in how he can play the situation. That repeat costs Furia
Okay,
so
much. He's right back into this one. 9 seconds, limited time here for Na'Vi to get that ball down, and Caserado from the depths of hell tries to pull them out of it, but can't quite get the job done at the end. Oh my God, that was massive.
How are they supposed to get around on the board? How are you supposed to actually do it? Caserado provides as much as he possibly can. 1v4 inside the bomb site, almost pulls it back, but Na'Vi on top of their game. Not going to let that one slip out of their grasp.
Emma just being a nuisance in window again, but here Caserado, you see him in these kind of situations where you can see that he's going to have some isolated 1v1 fights, and you can never count him out of those situations. He comes so close.
It's a great win from Ema at the end of the 1v1. Hold the phone. Bit is going to get challenged here. Flames subside. He's ready for it. There's no utility to activate this. Double spray down. Get out.
Was there ever a doubt? Was there ever a doubt for Bit? 2 headshots right away, and he is now traded by Caserado.
I like the way Eva plays this map for the most part. Like that last round feels, it's like a very disruptive lurk, right? It's not like a lurk designed to like kind of, you know, pounce on the back end after the rotation has already come, like try and like backstab as they're setting up for the retake. It's very much like, I'm going to stop you from moving to rotate to have any kind of support. I'm going to aggressively attack this fight as it comes into my location. And he's been doing a lot of that when he's been set up in middle.
Look at JL. He's going to get a lot out of this position as well. Look at Cello, has no idea. Absolutely no idea that JL could have been that. And now Yuri with a MP9 and now spotted. His chances of getting anything done in this round have shrunk increasingly towards the number 0. And that just so happens to be the amount of rounds that Furia have as well. So Na'Vi in full control. I think it's been fun and boring at the same time. So I think you and Jacob have somehow got exactly what you wanted.
Right, first map, a lot of fun. Second map, I mean, there's some elements of fun in this, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This game has had a little bit of everything.
It's always good seeing a team like Na'Vi, because I mean, like the storyline of this team, like trying to prove that they can repeat that level they reached at the major is like, if they actually can, like
I love it. Yeah.
You add like a new team into the mix that's contending for trophies, and this gets real spicy. And I mean, let's not actually go too crazy on it. I want to kind of temper that a little bit. I mean, it is Furia, right? Like this is a team that we don't expect to be able to contend and challenge for trophies. So,
roster.
Yeah, this is very much could be an element of their helping make Na'Vi look good, but
I mean,
at some point you just got to appreciate that Na'Vi is looking good.
Wow, that certainly looked good. Wonderful, lovely transfer. Stays composed. Caserado's had a couple of really nice kills in the last few rounds.
And that's Caserado, so they'll say Skulls is the anchor. He's still at the A bomb site, so now you have information in your head on 2 players' position.
And you got over a minute still left in this round, and Furia realized they can't just sit back and allow Na'Vi to come to them. So Skulls is getting a bit more proactive. He's pushing through Palace, trying to gather information, but that will stop now. He just wants to position himself here.
Yeah, but I think I would say in like this kind of a situation, like with a minute on the clock and it's very quiet around the map, if Skulls is going to be in this position, you don't actually need Caserado here, because like the insurance policy of being inside Palace is so strong.
And he's not even watching the short cross either, so he's not getting information, and that's Na'Vi just crossing up for free.
And and the fact that Caserado is sticking around there is really hurting the B defense, where Cello is located with the AWP.
Well, he's got to go huge.
Either at this point, it's like, if Caserado's going to be here, Skulls needs to push. Skulls needs to push the T-spawn and get information and say, no one's here, no one's outside A-ramp, because now at the moment, Cello's got to do everything, and he feels like he needs to be a hero, and after this plant goes down, you're very much locked out of this bomb site with no kits.
Well, last round of the half, they got to go for it. Will it be a flawless run of T rounds for Na'Vi? Or will Furia finally get one right at the end? A 3v3, even numbers for the retake, but certainly not even in terms of performance at the moment. Na'Vi sitting back, allowing Furia to move out, but they've got eyes on the exit points, and Furia have to go. They have to throw everything they've got in a desperate bid for the last round of this half, and Na'Vi bring them no mercy. JL and Wonderful will close a 12-0 flawless half from Natus Vincere. Na'Vi, they are on track for the first 13-0 victory here at the Esports World Cup, and what a statement that would be over Furia here on the second map of Mirage. This is kind of it now for Furia. Just save the embarrassment with 13-0.
This could be quick.
It very much could be.
We could be looking at a goose egg at the end of the day.
It's not a golden one, and Bit is waiting up on top of Ticket. Punches his way through nothing. In fact, just error punches the whole time. And smoke goes down. It's a little bit of extra cover for Bit to work with. Imma takes out Cello quite swiftly. Kestrad is doing everything he can here for Furia, but he's now gone. It's back and forth. This time Na'Vi ahead on players, and the bomb not down for Furia, but they've evened out those numbers at 2v2, and the last two remaining Na'Vi players are actually very low on health. Imma on 46, JL on 11, and it looks good now for Furia. This surely is their first round.
Oh, Yuri's getting tickled through that box with the USP. That's not doing a whole lot of damage. Tagged twice, down to 86 HP. That's not going to be super efficient. So, Na'Vi, how do they get back into this? Imma and JL starting to move forward just now.
Oh,
that's one way to do it.
Oh my god, there's time for this as well. Yuri looking to step up and save the disaster of a 13-0 loss. There's the first kill in the seconds quick from Yuri. It is for getting the pistol and at least finding one.
Yeah, that was about pride, that one right there.
Pride is saved.
You aren't going to be winning this map. You are going to be playing in the Resurrection series, but not getting 13 out is a nice way to start the tournament.
That's a positive, you know?
I don't even really know how to spin that, actually.
You did. You found the perfect way.
Did that work?
I think that was the only way you could
Twitch chat, are you convinced?
Yep, that's a glass half full kind of guy right there. That's, I thought JL was about to break their hearts with that headshot coming in. But now a chance for Furia to build something to make the scoreline look a little more respectable. We had a couple of 13-5s throughout today.
What is your cutoff for respectable?
5.
5?
Yeah.
5 is the one?
You get less than 5. I mean, let me see.
All right, less than 5, not respectable. 5 and above, respectable.
Yeah, that's like the baseline so far at this event.
You're a very easy grader.
M80 got 5 and against Vitality on the second map, and Sashi got 5 against Mouse. So that's like that's the low level right now.
It's not even half the number. That's so low for respectable, Dinko. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Not even that.
They were about to lose 13-0, so anything's better than that. Flash is coming up. Kestrad blinds himself and no one else, so he is now dead. And that has resulted in a kill for Alexi B, but it really shouldn't be too much more out of this.
No.
They're into the bomb site, and that's 2 now. They've doubled their scoreline as well.
Oh my god, they're off to the races.
There's so many positives.
They're back.
Yeah, they are back.
So 12-2, guns will be coming out in the next round for Na'Vi. They've got so many rounds to play with.
Well, Na'Vi's map pick's looking good.
I'm really excited for Complexity Virtus.pro.
Yeah, that'll be really good.
That's going to be fun.
Hopefully. Well, that's coming up next.
Who you got winning that one? We don't ever do predictions. It's usually just the desk who are resigned to that unenviable fate. So who you got winning?
Complexity.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go with Complexity. I think Elige is now a bit older, you know, that one day of extra life is really going to help him. And he's also got a 1.28 rating over the last 3 months. So
he's pretty nasty, isn't he?
He's pretty sick.
That's fair play. Yeah, you have all the upheaval over on Virtus.pro of not really knowing.
How is Elige 27 still? Like, how is he that young?
Dude, the Twist age is the one that blows my mind. He's what, 23, 24 now, Twist? But he's been
like
he joined Liquid, I think, in like 2017.
24.
Yeah. That's crazy to think about how long he's been competing at the top, and he's still there. Elige as well, you're right. Plenty of years left in that career.
Well, maybe more left in this game than we thought. JL stopped Cello. That smoke isn't good, but it's working out kind of both ways. As Fallen takes JL out of the equation. Kestrad trading. It's very effective trading here from Furia. They're keeping themselves ahead, keeping their heads above water. And Imma in behind Ticket swings out to remove Fallen. And Furia yet to put the bomb down. It's getting a little more uncomfortable at this point. Imma creating an extra piece of cover. He can now reposition out to the left side of triple, and this is a really cool move from Imma. Now bomb plant is in, but will Kestrad get away with his life? He has nowhere to go apart from dropping in behind Firebox, and Imma has to be aware of that. Wins the duel against Kestrad, and now it's all down to skulls. The new Panther in Furia steps up at least with another round here, and this game keeps on going.
I love that play from Imma. I can't remember the last last time I saw him actually attempt to make a play like that.
That was really cool.
Those are the kind of plays that I think can really help Ema get some of his game back with a little bit more consistency, and I love that. Almost pulls it off. Good clutch from Skulls. Good job with his performance. Solid performance up at Palace throughout this whole round. And once again, Furia just scrape and claw another round into their favor. Up to 3.
Ooh. Don't worry, Bit. Still pretty far ahead. 2 away from a respectable scoreline.
That just clicked in, and I hate it.
And they're going to get 4. They're going to get 4 here.
Literally a failing grade.
Oh, JL down. A CZ. Wow. I haven't seen that in a long time. Bit's got one right there, Jason. Oh, CZ.
It's been coming back, I feel. I think I noticed it before the break that some players were picking it back up.
It's like fashion. Comes and goes.
I've always hated it, even when it was good.
It's just, I just hate the pull-out time.
Sure.
And there's so many times you just get caught looking like an idiot when you're trying to pull it out, and then the reload, it's too many negatives.
Well, you know, it's important to have the timing down on your pull-out game, Dinko.
Yeah, well, 20 seconds is the go-to. And Skulls, he's got himself Ima out of that, and Wonderful's D-goal is cleared out as well. Bit and Alexi B in a 2 versus 5. 40 seconds, there's the CZ going, rattling away.
Oh.
Okay, maybe it's back in fashion, thanks to Bit. Casterado coming out, taking him off the top of Tetris. And Alexi B, he is so far away from anything here.
I know, I'm actually disappointed. That got me like leaning forward in my chair, that Bit double kill with the CZ.
Yeah, and then you realize Alexi B's on the other side of the map.
It's like, oh, actually, that hasn't turned the tides.
Doesn't get this kill on Cello. It is 4 rounds for Furia. And now the buy is back. So Na'Vi have weapons available again.
Yes, they do. We'll see what they are able to come up with on this defensive stand. So what, 8 rounds to play with, 8 chances at closing out this series. Sending Furia down to the resurrection bracket. That was cool from Bit for just a moment, but that reload is going to seal his death. 12-4. Op in the hands of Wonderful. Best buy that Na'Vi's had so far on this CT side.
Wonderful. Smoke was up, so he couldn't really get a chance to open up that. Okay. Oh, sure. Unlucky for him. Alexi B is looking for one of his own back. He's about to charge in towards him. They line up, and that's the bomb. He's calling him to come on over. Get to this B bomb site right now. And it's JL that will be the next to be tested. He does some damage, but he can't get the kill as Fallen stays in the fight. And so do Furia, as now they're up in a 3 versus 2. And looking to try and leap onto the bomb site for a plant.
Yuri can be an easy cleanup, though, so Caserado and Fallen make sure they don't do anything silly. Yeah, nice nade, blowing open, breaking the smoke.
Wonderful.
If you don't get a kill on this first glance in these next, like, 5-6 seconds, just time to bail. Save the op.
There's 5.
That's a quick 5. It might have been, like, 3. But, yeah, same result. 12-5. Okay. Oh, I see. Again, you did it. You just snuck it in.
The baseline is being completed for Furia. And it does feel like they're actually getting some form on the T side. It actually makes me feel sad for them now they didn't get any rounds on CT side, because there might have been something here for them. There might have been just a little bit of something.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you're not wrong in that regard. You've all of a sudden starting to put together a T side that's looking like you can do some damage with it. It's just unfortunate you've gave yourself literally 0 runway to work with. And you know, that's the essence of my issue with this 5 as a respectable scoreline.
Yeah.
Because it's not the 5, it's the 0.
Yes.
Anytime you put up 0.5, it can't be a respectable game.
But yeah, that's true. Unless they pull all the way back and win 12 in the next half, and then you gotta respect it for sure. But that is a pretty high bar.
All right, well, let's find out. That's what we're all here for.
And a Mac 10 for Cello. Is there any speed behind this one for Cello? Yuri's out mid, the rest of the squad at B. Wonderful is committed into lower with his AWP, and he gets away with it. He actually gets away with that kill on Casterado.
And you have danger behind it. You have MP9 on
my
Alexi.
God, MP9 versus Mac-10 action. SMG is getting up inside of this B-bomb site, and Mac-10 wins. Deagle comes in. Oh, JL, what a shot on the second. And JL still going, finally burned away by Fallen, burnt to a crisp, and it might just be 5 rounds. All she wrote here for Furia, 2 versus 3 in the post plant. Bit coming back in from short. He's got that MP9 at range, and that AK wins every time. Bit is down, and the numbers now evened out, but Wonderful makes sure that that's short-lived, and it's all on Fallen. The Godfather himself, getting spotted at the back of the site. Half his health gone, and Wonderful will collapse upon him. Na'Vi with a 2-0 victory over Furia to open up the Esports World Cup.
Just once in my Counter-Strike life, I'd like to know what it feels like to be good with the Deagle, because JL just seems to be able to do it whenever he wants. We've now seen it so many times. Just an absolutely brilliant sequence from him, and a wonderful, respectable performance from Na'Vi.
A more than respectable game from Na'Vi this time around. Absolute dominance coming out from them, and almost making a bit of a mockery of Furia, especially in that first half.
Yeah, that was not pretty, let's be completely honest. It was pretty from the sake of Na'Vi, obviously playing some solid Counter-Strike, completely in control of that game. But if you're Furia, you're thinking to yourself, God damn it, was that all we got to offer here in Mirage? I mean, second half, let's call it a cosmetic comeback, you know, a couple of rounds coming in for Furia. They played better than they did first half, couldn't get any worse. But at the end of the day, there's not a lot of smart stuff to say about a game like this. We can praise Na'Vi for playing good, solid Counter-Strike. We can praise some of the individuals for showing up once more. But you look towards your side of Furia, and what we kind of tried to talk about coming into the game was that this could be a new, I wouldn't say era for Furia, but it could be a new time for Furia where they will remain competitive, where skulls would be slotted in, and maybe a bit of new hope for them as well. But it just remained to be seen that Furia is the good old Furia for now.
Just looking over here at our STC predictions, it was like, I think 65% for Furia there. We all went Na'Vi.
They do have a lot of fans.
Yeah, see, there you go. The fan club action is working for sure when it comes to it. But I will say the fan club right now for Furia is still waiting for some good action to happen.
Yeah, honestly speaking, it was rough to watch. Again, Na'Vi in full control on that T side. You can go into detailed analysis and talk about the map control, talk about the change of pace, talk about the, I guess, adversive calling coming in from Alexi B. It was very, very good, you know, but also sometimes when you're playing a team like Furia that is not putting up more of a fight, it's also easy to be an in-game leader because everything you're going to say out of T-Spawn is going to work eventually.
And in terms of it eventually working, hopefully that'll be the case.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. I bought you some time, that's all we needed,
Thank you, I
Blair.
appreciate that. And that's why, you know, with the pros
here. I thought you were shy, you know.
Blair, you know me. It can be shy at times, but I'll tell you it was really shy. Furia on the first half, right? Got to point it out. And look, if you're going to go with what Dinko said about, if they get 5 rounds, it's respectable. They got 5. But this was done at the end of the first half. But I do want to really give credit where it's due. For Na'Vi, that first map, we pointed out like those hero plays from Wonderful, from Jalen, of course, Bit dropping a 30 bomb. It could have easily have slipped out of their hands, gone the way of Furia. This was Na'Vi, you know, they were warmed up. They're ready to go. And what I really liked from Na'Vi and what really was lacking from Furia was Na'Vi were dictating whatever they wanted to do. There was never a point in time in that first half where Furia were able to kind of, force Na'Vi to go into plan B or plan C or plan D, right? Just whatever they wanted to do, they were winning. They were winning rounds without even having to get the bomb done, just completely destroying the defense. And sure, you can talk about the fact that for Furia, new player coming in, a new coaching department, everything, but this was just a complete capitulation. Even the individuals as well. Even Case Router, sure, as usual, had a few highlights here and there, but yeah, rough.
Rough indeed. And I just want to get the final thoughts on how you would evaluate this new-looking Furia off this one game.
It's very tough to do in one game. I will say we saw glimpses of them trying to play a bit more structured Counter-Strike, a little bit more passive, defensive, reacting to what's being thrown at them Counter-Strike, just like Fallen would like to do. So you can easily see that Art is now gone from the team and Fallen is trying to take charge of it. But I don't think Furia themselves know quite fully yet what they want to be and what they want to do. They need to learn Skulls to know as well what can he contribute with. How are you going to make sure that Case Rado and Yuri still feels the freedom to go for the place while working under the system of Fallen, etc., etc. So small glimpses of a more passive Furia, but again, if you want to play Counter-Strike by the books, are Furia going to be better than playing by the books like a team like Na'Vi or some of the other great teams out there? I don't think so. So it has to be like a combination of the two styles.
As critical as we've been about Furia, I'm just going to throw them a bone here because I liked what we saw in Nuke. I really did like what he saw in Nuke, and yeah, obviously they need a few more reps coming in. They're going to be boot camping. Obviously, I really doubt they're going to make it out the resurrection bracket. Honestly, the best of ones, especially when they're going to go to the middle of the pack map pool, is going to get rough because this Mirage is non-existent. So I liked what I saw in the first map. Map 2, I just want to forget about it, and as I'm sure every Furia fan does as well.
Yeah, well, they might not be prepared for these best of ones, but a man who was prepared and always is Alexi, and he's with Freya.
Oh, yes, he is indeed. Congratulations, Alexi B, first of all, getting your first win here at EWC. Obviously, Nuke was a lot closer than what we saw going down to Mirage. If you were to put that down to one reason, what do you think the reason was for that first map being so close?
I mean, on the T side, I think there was one crucial round that we forgot what to do. So basically, two of our players did a different role than two of our players. And it was unfortunate because after this, we didn't have any money. So they kind of like clawed their way back a bit more. And then I just feel like they got some momentum. Maybe we didn't make the right calls in the right rounds, and they ended up playing pretty well on the CT. And but I'm glad we managed to get it home and not go in overtime. And the last round, we kind of found our footing on the mid-game call and yeah, just closed the game.
I mean, aside from that, obviously Bit was having an insane first map. Continued that on map number 2. Was he, hungry to be getting back into the server when you guys were having that practice, kind of getting back into the official groove?
I think so. And I didn't realize at first that he was reaching 30 bombs on the server, but the way he was speaking and the way he was communicating felt like he was fully in control of the whole game. And yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised after checking after the game.
I mean, for yourself as well, on that second map of Mirage, the T side, absolutely flawless. Some really good calls coming out from you as well. I feel like you were reading Furia incredibly well in that situation. Was it particular preparation you had for Furia? Like, what would you put that down to?
Yeah, we had good preparation, but I feel like we have experience on this map. And I think after the preparations, after the couple rounds that go into the game, I just feel like with the flow, it's very easy to call with the players we have. And yeah, I think we did a lot of really good mid-game calls there as a team, gathering information and making the best call out of it. And yeah, could be really proud of this game because the first game is never easy, and we kind of proved to ourselves that we're kind of back in form after the Mirage at least. So,
in terms of goals for this specific event, where do you feel like you want to be placing? What is the goal for Na'Vi here in Riyadh?
I mean, we thought about the opening games and the losers going into this chaotic, if I'm not mistaken, best of ones and everything. So our goal was not to go there and go game at a time, but we thought that the opener is really important because if you manage to lose the opener, you have a really tough time. But now, I mean, we just need to figure out who we play against and how we're going to roll off of that. But overall, we played from home, we went to boot camp, and we're here to try to play our best CS and not here to fool around. So.
Yeah, best of one, single elimination. Very happy you avoided that, I imagine. Well, we're going to throw this one back on over to the desk as Na'Vi net their first win.
Thank you very much, Freya. A very relaxed, very chill, and always well-spoken Alexi B. But I loved what he was saying there just about Bit, for example. If he had him to focus, not just... He could sense that he was ready to dominate all of that.
I actually want to just quickly pounce on one thing you mentioned right there, where he was like, even on Nuke, they seem to kind of... the comms, you can kind of sometimes get lost in the fog of war. That's what happened. Because at the CD side, I remember the many rounds, for example, to its outside, where Alexi's like, yeah, there's someone crossing a secret, and the ramp player seems to be completely clueless that someone might be coming out from underneath, and the comms were very disjointed for Na'Vi. So that's something which, we weren't just blowing air out of our ass. It was a fact. It was a problem for Na'Vi over there, but they were able to very quickly turn it around. And one more point you got to point out there of what Alexi said is like the reps they had in Mirage. They've had a lot of reps. Yep. Even a Spirit best of 5 they had. What's the map they won against Spirit? It was in Mirage. So this is absolutely the stronghold. And it's good to see that despite that little bit of a rough start they had, they were able to bounce back very convincing.
I think if you're Alexi B and if you're Na'Vi, you're also standing back with a feeling that, as you said, we didn't play great on Nuke, yet we still won. And honestly speaking, as a player, from a player perspective, from an in-game leader perspective, there's no better feeling you didn't really do your job, you didn't really play up to your best, and yet you still got the W. Because you can always convince yourself that there's a more and a bigger potential to be chased after that. So I think for Alexi B and for Na'Vi, a nice and easy game. Sure, they had to sweat a little for it on Nuke. They know why, the fog of war, you name it. But at the end of the day, they got a 2-0 right here without ever breaking a sweat on the second map. So I think if I'm Na'Vi right now, if I'm Alexi B, I'm going to bed heavy.
I would definitely be going to bed heavy, because especially when it's not having to play the best of ones, that's the dream right now for these guys. Many of these teams hitting that resurrection side of things, I would not want to be in their boots. I want to look at this game that's coming up next, though, boys. We've got two, right? The B team's going to have Spirit taking on MIBR. Should that just be Spirit absolutely wrecking them start to finish?
It should be.
Yes.
Yeah?
I like MIBR. I
Okay.
think they're playing real good CS right now, but it's Spirit, man.
And then we've got Virtus.pro taking on Complexity, and that's what's coming up next. We'll see you in a few.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear them now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send our signal, please. tonight in this darkness. Higher. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. Man, it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream? I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witnessed the creeds. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. Man, it's divine. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, but it's divine. They keep on sending us dreams. This is the energy all around us. All around us. All around us. so hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Speaking facts, yeah.
We are going into our final game of the day, and we've got Virtus.pro going up against Complexity. We're laughing here because we're having a nice fun talk with our producer the whole way through of this.
Yeah, I mean, you should be
I can't hear your microphone again, Blair. You're gone. GG straight away.
We don't need him. I'm back again. There we go.
Okay. Just smack it and it works.
All right. Yeah, as I was saying, I'm happy because I get to see this new look VP. They look pretty exciting at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's a very different looking one when you think this is the first time they spent a lot of money, right, to get a player. I assume a lot of money, right? It's electronic after all. And they didn't just grow someone up. And he is a big voice and also a big game player.
I'm super curious to see where VP will land for the remainder of the season. I think you're right when you're saying that you spend big money, you sign a big profile, you sign a big voice to your team as well. You sign a guy that doesn't necessarily have the same style as James at all, the same way of thinking Counter-Strike, processing Counter-Strike, maybe a way to challenge James a little bit as well in the way he's playing and he's thinking Counter-Strike. Safe to say that, you know, him coming into the lineup from the get-go didn't really work out the way people would have liked to. You know, maybe people were expecting him to win tournaments or go deep into playoffs. We haven't really been there, but I think for my money, when I look at VP's lineup and when I look at the potential it has for the future, it's one of those lineups where I wouldn't be surprised if we're standing in a couple of months in Shanghai at a major semifinal having VP taking part in that.
God damn, that's some high praise and some jumping forward. This is something I actually can't believe in or sign at all, but you live in your little dream world there.
It's your problem.
That's a little insane considering what we've seen so far, in all honesty. But I mean,
save this for a couple of months when VP is in a semi-final at a major.
Clip it,
told you
clip it,
so.
ship it, so we can watch Pimp cycle for 10,000 kilometers once it's gone.
Anyway,
you'll do it.
I'll do it.
10K.
That's not far.
Are you insane? Anyway, but just adding on to what you said, just trying to reel this one back in. James did mention in interviews as well, where he even said some wild stuff about, I'm okay not IGLing if someone else can probably IGL. I'm just going to be sticking to AWPing. Now, I'm not necessarily a very big fan about that, but there's definitely been some growing pains, so to speak, for this VP, right? Obviously, for Electronic coming in, comes a very different school of thought. And then, of course, for the side of VP, we know that, you know how the James style is, so to speak. But one thing we've seen in the past month and a half has been the fact that, firstly, they got rid of Dastan, Zoma coming from 9 Pandas. They are, instead of just sticking to what they know when they're used to, they're like, all right, we bought an Electronic. We paid a lot of money to get someone with so much of tenure. He's a major winner. He's played with Simple and everyone else. We've brought him in. Let's listen. Let's try to make something work here. Two hands across, shake hands, and make things somehow hopefully click. And we did kind of see some signs of that in London. So hopefully, maybe, with the break and everything, we're going to be seeing a new VP here.
And in terms of that new VP, though, right, I'm glad you touched on the Zoma thing as well, because they will now be going through trying to make significant changes in what we know and love of VP, or some people hate in how VP would play, right? But it also, I feel like a massive change of this come off the back of the fact we've moved to MR12. Their way of playing didn't work on such a small rounds to be played in here.
That's true, and it is, somewhat of a way of trying to change it up a little bit and shake up what VP is known to do. I will say, though, that when you look from a historical point of view, James used to play with Yakinda back in the day when Yakinda was great, and Yakinda wouldn't necessarily fit into the way that the old VP were playing. But you had that balance within the team where Yikinda would be mega aggressive, super in charge of that, and then the rest of the team would fall back. Electronic could pretty much slot into the same role as well. He could be that wild card within the team that is going to make sure that they become a little bit unpredictable, that they become aggressive at certain times. And I think for James, he's been looking for that player for quite some time. Norbert has also been in the roles where he was supposed to be aggressive, he was supposed to do that, not to the same extent as either Yikinda or Electronic. But I think with the signing of Electronic, you're actually going back to something James had a couple of years ago before Yikinda decided to leave the team.
And I feel like for a team like this, right, again, with CS2, MR12, and how the way the game works as well, you need to kind of, like you said, you have to adapt or die. That's what it is. And just to quote James as well, lifelong, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, lifelong friendships can die in for that goal to win. And I respect that. I respect that attitude. They're willing to cut whoever they have to. Obviously, Dastan being one of the casualties over there. But if that gets them results, that's all they need to do. And it feels like James is someone who he is just hyper-focused on getting that win. You look at the roster changes they've had after the major as well, the way they just ruthlessly cutting players. They're like, just winning a major is not good enough. We need to be the absolute best. So I feel like this is the right trajectory, and I'm glad that they haven't just given up despite a couple of rough results they had recently.
Now looking on the other side of things, Complexity, they didn't make a change. They just signed Hulzerk for longer. They played games of us on social media, whether it was going to be, yes, he stays or he goes. But you know what? They've kept him. They've stuck with this. And it seems to be something they want to believe in, and they've had good results that then started to taper off. So I'm not sure what to make of Cole anymore.
But to be fair, I think he deserves it first and foremost. Hulzerk was a player that we put under the microscope at the beginning of the season. I remember we had the conversations at Blast, we had the conversations at Katowice. We were saying that he's now playing for his contract within Complexity. They were not playing up to par. They were not getting the results they would have liked to after the honeymoon period coming into CS2. Hulzerk was struggling a little bit. Ever since Katowice, he's been arguably the best player within that team together with Elise.
Yes.
Those two has been known quantities. They're showing up game after game after game. So I don't mind Hulzerk staying. Now, when you look at Complexity, I know a lot of the NA fanboys out there, probably Jason, Moses, O'Toole as well, would love them, would absolutely love them to be a contestant for playoffs.
You pissed him off.
I don't think that they necessarily need to be that. If Complexity can be a team, you know, roaming in around the top 6, top 7, top 8, occasionally making the playoff, isn't that good enough for a scene that has a hard time making anything happen whatsoever outside of that? For me, I think it's okay.
That's because you have those low expectations, right?
I really do.
I like the fans. But here's the thing. I completely agree with you. And I feel like if you look at Complexity's results, the last event they played was, I believe, the Challenger event in Yongshiping, where they beat Falcons. Not the highest caliber event, but there's a couple of very good teams over there as well.
Sure.
They get that win. And the problem for me with this team is the ups and downs. You go back to Yala, completely got just decimated in the group stage, for example.
And that looked like a tournament that could have been in their hands.
Oh, absolutely. They were one of the favorites there alongside the Mongols, right? And maybe an Astralis. It's the ups and downs in their performances at events where it's like really, really good or just in the bin. And that's a problem. And I think that it goes in parallel, hand in hand, with the fact that we're talking about Hulzerk and we're talking about Leech. Let's talk a bit about Floppy and Grimathy, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, if they want to be competing at the upper echelons at CS and trying to make a top 5 placing or, you know, a playoffs run at all the big events at 10, we need more consistent output coming out from these two players. And we're not finding that. Sure, Grim might have one good tournament here, Floppy falls off, and Floppy has a couple of good games, and Grim's nowhere to be found. You can't have that, especially with 40% of your team, and I'm not including JT as well as obviously the IGL, not expecting him to be doing a lot of work. How much can Elige, as amazing of a player he is, handle on his shoulders? Pretty muscly still, though.
I think we got the answer during the major last time in Copenhagen. When Elise was playing well, Complexity looked like a decent team. When Elise wasn't showing up, they couldn't do anything against decent teams at all. So I think for Complexity, it is one of those things that when you look at their lineup, you know, manage your expectations. We can't expect them to win tournaments time after time. If they can go into a playoff, if they can remain competitive, for them right now, with the roster they have, with the quality of players they have, that's okay.
Well, let's have a look at what we're going to get here on the Veto. The band's going out, no surprises. Obviously, this is what we expect.
Vertigo should be coming from Complexity. I think they have a 12-map streak right on Vertigo.
Ooh.
And have taken out some pretty big... Oh, that's a surprise. That is actually a bit of a curveball. Maybe trying to catch VP off guard, perhaps. But I'm not sure why would they go for that, because that's going to be VP banning on Vertigo. And Vertigo has absolutely been the map for Complexity in recent history.
That's the cool thing about having these vetoes coming after a player break. Things can change over the course of this little break. Now teams have maybe a week, 2 weeks, some teams even 3 weeks to better their map pool, to change their map pool. They decide on being Inferno, not too big of a surprise in that regard. Of course, VP is banning out Vertigo, no big surprise in that one as well. But that's what you have to accept now. The next couple of times we're going to see these Vetos, especially at this tournament and the upcoming Colognes, the Blast, etc. Some of these teams and their map pool will evolve a little bit, but maybe change the tendency, or maybe change the permaban, or change the map that they like to pick more than the other, etc. And this is the first sign of that, where at least Complexity is trying to shake it up a little bit.
Yeah, look, end of the day, it's not like Complexity cannot play Anubis, right? Obviously, they can still play the map, but if you're VP, I was actually expecting VP to either go for an Anubis pick or Dust 2, and with these being the opening 2 maps, if I'm James, I'm very, very happy right now.
And in terms of being happy with that, right, I'm with you on the Vertigo side, because VP have been vocal, especially Electronic, that I don't want to play this map. I don't like playing this map, and it's not been looking good for them.
And maybe Complexity are not enjoying the new changes coming in, right? I've been actually waiting to see the new Vertigo being played by some of these teams. We still haven't had a chance, but, you know, that's the way it is, I guess.
We'll have to sit with this, but this looks pretty damn good for VP.
For sure.
Before the veto, though, who would you say, like, when you're looking at this, was this like one of the closer matchups you would have expected anyway between these two teams?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Complexity, they finished off the first part of the season by winning a tournament. As you said, maybe not against the best of the best teams out there, but Falcons is a decent team, and the way they're playing.
And even in EPL, you know, top 4 placing right there.
EPL was decent showing as well. So Complexity, they found their footing for sure. VP, as I said, I think they have a far higher potential. I think when you look at the lineup, the limitations of that is not really to be found just yet. I think it's about getting them to work together in a tandem and figuring out how you slot in Electronic and how you use his qualities in order to support Jame and the boys. But I think from my money, you know, right now it's a 50-50 game. If you were to play this game in 2 months, I would have no problem saying that VP are my heavy favorites.
Damn.
I mean, the only way I could sway the way of Complexity here is the fact that for VP, because of the coaching changes and stuff coming in, and still, you know, they're kind of coalescing together as a team that might give the edge for Complexity. But at the same time, I look at the fact that Vertigo's not going to be played here, number 1, and number 2 for VP. We know for a fact they've been putting in the work during the player break as well. So, yeah, I'm going to go the way of Jame here.
You're going to go the way of Jame?
Yeah, because we got Momo with Complexity, so yeah.
I think he already said earlier that he was going with Complexity as well, so, you know, we'll just let them have the
Complexity. He's not a smart cookie. We know that.
No way.
It's all right. Well, there we go. You can't hear him. I can.
Pimp, when we're looking at Complexity, though, right?
Sure.
This is a team that can have moments where they pop off. Do you believe in this Complexity right now and what they can do coming out of a player break? Because one thing I've noticed is they play more events than even the top tier 1 teams, right? When they go to these challenges, they're one of these teams that are really grinding out so many events. So hopefully they should be coming in re-energized.
Let me try to rephrase it once more. Yes, I do believe in Complexity with what they have to work with. I think the lineup right now is a decent lineup. They're playing decent Counter-Strike, at times good Counter-Strike, and obviously they can take down some of the big dogs. We've seen that. It's not a team that I expect winning this tournament. It's not a team that I expect seeing playing the semifinal at this tournament. And necessarily people out there shouldn't expect them to either. As long as they remain competitive, as long as they remain a team that you can always count on putting up a fight, then yes, occasionally Elise being one of the best rifles in the game we have right now will be enough to take down some of the big dogs. But no, from game to game, tournament to tournament, it's not a team that I believe will win. I just believe they'll remain competitive, and to me, that's fulfilling my expectations, and then the NA boys can deal with that shit.
I mean, if they were to fulfill the NA's hopes and aspirations for this team, I'm just going to put it out there, they need to make a change. Unless Floppy or Grim, like they start delivering here in the season, I think they're due for a change. Not for Halter, not for Leech, but one of these two, if not even both. I'll just put it out there. But that's the only way they can really be great.
Would you say the same thing for VP, though, right now?
I think it's too early right now. And also, if you look at individuals, man, I think Norbert's great, even though he might be looked at by a lot of people as, you know, the weaker link looking at his rating. I think everyone there can, if they play the full potential, they can be a world beater.
I'm just going to say it out loud. Imagine Perfecto winning that VP lineup, you know.
That is where my mind was going.
That's going to take a little bit more time in the kitchen, right? I want them to start winning right now. The majors are around the corner, buddy. So
all good things takes time, you know.
Fair enough. I do really want to see Perfecto, though, man. It's been a while.
Could you imagine? Norbert out, Perfecto in.
I like the way Norby's playing right now. Don't throw shade on Norby, all right?
They already put pressure on him.
Norby's great.
They already put pressure on him, right? They said to him if he wasn't performing, he'd be removed from the team again. They already had that to reinvent himself.
He's performing. What are you talking about? He's performing. He's doing good. Don't put any pressure on Norby. He's going to be great. He's fine.
He's going to be great. He's going to be great in this game. Give me a prediction on how well you think he's going to do.
100%. 1.25.
Jesus, that's very specific.
That's gone very high above what I would think.
That's very specific.
What would you give him, Pimp?
He's going to pull a 1.07 rating or something like that.
I think that's more realistic. That's more realistic.
That's
more realistic.
More just like above average, feeling good about it all.
I think VP is going to win, you know, and I give with the Veto player spoke about as well. It's kind of for the footing now. It's kind of for the taking for VP to get a 2-0 here. Even if we were to go to Inferno, they play a decent amount of games and a decent level on that map as well. However, the stylistic changes that we may or may not see with VP after this player break, that's what I'll look out for. Again, you have Electronic coming in. You have James opening the idea that, yes, he could take in inputs from another in-game leader, and we know Electronic wants to play different Counter-Strike than James has done the past couple of years. So maybe we see a bit of a hybrid version of VP, and maybe that's what's going to unlock them for the future.
I'm excited to see if, you know, at least based on interviews James gave, that he's willing and looking to be more of an opera as well. Now, if he does that and he's a little bit more in your face, that, my friend, is an exciting prospect.
We've been asking him to do that for the last 6 years.
I doubt it. Maybe Electronic was the guy. Maybe he just needed Electronic to say, hey, buddy, just up. I'm going to talk.
Yeah, maybe I'll sneeze in 5 seconds. Who knows?
Nope, you didn't. There you go. That didn't work out. Okay, no chance of that.
Same odds for James being aggressive. I'm just
I will say, though, looking at that, when you talk about James having to go and be more aggressive than Orpa, if he just sets up the team and then lets Electronic mid-round the whole way, then that's something that could definitely work.
Yeah, for sure. And this is something he alluded to as well. I forgot who gave the interview where they mentioned how they were struggling in certain rounds. I'm not talking about like
this was after Blast interview,
yeah. When he mentioned how sometimes it struggled against Force Spies and whatnot, and said Electronic coming in fixed a lot of those problems for us. So Electronic's not just about mid-rounding, but holistically for the team. He seems to seemingly helping them out quite a bit.
Well, he's also been the one who's a lot more hype, a lot more energy coming out. Because if you look at them, they were quite a. Even I've seen many games of VP win. They get up. And they don't even look like they've won the game. They look like they've lost the game.
They're missing a Kindar.
He is. Electronic is so loud and so vocal, and he's bringing that out of more of the players as well. I think that's something they needed.
Maybe they needed it, you know. Teams work in different ways. I think it's a good counterpart to the rest of the team, and I think it's more of what Yakinda used to do in the old days. As I said, if you look historically speaking, James has always had that guy next to him that would counter his defensiveness, and Electronic could be that guy for VP.
Well, let's see if he's going to be that guy for VP within this game. Let's see if we get some loud cheers coming out. But let's go over to the Complexity boys over in the commentary.
Oh, the Complexity boys. We're the Complexity boys.
Yeah, well, you are North American, Jason.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I picked Complexity to win. And we'll see if it works out for us today.
Welcome to the good guys.
You know, live on the edge a little bit sometimes. But VP, they're starting T-side Anubis. So more signs point to a decent start here for VP. We'll have to wait and see as Holzerk's about to set up Elige and Floppy.
I like this, though. A coordinated aggression from Complexity to open the pistol, so it's going to be a lot of information. And actually, Grim calls off the flashbang. It comes in a little bit late just as he's about to swing, but they have all the information. But this noise has equally given VP all the intel they need to know. They now know Complexity has pushed into canals, has taken over that portion of the map, and VP's going to pause and wait because Complexity cannot maintain that aggression. They either have to keep pushing or fall all the way back. And now VP can feel like they have the map a little bit more secure.
Yeah, all this splishing and splashing in the water.
Splish, splash, I was taking a bath.
Not familiar with that song, but it was good. It sounded nice.
It's old but gold.
And Floppy, certainly not that yet, but he's going to be looking to try and use this USP to devastating effect. It's Electronic to take out Floppy quite easily.
Oh, what do they do? Okay, Elige just starts rushing with the Julies. So Complexity stayed so parked at the B bomb site with numbers. Floppy was alone at A, and that's why he peeks middle, because he has no one gathering that information. Elige actually thinks they realize the other bomb site is empty, which is why he was so crazy with that swing. And now we've got a retake scenario.
Complexity have Grim taking the first steps, and he is forced away. Not exactly the impact Grim was hoping for, but he's still around, he's still kicking about. And they've got to get into this one now. It's Complexity kicking to gear. They're going to be charging back into the site. 3 players for Virtus.pro inside of the bomb site itself. And they're dishing out headshots, but Complexity hand them right back. And suddenly only Fame playing out towards main. He's got himself a powerful position to try and stop this defuse, but JT's the bodyguard, and he will make it work out. Holzerk on that defuse, and Complexity back in for a successful retake right at the final moments.
That's a massive retake, especially when you consider Grim gets spotted and eliminated pretty early on the flank. Usually that player will stay a little bit more hidden than Grim did and wait for the main thrust of that retake to come in before trying to allow a moment of hesitation from the main player to kind of turn of his attention forward. But this is just good shooting from JT as he swings in. This was a nice shot right here.
Yeah, some sick shot. This one, that was the key to get back into it. And JT, the bodyguard, defending his teammate on that defuse. Great work from JT. And that is Complexity up with the first in the CT. And we know how important the CT pistol can be on Anubis.
Oh, we know how important the plant can be even in a loss for the T side. So they've bought right back up into this. 4 Galils and a Tech 9 on Jame, who's filled up utility.
Not quite as effective as it once was.
Well, maybe if they push into you, good 1-for-1, but Elige is going to come out on top and smartly, wisely backs away and preserves the advantage.
An extra year doing him wonders as Elige now backs into the A-bomb site safely, knowing that he has done some massive work here for Complexity. They are a player up. And Virtus.pro are going to try and dip their toes in the waters at B. There's a double setup between JT and Grim, and that smoke will buy them an extra few seconds. But Norbert, oh, he's not going to respect it. He's going right through it.
Yeah, oh, and it's just turned. Grim found the information. He knows JT is there as well. Good trade, but still a lot of pressure. And this is where things get really weird playing against VP. This is where you don't really know what the map looks like in your head of where the VP players are, and this is where they can do some of their best work. 50 seconds to move around the map quietly and try and find a gap.
Jame is moving through the water quite quickly. He's already towards dark, and he will soon realize that no one is inside of dark. He can feel comfortable getting closer and now grouping up with Electronic.
And look at see Complexity, they have no intel. They're trying to cover the whole map at the moment.
This is going to be hard for Holzek, but he is going to spot the head of Jame first. Holzek now calling, trying to delay and run the clock down, but it is going to be pretty effective from Electronic. But JT, once again, finding impact here for Complexity in back-to-back rounds. Jame goes down, and Electronic into the clutch. A 1v2. He is so comfortable in these kind of scenarios, but he doesn't have all the information. He's trying to figure out where the other remaining Complexity player is coming from, but he's found himself a pretty powerful position inside of Dark for this post plant. Electronic would love to separate this into 1v1 fights and good angle selection. He's taking out Elige, and JT just chases after him. What a hot start from JT, and that is going to be 2-0 for Complexity.
Yeah, but no time to be relieved if you're Complexity. Happy to win it, of course, but you lose 4 players and VP gets another bomb plant. This is going to be another buy. They're coming right back into this with rifles again, VP, you have to imagine, and Complexity still going to be under a lot of pressure to continue trying to convert these rounds with their economy at a breaking point as well. Back-to-back rounds, the pistol in this second round where Complexity showed their willingness to push out of the A bomb site and take control of water, take control of canals, and at least have information on the map. VP is going to have to be wise to that moving forward, and there's the buy. 2 AKs this time where they had none in the previous round, and a couple of Galils.
Trying quick to get down in water. They're going to be applying pressure relatively early onto JT's position. There's no sign that they're coming. It's going to be very dry. Just a straight up fight into JT, and he isn't missing at the start of Anubis. That is 2 kills collected. He's up to 8-0. And he is defending this bomb site easily for Complexity.
And this is great if you're Complexity, because this was one of the strengths in the early days of CS2. At the end of CSGO, JT was on a streak where he was logging big game performances for you. Really, really solid in the clutch, and he's become a very, very solid in-game leader. So he puts up a performance like this, and it is a huge benefit to the Complexity squad.
Yeah, you think back to Sydney, the first real tournament we had with CS2, and Complexity make it all the way to the final, and JT was a big part of that. And Floppy, he goes down to Fame. So one of those kills pulled back for Virtus.pro, and there is 50 seconds still remaining in this round.
That's a kind of death that's really painful to take if you're Floppy, really frustrating because, again, against a team like VP in this scenario, just giving up a contact peek to Fame is like you realize you've opened an opportunity. Another door has opened for them to come back into this round.
Here comes Jame close. Oh, it's a good angle there for Grim. Just gets the timing on the jiggle. Mass will remove Jame, effective trade from Fame, but he's still going to come into the 2-man setup, and JT and Elige easily crush it. That's 3 3Ks for JT in 3 rounds.
And that's finally going to calm things down. No plants, not enough damage to the economy of Complexity to warrant a buy for Virtus.pro, so I'll have to sit back with maybe a half buy, some upgraded pistols and armor. But Complexity have converted and sustained themselves through the early going of Anubis. Give us a little bit of a chance to kind of Chat a little bit. The desk had a lot of conversations. I know like the map veto process kind of messed them. Complexity not going for any kind of a vertigo, allowing VP to ban that out in the last rotation in the veto process. I mean, it's got to be, if you're Complexity preparing for this match, this is like sneakily like a really tough match to kind of prepare for and kind of get a sense of what to expect, because you know VP's in this kind of this morphosis phase in this team where they're trying to figure out exactly how electronic style and philosophy and theory and his desires are going to work with James' theories and philosophies and how he likes to play the game. And that was the conversation that James had in interviews and kind of discussed is we have two very different styles and we're trying to figure out how to make it work entirely to be able to challenge for trophies. And they weren't able to do it on the fly during the first season of the year because it's just a packed schedule. It's so hard to find time to just buckle down and make those adaptations. The player break is perfect for it. So if you're Complexity, you're like, we don't know what the hell this team is going to look like or come out with.
And Floppy dishes out 2, stops that attack from Virtus.pro. Electronic inside the middle catches Grim trying to rotate and be of assistance to his teammates, but it's going to be a long road to get back into this if you're Electronic. Jame, patience is about to pay off on Holzerk, but he's unable to capitalize on his chance, and Holzerk will drop him and the bomb. Electronic not able to get rid of the immortal JT. Interesting way, in that interview you're mentioning with Jame, he was saying how Electronic likes to call a lot. He's very vocal, and that's something that's actually affected James' calling. But he said it actually feels like it makes him maybe slightly better individual, like he can focus on his AWPing a bit more.
Yeah, that was a very interesting part of the interview as well. I have here, I'll read it. He says, in James' words, there is Captain Opper and Opper Captain. I used to be the former, so my sniper roles came second, but now we need to make sure I'm a sniper first and then I'm a captain because we have a player who can help make that happen. So trying to look at the strengths of Electronic, who's got in-game leading experience, who's a very vocal player, a very commanding player, a player who likes to take initiative in different situations, and saying, yeah, we clash a lot on theory and in terms of how we want to call as a team, but his skill set also allows me to focus more on my individual game. And it'll be interesting to watch that develop and see if VP and Jame and Electronic can make this all work.
And for Complexity, it's very interesting to see him not go for the Vertigo pick, because it was very obvious going into Dallas that Vertigo was a map they were incredibly reliant upon. That was kind of one of the last events they had before the break, obviously. And you might not want to be a team, given the changes of Vertigo, that is too reliant on that map in particular. So some changes for Complexity for the future, and hopefully it'll make them stronger long term.
JT trying to show the AK-47 at E-Box and trying to bait them into a swing against the AWP, but Virtus.pro's not fallen for it early. I mean, just like VP had all the time during this break to try and start figuring out the Jame Electronic clashes, I think Complexity equally, as you just mentioned, would have to look at their reliance on Vertigo as a weakness and find a way to deepen the map pool and make that a high priority.
Electronic taking some damage from the fire. He's down to 49, but he's gained space, and that's what matters right now for Virtus.pro. He'll then drop away, knowing that it is clear, knowing from Complexity is that far pushed up, so Virtus.pro can start to adjust and put their pieces in position outside of this A bomb site. Currently the setup designed to deal with this threat is Floppy within the site, playing from Fountain as he's so often spotted, and Elige close out towards camera. But Floppy is now going aggressive, and perhaps at the wrong time, because he's caught by Fame, and now this is Elige under so much pressure at the back of the bomb site himself. He decides he has to fight, he has to peek, and Elige gets a double before going down to the hand of Flit, and Grim, quick rotation over towards Heaven, stops that plant without taking the player out, and the grenade lands for extra damage, but it's not enough to remove players from Virtus.pro yet. Grim eventually getting one, but it's not enough, and it's all on Holzerk, and he is not close to the site. He's on that backside, just watching A main.
No, a long, grindy battle that Complexity could never really get a grip on, even with Elige's double kill. To bring it into a 3v3, not able to convert anything else, and Holzerk way too far to the action, as you mentioned. No point in going for it. If Jame wasn't able to find that pick, maybe Holzerk's able to creep a little bit closer. But at this point, if you're Holzerk, you know you're not going to get any kind of a mistake. There's no reason to risk the AWP trying to go for this 1v2. And Virtus.pro is going to get their first round on the board.
And Elige, rather Floppy seems to be struggling a little bit in those initial A fights. This round just getting caught in sort of transition, moving forward.
I don't necessarily mind that play. Obviously, I think it'd be cool if there was a second player there to kind of double up on it, but it did give information over to Elige. It was like kind of an early warning with how advanced it was, allowed Elige to kind of have time to settle into the bomb site and make a decision on what kind of a play he wanted to make, whether he wanted to swing or play it passively. I think he was worried about Molotov streaming into the bomb site as well, which is why he goes wide.
Oh, good play forward this time from Floppy. This aggression works out. And James is caught at the bottom of the stairway looking towards Dark.
I wonder how much that Molotov actually affected Virtus.pro from taking their eyes off that, because we've seen that aggression, what, 3 or 4 times out of the 5 rounds that have been played so far. And that Molotov was deep enough to provide a little bit of a gap for Floppy to take that peek. No one from VP looking for it. And here's another flash piece of aggression. Complexity being very, very mobile on this map, making plays, gathering information.
It's got a lively pep in their step at the moment.
I like it.
It's exciting to watch. Flit just about dodging those flames. But it does mean that JT and Grim have got comfortable control of Dark. A deep smoke, allowing the likes of Flit to play in and around it, and Elige absolutely destroying Electronic in middle.
Yeah, and that allows Hulzerk to rotate over and shift towards the B bomb site and be that third defender here to shore up that defense. It allows Elige to shift over towards the A bomb site. They know there was a good 10 seconds where no one was going to be attacking mid.
30 seconds left in the round. The bomb is dropped top middle. There's not a whole lot of control anywhere on the map right now for VP. Is it going to be a save call? Because there's just nothing they can do here.
It is. It's entirely a save call. I mean, maybe if something earlier if they'd been in a little bit of a better position to make a play, but you don't even have that first step of map control. Look at where the 2 deaths they've taken are, deep in middle and deep over at the stairs from an A peak.
5-1. This is a 5-round start for Complexity on the CT side of Anubis.
Might be time for a timeout.
This is not the only game currently on here at the EWC. We got Spirit making their debut performance, and they're playing against MIBR. It's going very well for Spirit. I think a lot of people are expecting them to start the second season of the year strong. And Donk, well, hasn't slowed down. He's top fragging.
Yeah, why not?
As many would expect.
Yeah, get into it.
I'd imagine he's one of the young players that probably didn't take much of a break from playing during the player break.
He's still in grind mode, right? He's in his grinding years. I miss those years.
Oh, so long ago.
Oh, so long ago. Well, Electronic staring through his monitor. Snaps out of it.
Deep in thought.
There's a little bit of a tech pause in the server, called by Complexity.
I mean, we talk about this VP's team, and we've seen the move of Electronic joining the squad, and many people instantly calling it like a super team. There's going to be a super team. And then you realize it's maybe not going to work, but perhaps it will never work. There is a possibility that could happen, right? The fact that, you have some great pieces, but maybe they don't fit the machine, if that makes sense. Like, there could be a point where maybe it just never works out, Jason.
Well, I mean, look, that's a point, again, that was made in that interview with James. James, great for a really good, insightful interview. He doesn't pull his punches with how he talks about the situation at all. And he was just like, we realized immediately upon him joining that if we stayed the same, it wasn't going to work. We were never going to fit a player like Electronic into my system, into the way we were playing the game at the time. We knew immediately that we needed to adapt. And they haven't really found a solution yet. Good find from Flit. Elige didn't realize one had gotten past, and that's Flit saying, enough with this aggression. I got the good spawn. I'm going to make it behind the boxes before anyone realizes it, and I'll be there to negate any of those peaks.
It didn't look like Hulzerk was quite posted up in time either to get that trade in. Oh, I need to be careful here. JT gets away before Norbert can take him out.
I like that attitude from Flit. Denying one of the main points of this Complexity defense they've seen so far, these aggressive plays. Floppy's coming through. First player was blinded, but Flit swings off of it.
Not the start to the round here. Complexity would be looking for it.
Look how open middle is as VP starts to probe and move.
Split on Hulzerk right here. This is going to be tough for the Aubrey. He has got some rifle support, but it's got to be massive. I say rifle, it's an SMG, it's an MP9, is all Grim has. Hulzerk unable to connect any of the shots, and now he's being split, so he can't get out of there. And Electronic having a field day, pushing his way through camera. There's a second round for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, you're right, though. Hulzerk had 2 good chances to find a kill or an impact. The initial trade where he missed the shot, and obviously that last one as they kind of stream out A main. So JT is just fighting for his life, fighting to keep this M4 in his hands. Money is not great for Complexity. They'll buy in the next round regardless of what happens here. But it's not going to be the prettiest thing in the world. And Virtus.pro have created themselves an opportunity to take control of this map.
The opening on Leash, going to be very frustrated about that. Just not ready for that player to have crossed over. Thought he could tuck in safely. Now you can see the shock on Leash's face. And a tactical timeout for Complexity. Letting TC get on the mic.
That's one of the other things that's kind of gone under the radar. Obviously, Electronic being so high profile of a player is going to get a lot of the attention. But I mean, just a little while after he joined, longtime coach of Dastan was
gone.
Was removed. Still, I believe, within the organization. They have a new coach involved, Zoma.
Who was instrumental in leading the side of Nine Panthers to major qualification. Obviously, they didn't get to go.
Yep.
But he was the coach of that squad during the RMR process, and were able to pull off an underdog qualification. So obviously seeing something they liked.
Maybe the VP felt like they needed a new voice in the coach position to help them ease and help facilitate this kind of transition in style. Haven't quite seen the results yet. Good chance here, though. Look at the utility on Complexity. Absolutely nothing. 2 flashbangs and a smoke for the entirety of the round. And considering how critical smokes are to allowing you to activate those kind of proactive plays, the flash peaks towards B main, the kind of pushes towards A, the pushes in canals, you have nothing that can delay time to allow a play like that on the other side of the map. You really don't have, a lot that's gotten you success to this point. You don't have the resource to really execute it. So a tough round for Complexity coming up here in round 8.
Under a minute left. Every single player is still alive on the server. But Complexity starting to show some of that proactivity again. Elige getting aggressive through middle. His head didn't get spotted. Flit, neither. But timing, could it work here for Elige? Oh, good reactions. Able to get his crosshair onto Fame in time. Now JT's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he gets smashed. Flit just runs right through him, and Norbert's already deep inside of this B-bomb site. Complexity had no numbers inside of the site itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was left on his own. I thought as soon as Elige started making that play, they would shift players off back to the B-bomb site, but something made them slow down. They were not nearly as quick as they could have been to shore up that defense.
Last piece of utility, this last flash. Hulzerk getting ready to send it in, but Grim taken out by Norbert. Here comes that flash. It better be effective. It is in terms of blinding Norbert, but Electronic defends him, and that is a 3rd round now on the T side for VP. They're starting to get much more comfortable now.
Norbert's on a hunt, going to be taken down.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Hello.
There we go. Just about.
I had no idea who was going to win that. At least gets away with an 8K, so a little upgrade at the end.
I was 100% sure Elige was going to win it until he missed 5 bullets.
Just that moment, yeah.
I was like, okay, well, here we go. 5-3, and just the 2 saved rifles for Complexity, and I think you kind of got to stand pat around those.
There's already a pretty decent half, right, for Complexity with 5 on the CT side?
Sure, but we've seen Anubis, we've seen CT side start to figure things out on Anubis. I don't think it's nearly as T-sided as it once was. I think it's kind of closed the gap. So I think the hard part is, yeah, maybe if it's in at the scoreline, you're like, okay, this is pretty good. But when you start out with that lead of what, like 5-1 at one point, like, and you want to put way more rounds on the board.
You don't want to feel deflated going into the second half.
Like if you get battered for the next 4 rounds, it's going to feel terrible.
Well, this is an interesting way of going aggressive on B, boosting Elige out. The 7-foot giant going for a peek, and he's able to damage up Norbert, drop him down to 40 health. But Electronic, he's starting to get more and more confident. He's inside of the smoke here.
There's a time limit on this play for Electronic in the smoke. It's just cleared. And James is just going to pick off rotators. Grim goes down. Elige doesn't want to go through. Now he does, but the kill is too little, too late.
Yeah, very convincing now from Virtus.pro. Mirage picked up the AWP, couldn't quite connect the shot, is now fleeing the scene. It is going to be 5 rounds to 4. VP absolutely back in this first half after a slow start. Oh, and Elige might not even get away with this.
Flit was tracking him in Evox the whole time. Heard all the footsteps across the mid-bridge, and they know.
There's 2K left over in the bank right now for Complexity. Won't be able to get an AWP in the next, perhaps. Elige is going to be attacked here by Norbert. He's got to hit the shot, got to nail it, and he does, but there's a flank coming in too. And Elige is going to be aware of the fact he's being pushed on all fronts, and he just can't get away with it.
One-round lead, and the question becomes, does Complexity return to that style of being very aggressive out of the bomb sites? Do they start getting back into peeking A main? Mid-round pushes outside of B. It can sometimes be very hard to work up the courage to do that, especially against a team like VP, as we've seen these past few rounds. They're just saying they realized the opening and the style Complexity wanted to bring on the defense. They're like, we're happy to chill for 40 seconds. Make your aggressive plays. We're going to sit back and watch them. This time they can't handle it. Hulzerk's got one. Norbert trades it back. And now trying to buy time.
Norbert pops up on top, spams on down. JT dead. Oh, if he had one extra bullet, he had another kill in him. But Complexity somewhat still fighting, but I think with Flit's kill on Hulzerk, that might have just signed it off. And it's Floppy alone 1v3, and he's on the other side of the map here and locked in by James. They know exactly where Floppy likes to play.
That round's all Norbert. Obviously 2 kills, but staying alive as long as he did. And if you're Flit and you see that your teammate's calling, they've pushed 3 outside B, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna come up through canals into this bomb site.
Try that.
Like, cool. That's the easiest read in the book.
And now it's all tied up, Jason. What a start it was for Complexity.
I know. It was good while it lasted.
Yep. Didn't last long. Right back to even numbers again. Honestly, it looks like VP are going to end this half ahead. Second timeout, VP want to ensure that they end this half ahead. They're going up against a Complexity buy that doesn't exist, really. It's just upgraded pistols. So they're going to be taking the lead. That means Complexity will be battling for a 6-6 half. That is the best outcome.
Well,
you know, all right, Jason.
Come on.
We're
supposed to be the Complexity boys, James called us.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in this one, but maybe we'll see a big Hulzerk Deagle round, you know?
Ye of little faith.
Oh, actually, I've seen some JT rounds with a Deag.
Okay.
We know he got it in him, but
you haven't said Elige yet.
Well, I mean that's a given.
All right.
You have to have a little bit more than the Elige. Let's see how the Deags pan out here for Complexity. And we started with 2 out towards that B bomb site. Elige just present in middle. But it's a gathering of all of the VP forces outside of this A site. And it has been the weaker of the 2 bomb sites. Floppy has struggled. I think it's not going to get any easier for him. Flash is good. Fully clear close right. Norbert not giving away his position, but then Fame immediately peaks, and it's such a rough situation here for Complexity. Floppy and Elige both dead, and Norbert just chasing in towards JT, and I'm telling you, here comes the Deagle. Another one for JT, and he was so close to 3. Oh, that could have been absolutely magical.
It's still possible. This is still doable with these Deagles. Norbert just 1 bullet away from death. Grim gonna bide his time. Last time, tried to peek this angle. James was waiting with an AWP, but that's been passed over to Norbert. Smoke is going to be up. Hulzerk's going to create some space for himself. This 5-7 getting a dink. 2 players low, but the AWP again.
Hulzerk, it's been a team kill in the midst, and the Deagle was 1 away. 1 shot away from bringing James out of this round and putting Complexity ahead, and Hulzerk will connect. A bit of Deagle magic for Complexity, and they're back into the lead.
I told you, you always got to have a little bit of faith. There's always some craziness. You were right. JT delivers the first 2 kills to give them the possibility, and a huge mistake. How does that nade? Does it bounce off the pillar?
It must have. We're going to see it again, I'm sure, but that is huge for Complexity. It started so well for VP. They get these first 2 kills. Floppy Elige go down, and then big JT, blinded, still smashes 2 skulls, and he was so close to even getting a 3rd out of that. Well, we get to see that. Oh, we didn't get to see specifically how that nade went down, but you'd have to imagine it just hit off a pillar.
That's just raised Electronics' frustration level tenfold.
Oh my goodness. Complexity have a chance to leave this half ahead.
That was a 5v3 from VP against Pistols.
Damn. Grim waiting behind the smoke. They're coming on in. Pulsar misses the shot. Norbert already in, and it is complete and utter collapse there for Complexity.
Yeah, they missed the first player crossing over to jail. They just never saw it coming. So the first player inside the bomb site, Grim, just gets deleted for free. Elish does everything he can, but that's going to be it. Virtus.pro comes storming back into this half, and despite a late hiccup, it's tied up at 6.
If I heard that you 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 way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do
Complexity and Virtus.pro cannot be separated after the first half of play here on Anubis. It was a hot start for Complexity. They were up 5-1, and then Virtus.pro came back into it. And the only round Complexity won outside of those initial 5 was a heroic Deagle round towards the end.
Yeah, with a little bit of luck mixed in with a little team nade TK from Virtus.pro in a 2v1. They get away with one, both teams exchanging 5-1 runs. Now we get Complexity on the attacking side pistol. JT had a hot start. Going to be close up towards A main, waiting for his moment, and Electronic getting bored. Taken down now. JT, 15 kills from the captain of Complexity.
Yeah, he's doing so well here, JT. But he's taken out this time by Fame in response. A lot of time here for Complexity. They're going to be smoking out that B bomb site, that cross. is now covered. Grim feels comfortable to move his way through, and there's no one here from VP. Fame is quick on their heels through Dark and is now engaged in a fight with Elige. And Elige thinks better of committing into that angle, sends Grim in instead. He can be the meat shield, and he'll go for that fight at range. Damage dished out, but no kills. It's still awkward. Floppy eventually composes himself for both kills on Norbert and Jame, and that has now surely confirmed this pistol round for Complexity. VP are out of there, and Cole once again back into the lead.
Bold aggression from Elige over in E-Box, taking that fight long range against one, dodging his bullets, taking the close-up fight, bringing Fame down to 1 HP. But better than that, he gathered information. He heard footsteps on bridge, which allows Floppy to prepare for the fight, excuse me. And for how tough of a half Floppy had.
You saying they're going to be near airport soon, Jason? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know. I think there's just a lot of F words in a row there. I couldn't get a hang of it.
At least you didn't say the F word.
Yeah, that's true. It could have gone worse. But it's a nice little confidence booster for Floppy. Triple kill in the round, holding onto the flank against 2. Really well done, and Complexity's now taken both pistols, and they're up by 1.
Dust 2 and Inferno up next. So we need map 3, of course. We've definitely got Dust 2. And that's always fun. It's back in the pool again.
Dust 2, I feel like, has got to be an absolute nightmare map to play against a team like Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's a map that a lot of these players, in particular Jame, obviously just the one to play. And some of his older rosters, if you remember back to Avant-Garde. Something he's very comfortable on. But a gathering of forces outside of A, and absolutely no one from Virtus.pro's home.
Yeah, it's going to be nice when Complexity eventually stroll in. Oh, Grim just looking away.
That could have been nice for him too. He's 2-11. That would have been a lovely little confidence booster.
Yeah, it really would have been. It also would have been nice information over to his team. Well, it doesn't matter. They have it now. Well, there's your confidence boost.
That is Grim. But Holzer, go and get a little piece of the pie.
He's been dinked, though. He's got to be careful. You don't want to lose too many players or rifles. And now Elige is going to start moving forward. And this is so dangerous. Complexity could lose a lot in a victory here. Flit very low on HP. He's got JT to help out. Elige has gone down. 3 players dead for Complexity. No longer whatsoever a clean round. And Norbert's just like, why not? Let me just see if anyone's done something stupid and left the bomb site open.
That would have been amazing.
But you get away with an AK-47 as well. VP's loving this round.
Yeah, they do so much. Suddenly, out of nowhere, really. Look, I mean, this is Complexity walking 4 players into an empty bomb site, and somehow they lose 3 players to USPs. Regardless, it is a round win for them, but they have sustained a lot of economic damage. And VP have saved an AK-47, so that would be lovely to have on the CT side. Nice luxury. And we'll see what VP have on the CT side. We've seen Complexity start pretty proactive, pretty aggressive. We'll see if VP have a similar style here.
What hurts about that AK-47 saved is it feels like that's going to be like an unexpected op down the road. Now, Electronic bought an M4 and dropped it over to Jame, who bought an auto shotgun and dropped it to Electronic. So Jame equally, like as the opper, is having $1,000 kind of stored up and ready to go. But more than anything, it signals to us, Complexity have no idea, obviously, that Electronic wants to get up close and personal.
And he's decided he wants to get close A. He's going to be mollied into the open, into the fight versus Holzerk. And it's actually Floppy and Holzerk together that combined for that kill. It was Floppy took the brunt of the damage, down to 40 good reactions to take Jame out of the round here.
It's almost unfair for Jame breaking that smoke because Floppy has the same idea. So he's already ready for the fight when that smoke opens up. Grim gets a... I thought he got a dink, but nope. He's just dead.
Yeah, he's having a tough time here. Sometimes the games be like this.
Sometimes they just don't go your way.
Yeah, but there's always Dust 2, and there's always the rest of Anubis, Grim. This is 9 rounds now for Complexity. Solid start into the second half here. Some decent money on a few players here for VP, but
all things considered, considering VP's lost these first opening 3 rounds of the half, they're not in a bad position when you consider the saved AK-47. Flit's got $2,750 in the bank. James still has $1,000 in the bank. They got money to play with. Next round's going to be another full buy for VP. Flit will drop a weapon over to Electronic.
Yeah, the element of surprise doesn't exist.
Yeah,
because Floppy's just ready for the smoke to
securing
blow
himself for
open.
the fight that he's looking for. James actually found the AWP.
Hey, all right, James.
There we go. There's that saved AK-47.
I want James to be my personal financial advisor.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel like I'd be very safe in his hands. He always figures it out. How to get that big green gun in his hands. JT and Elige. The gruesome twosome as they take dark. Flit needs to be aware of the possibility Elige is already in here, and the utility is signaling the fact that no one is home, but that is a lot of utility on JT. He has lost a lot of his health.
Yeah, and Flit used his smoke just as those Molotovs came in, so he's been protected. There's nothing to kind of force him into a fight he doesn't want to take until that one comes in. And now Elige has to peek and finds the kill, recovers it. But this is a lot of pressure from Complexity is going to let VP know what's coming.
Oh, Electronic still able to get away with a kill on Grim. They mollied him out of position, they got the tag, they had the sound cue, and it still doesn't matter because Virtus.pro holding on to this B bomb site. It is Norbert cleaning up, and it's just Floppy left in a 1v4 situation, one that just doesn't look doable for him. The bomb is down inside of the site. They know exactly where he's coming from, and they're doubled up on the platform. He's got 2 angles to worry about, and that is 7 rounds now for Virtus.pro. Fantastic work for Norbert as he comes back into the site. Flit does pretty well too initially, like dealing with all that dark pressure.
Absolutely, not getting picked off in the initial salvo, for sure. But yeah, Norbert comes into this bomb site and doesn't waste any time getting involved in the action because Elige was starting to hunt for Electronic, whose position was known. Good step around the smoke, and Grim's starting to get more and more frustrated.
Yeah, he's got to feel like he can't catch a break.
Absolutely, or just you just feel like you can't do anything to help your team win. Starts impacting decisions in the way you take fights.
Grenade's going to land right on top of JT, but he moves out of there. And it doesn't take the maximum damage. Just a little sprinkle. A little 9 HP off the top. I'm rooting for Grim.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Grim fan club is getting started?
I just feel bad for him right now. You know, he's got to do something. He's going to have a big moment in this game. That's what he's got to think.
I mean, that's the mentality you have to have when you're having a game like this. Is like, look, I'm 2 and 14. But at some point in these last 8 rounds of play, 7 rounds of play, like I'm going to have a chance to have impact, and I need to be ready for that occasion. JT looking through the tiniest little gap for information. No one from Virtus.pro is close by to give it to him.
James just waiting for the cross in front of him. He will get that opportunity right now. It's the AWP of Holzerk as both AWPers miss their chances. 30 seconds though for Complexity. That's starting to become a problem. Time is certainly limited. JT charge in. Oh, ineffective in taking Fame out of there, and that smoke keeps Holzerk back. The split is ineffective. Fame is shutting down this Complexity attack, and with 15 seconds left, Fame dismantles the whole squad. It's Grim with no time left, not a hope in hell, and he is going to die in a mere moment as well. He needs to die before the time. He's got to die before the time, and he does. So Norbert gets rid of him. He at least gets that extra cash going forward, but Fame just shuts the entire round down.
Yeah, just Complexity didn't find the timing to pull the trigger on that attack after the AWPers encounter each other. Forced to come through the smoke. They don't want to stand pat in middle, waiting to be crunched, and they come right into Fame, looking for the AWP out to the left. And he just feasts. Quad kill. And it's back to just a 1-round lead for Complexity.
One that will not be a 1-round lead for very long. You know, this is one that you can't even believe in the Magic, surely.
I don't know, you've said that before.
Yeah, well, you know, they did win that one. But this time, they got 2 Glocks, a couple of Deagles, and a P250. Grenades softening them up as well.
Oh, yeah, that one hurts.
That really does ruin their chances. But JT, here he goes again. Grim dead through the smoke.
He's got one. That's out towards Temple, but plenty of VP bodies to replenish their fallen teammate. No access to the B bomb site. Complexity is going to back away, head to the other side of the map. Plenty of time for Virtus.pro to get a sense of the absence of complexity towards B and readjust their defense. Everyone kind of huddled up in middle on the VP side of things at the moment. 3 players here looking to track this mobile complexity attack. And Electronic, it looked like he wanted to get activated and start pushing forward for some intel, but holds back against the pistols.
Oh my god, okay. Maybe I'm starting to believe again.
It's a foot race.
Oh my goodness, straight into that B-bomb site is a race indeed. And now is a better weapon for Floppy. Norbert tries to toss utility out. Will it delay them long enough? They swing into the open. Electronics ready. Floppy goes down, but the bomb plant is already massive. And they want a little bit more. JT on that Deagle. JT with another. And this could be absolutely brilliant for JT. He's up against Fame, who's just back towards CT. And JT is just biding his time. But his head is ripped off for the AK-47. But Complexity, man, when they've got the pistols in hand, there is always a chance. That bomb plant and 4 kills is a huge amount of cash.
I mean, 1 Deagle on a Jame from B main to Temple is massive. And then you add a Liege from way back in Canals all the way towards E-Box. A couple spectacular shots open everything up. There's JT.
He's so sick on the Deagle.
That's filthy. This is a Liege. He's got to weave that bullet through 3 teammates' heads.
I feel like a Liege would be good at golf. You know, he's got that's a long-range shot right through all the obstacles. And tactical timeout for Complexity, their second used. They came so close to extending their lead slightly, but they've now lost the lead. It's all tied up again.
Problem is, outside of that round, the 2 rounds they'd lost previously, they had no real damage done to VP's economy. There was, you know, the first 2 rounds of this little win streak from VP, they only lost 1 player total across the 2 rounds. So everyone's got money. So normally when you get to this situation where you have 1 player surviving, it's like, okay, well, Complexity, they've set this up perfectly. You win this round, you reset the economy, you get a little bit more advantage in terms of the money in your favor. They don't have that luxury this time. They're playing this game on hard mode because Virtus.pro getting started on this 3-round streak was so solid.
They blow open in middle. Electronic decides he doesn't want to stand behind an open smoke. But he will stand in the fire.
Okay, and they execute. All 5 players yeah.
They've already had their initial utility into B as well. So the first 2 smokes have been tossed. They're not going to go on those. They're going to go on the re-smokes.
There's 3 defenders here, though. I don't know how this works for Complexity, especially if there's a counter utility, counter smoke, counter Molotov in towards main. Flit's got 1 blind.
Yeah, that's a good start here for VP. It's a disaster for Complexity. You can just see it from the mini-map. Just the amount of players that VP had inside of B. That double pump ain't gonna work out.
Yeah, and everyone ready with like counter utility. When you have 3 players, right, it's like 2 of them can be gun out, 1 can be ready with counter flashes. You see all those nades stream over the wall, and it's like, boop, drop the flash, everyone peek, everyone fight, and it works perfectly. 10-9.
I think this has a heartbreaking first map loss written all over it for Complexity.
It's one of those maps where you're going to, if you end up losing this as Complexity, you're going to feel terrible because you had good starts in both halves. 5-1 in the first half. You got the first 3 on your T side as well, and just not able to find an adaptation.
This is Complexity's map pick as well, so tough scenario if they do end up losing this one, but it's not over yet. AK-47 available for a leash. But Norbert's starting to get freed up a little bit more. He's pushed out B. And the gathering of Complexity players outside of A, it's starting to be red based on that information push from Norbert. So you can see it again, heavy numbers are going to be on the bomb side. The Complexity are attacking. This could end up being a very easy round for VP again if Complexity stay committed towards A.
Yeah, Norbert with that early spot.
He's going back for more information. Does spot 1 player outside of B this time.
Yeah, but that's standard. You're like, yeah, he's way far back. It's just the 1 player watching for the push, so you're able to keep 3 players parked today.
And this setup looks brutal. You got Jame. Oh, you had Jame ready, but it doesn't matter. The guillotine's rolled out. Electronic with 2 headshots very quickly. Elise charging in, trying to do as much as he can. 2 kills is good, but it's Jame coming in from heaven with a big shot on Elise. Couldn't quite follow up in towards main. And Flit, he's got the rotation, the perfect positioning to deal with the rest of the threat. Now this could be the moment we were talking about. The Grim clutch. He's down low on bullets and unfortunately still low on kills, and that will be another round for Virtus.pro.
Just having such a rough game. Still quiet today for Grim, at least in this first map.
That'll be another thing as well, that Grimmer is obviously going to feel rough about this first map, but if you lose it, despite having good starts in both halves, you're just going to imagine, like, what if I was able to do a little bit more in a few of those rounds as well?
I think the problem too for Complexity now is like these past 2 rounds they've descended into an execute at the B bomb site. This one was just a straight up execute at the A bomb site. And previously they were even losing when they were more spread on the default. So I think they've lost a little bit of confidence in these kind of spread out defaults where individuals can find impact or not get picked off and create some kind of opportunity for you. And then also now your executes are just getting stone cold shut out. Both times they've thrown one in, VP's been stacked at that bomb site with 3 players. Virtus.pro winning in so many aspects of the game right now. In terms of information gathering, they're winning that. Economy, check. They've got that in their back pocket as well.
And just output from players across the board is just much stronger at the moment. A real weak link. A minute left. Again, Complexity setting up for a B split this time. And there's a lot of VP players ready for that possibility. It is hard to see a world in which Complexity are going to be successful here. Got a couple pieces of utility still to go through before they decide to make their final attack. No one from VP playing within dark. And they've even got the AWP here on the back platform, protected by the rifles around him. It's James to strike through the darkness. It's 2 kills locked in for the sniper. And Elige is left with 20 seconds and 4 VP players looking directly at him. This is going to be so hard for Elige to even take a step closer to the bomb site, but Elige has got some heroics left in him. It's 2 kills and 1 low HP Norbert at the back of the site. Oh, Elige! He's found him as well. He's on for all 5 here, Elige. And he's faked the plan. He's got him in! And that was nearly an absolutely heroic moment for Elige, but it is stolen away from him in the final few seconds by Fame. The absolute goal to go for the fake plant with 5 seconds left.
And no bullets in the AK, only your Glock as well. He switched out. I don't know if he got the calm that somebody was low or it was just like, I don't have any weapons, I don't have time to reload. But yeah, he almost pulls it off.
He was definitely rocking with his Glock out, that was for sure. Oh, that could have been absolutely insane from Elige. It's just one of those rounds. It's just another close one, but it goes VP's way. Now Electronic looking to try and knock them out. Looking for the final blow here on Anubis, and it's working out for Virtus.pro. Kill after kill from James. It's Floppy and JT left. And despite good starts in both halves, in particular in that first round Complexity, it is all in a losing effort on their own map pick.
You're going to feel terrible. They're going to drop this map on a 0-7 streak. Virtus.pro just round 16 on, something clicked, and they have decimated Complexity's attack.
And this is Complexity's pick, as you said, and up next is Dust2. VP are going to be a difficult team to put away on that map. It's looking like Complexity might be finding themselves in the resurrection zone here at the Esports World Cup. Smokeout blocks Flit's vision. Still some time left for Complexity as they make their final maneuvers over towards A, but look how many players are waiting for them. 3 ready to answer the call for Virtus.pro. With grenades in hand, it'll slow them down. They won't be able to get that burst forward into the bomb site. It feels like this is the final motions of Anubis. Floppy to lead the charge out. Grenade slows them down. And now they go for their attack. Looking to wrap around the back of the bomb site. Going for the plant, but Electronic takes them both out. And it is Virtus.pro that walk away with Anubis. That walk away with Complexity's map pick.
Yeah, such a nice performance for Virtus.pro as they kind of switched over to the CT side. Absolute dominance. And Complexity's got to be feeling stunned. We've got James and the guys on the desk ready to take it away.
Thank you very much, Moses and Dinko. That was a hot start in Riyadh for Complexity, but then it quickly cooled off. You can get both pistols, you can have some really good rounds, but that one, I think, for Complexity is going to sting.
I think you said it pretty well right here. Complexity got off to a good start. They win the first pistol, They convert, they go up 4-0. Second half as well, they lose the pistol, then when they follow up 4 Spy, they go up 3-1 in the second half as well. So you're leading 7-1 on a map like Anubis based off the first 7 rounds played, and yet you're still not able to beat VP. I gotta say, Complexity, they look good, but in the buy rounds, once we got into the nitty-gritty, once we got into JM Electronic and the boys figuring out what to do with the AK-47s on the T side, with the defense on the CT side as well, it did feel like VP were by far the better team. As much as it looks like a close game, which is indeed it was, it could have gone the way of Complexity, I feel like had VP just won one of those pistol rounds, we'd be sitting right here talking about a game that finished 13-6, 13-7, and it wasn't really that close.
And especially, you know, right before we started the game, we were talking about the Veto as well, where we had a big question mark. Maybe you could just gone for Vertigo. It's a map where VP have been struggling quite a bit recently. It's a map they haven't played a lot, and Complexity, a 12-map win streak. They go for this Anubis pick, and as you pointed out, just winning the pistols, and even one of the rounds they won was that Deagle round with Halter and JT as well, right? When it comes to the rifles, just went missing. And listen, I don't want to keep harping on this, but I'm going to say it, man. Grim went 2-20. 2-20, and we have Floppy going 8 and I think 20-21. So 10 kills combined between the two guys who're supposed to be the trio of rifles for your team. While Elige getting over 20 kills, JT getting over 20 kills. Again, I'm going to harp on this fact. You have Elige delivering. You have, you know, JT playing well above and beyond. You're winning some of the rounds we're not supposed to win. You just need a little bit more output. We got nothing.
Well, this is the thing, right? We get a few of these JT maps every now and again, right?
And
you need to take full advantage of that and step up around it and deliver.
Especially considering you picked Anubis, right? You didn't pick Vertigo. We spoke about it coming into this video that we thought Complexity were going to go with Vertigo. It's been a stronghold for them. We know they can play Anubis as well. But as you said, when you have JT playing well, you have Elise playing well, you're winning pistols, you're winning force buys, you're winning Deagle rounds, Hallzerg finding impact as well. You cannot allow yourself to miss out on such a big opportunity.
And especially, you know, like you pointed out, Anubis as well, you get off to the great start, 5-1 CT side. I mean, that's, for a lot of teams, you know, if you just look at how Anubis has been playing out over the past few months, it's pretty much a win condition met right there. You have 5 rounds on the CT side. They actually got 6, in fact. And then you switch over to T side, which is supposed to be a little bit more forgiving. It's supposed to be easier. They didn't win a single rifle round. That is just rough. And it's not from the lack of trying. I think they had some pretty good ideas here and there. But I want to just turn around a little bit. VP, when they woke up on the CD side, they looked clinical, and they had such a good read where the hits are going to be coming in. Even the utility as well. Great utility economy. All they needed to do was like one flash towards dark. Immediately, you can see the Complexity players starting to panic, taking a couple of shots. They're like, it's going to be a B hit. They just settled in together, and they just got completely outplayed. And just the fashion in which they beat them in the final few rounds, that's what's kind of shocking for me, James.
Make no mistake, right? You win 7 rounds in a row on the CT side of Anubis. We speak about Anubis being the T-sided map, you know, a very difficult map to defend on, a map where you can feel super uncomfortable, very compact, almost like fish in a barrel. VP were great, as you said, reading the game, but also having mid-round aggression, counter-aggression, and constantly being, you know, moving around in a very limited space. It's so hard on Anubis to make the right call and you know, be fluent on the map, because you can get punished in so many different ways, but it felt like VP were on top of it, and when you win 7 rounds in a row on a CT side like Anubis, you know you're on a streak, you know you're rolling with it.
And you guys are the experts here, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was seeing when it came to the rifles of VP was not just the multi kills, it was the refragging. They'd push in, and then instantly the follow-up was there, and the trade game was on point.
It's very look, when you distill down Counter-Strike to the bare fundamentals, right? It comes down to your trading, and you're just working utility well. And VP, while you might argue about the way they play, I mean, the old VP, the way they approach Counter-Strike and whatnot, the fundamentals are always on point. Even when they go for these aggro peaks towards, like, aggro info plays, for example, towards dark, towards B-mains, it's never one guy trying his luck and hoping to win a duel. There's a guy right next to him. Also really helps that everyone was chipping in. Norbert, Fame, Flit, Electronic as well delivering. And you have everyone stepping up to the plate. And on the other side, you look at Complexity. You have like your IGL is not supposed to be dropping bombs like this. And you have a Leech, again, playing to the level he usually does. And everyone else has disappeared. Like, again, this is the problem with Complexity, I keep saying. They are a team who can contend to be in a top 10 team, maybe a top 8 team on a good day. But if you're going to just if a couple of players just going to disappear on every couple of days, it's not good enough, man.
It definitely isn't, and I think they're going to have to make sure they can mentally reset, especially on Grim, hype him up, pull him back into the game if they want to have any chance in this. But we're done looking at the map of Anubis. Now we're going over to see what happens on Dust 2, but first, it's a break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Virtus.pro came in looking very good on Anubis. They stood strong despite the slow starts and maybe not having success with the pistols. Now we're moving on to Dust 2, which is their pick, and this is their wheelhouse. But it did seem like, almost with the first map being so comfortable, that here they're just walking in, living the dream.
Yeah, they are, and it's a map that kind of simulates a lot of what we speak about when it comes to Anubis as well. When you're on that CT side of Dust 2, it can be a little bit difficult to get aggressive. You have a little bit more leeway, a little bit more room to work with, but essentially, you know, you can't do much of aggression as a CT side player unless you decide to take middle and rush in towards lower dark. If you decide to play defensively, you leave all the initiative to the T side.
Yeah.
You let James control the pace, you let VP control the pace, and I think that could be an issue for Complexity coming into Dust 2.
Yeah, this is the one map where I feel like if, as you pointed out, Complexity are going to be playing passive and kind of textbook CS on the CT side.
To do it,
yeah, to do that, I think the old VP style, it's going to absolutely, it's like going to be like a boa constrictor, just constricting you and then just isolate the players and completely destroy them, right? And it's a map where you're looking at the recent results for VP in London, where they almost beat Spirit. I think it was 13-11. They took down Astralis, who have been looking good recently, and I think also took down Vitality as well. Close score lines, but look at the names right there, right? So VP absolutely should have this one in the bag.
And they look like massive favourites, especially when you compare the other side of it with Complexity and who they've beat, right? Okay, they beat Alliance.
Yeah.
It's not really on the same tier as any of these guys. And then they've had struggling games.
And they
against
lost to
Liquid.
Ents.
Yeah, Liquid and Ents.
And Ents who, like, I don't even know what they are right now. So, yeah, it's
a team.
They're a team, but yeah, Dan's not here, so you can just talk about Complexity. But yeah, I have to be Jason to even believe in a chance of Complexity coming back in this one.
I feel like the only silver lining I got for Complexity fans right now would again be to hope that Elise can be the difference maker, especially when you look towards that CT side. One man is not enough, I know that, and you're probably right about that, but someone has to be aggressive, someone has to be disturbing in the way that VP want to control the game, because we've seen them so many times, and I know that predates to before Dust 2 was removed from the map pool, but back in the old days, when James and VP would just suffocate the opponent, they would just play slow and sure, and then occasionally they take long control, you know, in a fast rush, and then they go back to playing a default again. And I think for Complexity, if you're falling into the pitfall of waiting for a reaction from VP, nothing is going to come out of that. Nothing good is going to happen from that. So you need someone to get in there and be aggressive, and I've seen Elise do that on Dust 2. He's not afraid of rushing in towards lower dark. He's not afraid of rushing up towards top middle if he senses there's a gap or there's nobody's holding that. And that's what I want to see from Elise. And then obviously you spoke about it as well. Grim, Floppy on the anchor positions as well. They need to show up. They need to have an output.
That's the biggest problem, right? You're looking at Grim playing towards long. You have Floppy towards B. Like, your anchors are not having a good day in the office banks, and if it continues right there, no matter what, Elise is going to try towards mid, and also he can wake up with the op on Dust 2. He can absolutely try and be more mobile and try and find opening picks and whatnot. I'm sure Elise and JT are going to be playing towards mid and CT as well, but it just can't be that part of the map. You need to have some control towards long. You need to go for some tunnels aggression, for example, with Floppy. But to put it very simply, if you're not hitting his shots, ugh.
And if we go back, right, to when Dust 2 was back in the pool, when we go back to CSGO, this was a dominant map for VP anyway, right?
Sure,
This whole core, even for Na'Vi when Electronic was there, right? This was all just a great map and a good time for them. I am really worried for Complexity, especially if they haven't pulled themselves out mentally of what we just saw.
That's a good point, because I bet a lot of the fans watching right now are maybe new to Counter-Strike or didn't follow Counter-Strike until recently. And Dust 2 was a map where, despite VP not being the best team in the world, you can make the argument they had the best Dust 2 in the world, or at least up there. The same with Electronic and Na'Vi as well, as you said. When he was in-game leading in Na'Vi, when he was putting himself to be the center of the motion, especially on the T side, he would be the first guy out when they do a B split. He's going to be the first guy over Catwalk when they execute on that A bomb side. And if there's a player that has ever shown me that he's a specialist at something when it comes to entering, it's Electronic T-side Dust 2. It's almost back to the days where Dupree were owning everyone on Inferno on the T-side as well. That was his map, that was his groove, that's why he's always been finding impact. So now you have James with the passive orb standing in T-spawn for a minute every round, killing all the rotations, and Electronic in the mix. It's going to be tough to play VP on Dust 2.
I want to say though, when you're talking about that, right, the passiveness of what James is going to offer, Halls-Up was a bit passive on Anubis, right? This, he cannot do that. I want to see him walking around, taking some fights, taking some jewels, and being hella confident.
It's do or die. And again, for some of the viewers just tuning in right now, wondering, why this usually an opening matchup, it's not, there's not as much pressure. If you lose this game, this map in particular for Complexity, you're going to go down to the lower bracket where it's just best of ones banks. So everything on the line on Halzer, he got re-signed. Prove it, prove why you got re-signed.
Yeah, step up, right, and deliver. And I need to see some more energy out of that team because, okay, I don't care about Grim's scoreline, but it was looking like they were down and out, and he was just every time walking into a fight, someone needs to hype him up, someone needs to bring him back in.
Yeah, and I think specifically for Grim, for those of you who's been following him over the years, we spoke about him a year and a half ago, I think, when he was owning it up in complexity. He got out of Liquid, and he kind of phrased it as he lost his confidence within Team Liquid. People didn't believe in him. We always remember what happened with Stewie in some of those interviews, saying that Grim wasn't necessarily what they needed in Team Liquid. Took a hit on his confidence. Grim is a player that thrives when he's feeling confident, but he also falls off when he's not feeling confident. And that's the issue right here with Grim. He's not one of those players I have faith and trust in, can bounce back from map to map, series to series. When he's in the groove and he's feeling himself, he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, but that's not the case right now, and that's an issue.
And we saw this in Sydney as well when they had that run to the finals with CS2 coming out. When Grim, well, like you pointed out, when things are going good, he was looking phenomenal. He had some really nice patches of great form for this particular team, and I thought hopefully this time is going to stick around, right? But that's, look, at this level of CS right now, you can give a lot of excuses saying, oh, you know, yeah, my mood was off, I was feeling really down, but now it's all about putting up or shutting up, right? And in all honesty, I've been watching this entire season ever since CS2 came out, and it has been Grim and Floppy just being so up and down that has been resulting in these kind of mid to bad results for complexity every couple of months, which in all honesty, depending on what the aspirations are for this organization, it is not acceptable. So for right now, even if you're feeling pretty down after that performance, wake up. You have like 15 minutes, you know, whatever team huddle talk you had to do, you know, just get on a call with Jason Lake and just let them to like wake up, man.
Do that video call, you know, give them some energy, give them some motivation. They definitely will need it. But I want to ask you guys, will VP grab a pistol here?
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
they will.
We're believing in that?
I think so. I think they'll win, not easily here, but they'll win comfortably.
Have you seen their pistol rating, like, just in general since Electronic came to the team? It
hasn't been great at all.
As long as we win all the rifle rounds, the pistols don't matter. It's all RNG anyway.
Oh, whoa. So you're on the pistol round out of the game?
No, not really. I like the RNG. I didn't say RNG is bad. It's fun. Also, you know, my boys, the Mongols, they win all the pistol rounds. So
it's funny how that works. You know, all the bad players of the game, all the noobs, they love the RNG, and all the good players, they would rather be without it. So, you know,
whatever, man.
Yeah, cool.
Where do you sit on this, Pim?
I have nothing to add.
Nothing to add. That's great, great. Thanks for your expert opinion on that the whole way through. Yeah, that's kind of why you're here. You're supposed to give your opinions. Sometimes you give some really bad takes.
If you're asking a boring question, then I have the right to just not answer, I guess.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, well, with that note, we're still not ready for the game, so I'm just going to wait for this to go forward and say, you guys are massively, you guys are massively on this VP train. If Complexity do get it, can they take the series?
Inferno being the third map, yes, there's a possibility of that. I think VP is a decent map on Inferno, and we'll definitely get to talk about that if we go there. The problem for me is that Dust 2 is going to be very rough for Complexity. I think the fashion they were losing on Anubis, you had so many win conditions going their way with the pistols, with the good starts to the half, with JT having I think he was 11-1 at one point in that first map as well. So you have so many win conditions going your way, and yet you still got outclassed by VP. I think it's going to be the same case here on Dust 2.
Well, let's find out what happens, and let's go back to the Complexity boys.
Yeah, it's not looking so good for us right now, Jason, but we'll see if VP can win a pistol round.
It'll turn around when we get our theme music.
Let's go, Grim. Let's go, Grim. That's what we're hoping for. A big pistol round out of him to get him fired up for this Dust 2 performance. He had a real tough time on map number 1. But he is looking to try and start off Dust 2 with a better stance. A lot of VP players coming his way, so maybe a lot of chances, Jason.
Problem is, Halzerk and Elige need to work up the courage to get boosted up into the bomb site. There's a couple of smokes that are going to make this really hard to stop. Grim's going to be blocked off. Elige inside the site. Halzerk over at CT spawn. JT coming catwalk, but already the defense is shut down.
Yeah, not looking too hot, but JT getting back into it. He's the pistol god today. 3 headshots right back. And just when you thought VP would find themselves a pistol round victory, JT is there to steal away their dream. And Plant is now coming in. Fame and Jame combining together. And looking to try and close this one out. JT still at short, hasn't moved. Waiting for an overextension. He gets that fight. Couldn't quite capitalize as they get in towards Goose. He's got another headshot in, and JT one away from all 5. And Fame looks to prevent that from happening, and Floppy will steal it away. What a round from JT again. He is feeling it today.
Yeah, I mean, he's just keeping the floor of this team at a certain level, right? Bailing him out of a really tough situation. That's another 5-on-3 that VP loses when they get control of the bomb site. JT just bangs him out. Nothing tactical to talk about. This is just nice shooting.
Yeah, he definitely bails out his squad. The initial fights didn't look too comfortable for Complexity, but he's damn clean with it.
Lovely stuff, and then Floppy just getting on the board right there. And that is going to be rather frustrating, I'm sure, for VP.
Yeah, I would say so, though. I mean, they did lose both pistols on Anubis and still rattled a victory off there. So they'll have to sit back. They do pick up some Galils.
An AWP out for Holzerk.
How do you get that? Is that JT dropping it over?
Must be, yeah. And Leash going aggressive at middle. VP are trying to still figure out, like, what are we doing? What are we buying here?
Yeah, this is a really awkward opening. And especially if you're Norbert, you're like, you get killed like that, and you're like, why do I have two teammates just juggling weapons in T-spawn? Like,
he just dies because his team cam.
Can I get like one of you two guys to like watch for that mid push?
Unlucky Norbert.
And now you've invested all this money into a round where you've just given away a life for free.
It's not the ideal start here for VP.
Now, Complexity is going to keep, I would imagine, JT pretty much playing buddy system with Holzerk's AWP, right? You're going to want to keep that space against some of these lower buys. He just moved, a little bit dangerous. JT comes back, Holzerk scoped up.
I'm going to be pretty disappointed. And there's an AWP on the other side. I think it's already Virtus.pro. 45 seconds remaining. Re-smoke into the tunnels, just deployed. That is from the Complexity camp. Now, the other side of that smoke lies in wait a couple of Virtus.pro players, soon to be 3. Is now Flit joins the pack, and they are ready to attack in towards the back. It's Floppy getting Molly out of position, heating things up. Fame just rips his head off. At range, Holzerk's AWP strikes into action, and he needs to be careful. He can't throw that AWP into the lines down. You can't let VP get that back.
I'll tell you what, though, this is an awkward situation. There's no utility for this retake for Complexity. Not a smoke for tunnels, not any flashbangs to take anyone away, and we know the B bomb site is very, very difficult to retake, even with a man advantage, and another smoke is going to come up. So there's 0 kits on top of all of that.
And no utility. It's just an AWP. You got to save it. You have to. They're backing away. They're not going for it.
Holy hell.
That is a simple but effective call from Virtus.pro. They annihilate Floppy at the back of the platform, and because of the weapons and the resources they have to lose and lack of resources, they actually attempt to retake. Complexity call it off, and VP tie things up.
I mean, it's a surprising outcome of how the round looked like it would play out, but it's not a bad call, obviously. With 4 full weapons, you can rebuy utility, you can buy a kit in this next round. You have a full buy, essentially, except for Floppy. So maybe look for VP to kind of target late round if we get to that situation. B-bomb site might be an option, realizing that Floppy's the only kill they got previously.
Holzerk really wanted to have more impact there. That smoke just cancels him out. And good discipline not to just go Hail Mary straight through that window. Probably would have instantly been killed, or at least traded.
Yeah, but if he gets the kill,
then it would have been sick,
then they retake.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways of looking at it. But he's got the AWP in this round because of his decisions, and perhaps now he can have impact with some longevity. Oh, Floppy. Oh, that's a rough start to the round. Had to start with an MP9 and then eats a grenade. At least the trade for damage is back and forth. JT gets caught looking between 2 angles and ends up getting a bullet between his 2 eyes. JT gone out of there. Does VP collect the first?
Deep smoke on catwalk means VP can't take complete control of it and apply pressure and use that as leverage. However, again, as I mentioned, late rounds, they know Floppy is going to have a weaker weapon, and they're able to take him down with ease. Can they trade Elige off? Not quite yet, but they've kept him out of the bomb site in similar situation. No utility, no kits.
And this time we've got a player deficit, so
yeah,
likely to be another save call. But also Electronic is around here, so they might not be able to save as easily as they did in the previous round. Electronic could be a real nuisance and take all of these key weapons out of the hands of Complexity. This fight is everything. Grim making noise, and Electronic takes out Grim. Holzerk slipping away with the AWP.
We just mentioned the last map, Grim probably feeling like nothing can go his way. This time he's just trying to upgrade to an M4, gives up the sound cue, and Electronic's able to just swing on it.
Yeah, it hasn't really been the start that would reset the mentality of Grim. It's just more of the same.
Going hunting for more. They want that AWP away. They want to trade it off, and they will get it. And Elige is the only one left, 27 HP. Electronic hasn't spotted him yet. They might let him keep this gun at the end of the day.
Oh,
They're going to step forward, and no mercy for Complexity. They lose everything, and they don't even attempt a retake because they wanted to save those so bad. But VP effective in the hunt. They are now in the lead and very likely to extend it.
Oh, that's such a, this is turned into like the pistol round is nice, right? You get that heroic effort out of JT when the quad kill at the A bomb site is basically the sole defender against 5. But man, the instant rebuttal in round 2 and then this full clean out in round 3, this all of a sudden that cool pistol round is just a nightmare beginning to Dust 2. And James gets a free ult.
And now when James has the AWP, he can start to control this map. You know, he's very comfortable in doing so. You know, looking at VP, oh my god, okay,
Norbert.
there we go, Grim, finally. Catches a break.
Yeah.
Poor Norbert, of course. But that bomb side at B has been taken. But, you know, you look at VP and you thought when Dust 2 got added to the pool, you know, this is going to be a map. Surely they put into their map pool. And they did pretty quickly, but the results were terrible at the start when Electronic first joined. They lost 13-4 to Maoas back in Boom Dacha. And then they had Dallas where they lost 13-5 to Big. And then after that, they had some time before the spring finals, just a little bit, and they were able to see steady improvements. They beat Vitality, they played Spirit really close, and they got a win over Astralis.
I think right now it's like I think it's a symptom of the underlying problems we saw when Electronic was brought in, and obviously now we have a few more details we can go off of with that James interview that came out a while back. Of just like a lack of cohesion in terms of the theory or the style of play they were kind of committing to and they wanted to develop. I mean, you can kind of see some of the James-led teams on Dust 2 and some of the CS teams on Dust 2, what was really a dangerous point for them was how slow, how quiet, and how many lurkers they would place across the map. And especially on a map like Dust 2, that can be so annoying when you're trying to move around and be mobile and respond to things as a defender. And you can see here, this feels, in my mind at least, a little bit more of like the Electronic philosophy where they're just like, we sense this weakness at the B bomb site. Like, let's just hit it. Let's just go back to it each and every time. They haven't been able to stop us yet. They can't really retake it. Economy's low. They don't have the resources to do things about it. And you're just kind of leaning on that weakness for as long as you feel it's there.
Yeah, that killer instinct. Injected into Virtus.pro. Real close to that opening move, that Norbert. But look at Grim. He's pushed all the way up into the longhouse. In the meantime, Flit taking some space of his own with Electronic. They've moved their way through those mid doors, and they are looking to fight towards the B ramp. Leaf needs to get out of dodge, and he will further fall back into this B bomb site. Some decent control here for VP with still over a minute left to play with. They got plenty of time. When does Grim decide to activate his flank? Might need to go rather quickly because Elish has died on the ramp. Floppy now needs to defend this B-bomb site on his own. He's worried about the door, but he comes back out into the open, and this time Electronic ready for that re-peak. So VP have found themselves the further kill, and Grim has only started that flank through long now.
And I mean, they haven't even committed all their players into the B-bomb site. You still have 2 players. You still have Electronic and James just sitting in middle at the moment and saying they can't come CT, they can't come double doors or mid. All they've got is B tunnels, and VP just working things. And again, that feels like a very Electronic-led round when you consider he gets that foothold out of mid, right? He's holding it, and he's waiting for someone to rotate in. They can repeatedly smoke off CT spawn, make that defense panic, make it feel pressure, make it feel nervous. And then all of a sudden, you're just taking a fight, and Complexity has no idea when it's coming, so there's no chance to organize. Floppy coming back to window to double peek in middle from the defense. It's going to be a very, very difficult, frustrating, and annoying half for Complexity.
This actually feels very similar to Anubis, because that A-bomb site on Anubis was the same setup right between Floppy and Elish, and that was the site VP continually found success at, and they're doing the same again here just on the B-bomb side of Dust 2. It's the same 2 players in the setup together, and VP keep finding their way through them.
Timeout from Complexity, talking about what they've seen, what they need to adjust, how they need to react to different situations.
And 2 ops is the decision.
It's an old classic. When all else fails on Dust 2, buy a second off.
Roll the dice with the double off.
And we've seen Elish using it more and more. Or I've noticed it. I don't know if you have.
Not really. But,
okay. Cool. Well,
I've seen it. Now that I think about it, you know, I've seen some decent rounds.
Yeah.
No, I remember some decent rounds now with it from Elish. I'll see if he's able to make it work in this round. It's Elish and Halzerg, the double op setup.
The problem is for Complexity, every time they decide to say, VP have so many resources left, they just on the hunt instantly. And here goes that alt peak. Holzerk just running into lower tunnels. It isn't the most common alt peak, but he's got a good spawn for it, so he's gone for it. And Jane attempting to open things up at long. It's the classic sound, the symphony of AWP shots ringing out across Dust 2.
And Holzerk has so much safety. He's got Elijah's AWP up on catwalk, peering towards top middle. He's got JT who's going to start activating on a push, but this just makes it so hard for Grim. Right. You make this kind of a play to deny what VP's been doing for the past 4 rounds, and they switch it up on you at the perfect moment. Good calling from VP. And poor Grim is just left on an island because all of the resources are in mid.
VP can slow things down. Think about some of the mid control they don't have. JT hoping that they come in towards it, but that doesn't seem likely. So he starts to get itchy feet and move forward into this fight. And it does work out for JT. He finds himself a 1v1 duel against Norbert.
Norbert's just like, for the love of God, can I stop getting killed by these mid pushes? But again, the cost is so high. JT can't get away. The defenders there trying to support him are left in the open, and Electronic has space to work with.
It just feels like VP's playground right now. They're just walking around.
It's so interesting because like there's so many players in middle for Cole. When Grim goes down and you have this mid push from JT and you have Holzerk's up and like lower even for some time, it still feels like Complexity doesn't have a whole lot of actual information about where VP is positioned or where they're actually going to attack into. And Holzerk is
exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's not saving that. It's done.
Electronic is starting to just farm them up. 8-2 now. He's having a great time on Dust 2. This is very much looking like Virtus.pro are going to walk away with a 2-0 in their opening game at the Esports World Cup. Complexity will be down into the resurrection bracket. You don't really want to be that. You know, it's best of ones. You're out if you lose. And you're looking at teams like Furia already there. Obviously, could be deadly in a best of one. You don't want to find yourself having to battle through that.
Team I'd be most scared of in that resurrection bracket is probably Mongols, to be honest with you. They're down there
yeah,
as
that's
well.
True.
But yeah, either way, it's a long day of grinding best of ones with a lot of pressure on each and every one of them.
Stress the whole day.
Yeah.
See how Norbert handles this one. He deserves it after a very tough couple of moments out defending those mid pushes. And now Floppy's Deagle left over on that B bomb side. It is now 6-1 for Virtus.pro.
Pistol round was nice though.
Definitely was. That JT will always remember that one. There is another game going on right now. It is Spirit versus MIBR, and I can tell you it's looking good for MIBR over there. It's not pretty.
Really? That's surprising to me.
Yeah. I can see subtle hints of sarcasm being detected. 11-1 currently to Spirit on the second map on Vertigo. And that would indeed be MIBR's pick. And MIBR are decent at Vertigo as well. So that's, I feel like Spirit have maybe turned a new page when it comes to Vertigo. It was seen as their weakness for a little while after the RMRs.
Yeah, but it became so obvious at the time.
Yeah, and then they switched Dong, right? They
switched him off the D anchor, but also, I mean, like, everyone played it against them for like a good month.
And they got a lot of practice.
So many reps on it.
It's like, thank you guys, you actually just fixed our weakness.
Is this, I can't imagine VP calling a B-Rush, surely not. Surely it's a timing.
Holzerk is going to have to defend. And he is going deeper into the tunnels. Here we go. He's got rifle support with him. And Holzerk gets out of there. Big swing. Floppy can't handle the rifle on Fame. And now Holzerk, he's under pressure with utility, but no one from VP following up and chasing after him. They'll be happy with the 4v4.
Yeah, the equalizer on that push is the most important part. So good job from VP, just staying disciplined and not over-peaking and swinging into that and giving Holzerk chances to make a highlight reel with the op. They know with the amount that they've hit and had success at the B bomb site, that Complexity likely going to rotate someone over. And look at Elige going for information, feeling like he's the only one who's being proactive. Norbert ready and waiting, hiding. Barrel shows easy. Well, it's a kill. He does get dinked.
Yeah, it was nearly easy, and then Elige dinks him. He's seen the barrel for so long.
Here's Grim's play. He just pushed out long, and this is a fake over towards Catwalk.
Oh, they're looking for it though, aren't they? Oh. Fame at least was just a second ago. He's in a position to deal with it if Grim eventually comes back.
The timing on this is going to be everything because
there's a lower tunnel player coming out too with Norbert. Oh, Norbert, he's gone.
Yeah, but it's perfect. He's the low HP player. That's the signal. That's the alarm of like, okay, well, Grim's pushed out long. You know, one was in the B bomb site. That was Holzerk, but Virtus.pro decides to attend to their flank. 25 seconds left. James really hunting this down, and now they turn it into a B hit.
They switch it up. Grim's done very well to reposition there and catch James. Very committed to that. He really wanted to get rid of Grim. He could have joined the rest of the pack and went into the B bomb site. And they get across. Holzerk misses his small window of opportunity to take down that player on the cross zone over. Flip puts the bomb down, and now the chances for VP to win this round have increased.
One flashbang for Complexity, and remember, this is not an easy bomb site to retake.
Complexity have barely attempted to even retake this site, but they feel like they have to now, and they're going in with it. But a double from Foot as he switches back. He nearly gets all three, but it's Grim to finally break through with a big round. A triple kill and a 1v1 to secure the second round for Complexity.
Yeah, this is the most impact he's had in the series so far. Good round from him, good decision on the flank, finding his timing to wrap around, gather intel for his team, find a few kills, and a big-time clutch when they needed it. But now they have to build upon that, and one thing we kept harping on is the amount of money that Virtus.pro has to work with. Another full buy coming into this next round.
Nice shot from Holzerk. Oh, straight away back into the action as James to rip apart Holzerk in that mid-fight early. Spam is good. That's half of Grim's health gone, and Norbert doesn't even take a lick of damage, so he's gone. Oh, Flick. What? Okay, Elish. Well, that was pretty easy.
Did he think he was covered by the smoke?
I'd imagine not.
All right. Well, Floppy's going to have to, now that mid's so exposed,
he
has to push it towards tunnel.
Oh, no, the timing. As soon as Floppy decides to shoot, he knew there was a player there. They just, that last second turn away, he dodges the bullets, and Grim to take Norbert out in mid. So 3v2, it's still winnable for Complexity, but it's B retake this time. They're so far away. It's just so unlikely.
Complexity hasn't been able to stop or do anything about this B bomb site, and I'm not even going to put it all on Floppy. I'm not going to say like it's his bad performances that are allowing them in. I think VP just has such a, with the fact they're having so much success in middle, they just know they always have the B bomb site at a point of weakness where nobody can actually help Floppy when they're choosing to attack.
There's just so many different ways that VP are taking the B bomb site too that it's really hard for them to get a grip on it.
Mid to B split, full-blown execute, dry peaks. Yeah, we've pretty much had it all. The entire...
Just walking through a smoke right there. Yeah. I wonder if Elise was just like, he knew the risk that was posed to him being exposed to top mid and was just willing to take that risk for a few seconds, because there's no way he thought he was covered by the smoke, because he went through the smoke. You could tell if you were covered, you would be in the smoke, right? So he must have just known he was exposed and was maybe willing to take that risk for a few seconds.
I mean, knowing Elige, he has a reason why he's made this play. I think it's probably because he killed Jane, killed the Opper, and thought that would be it.
That would be no one else top mid.
And no one would want to peek mid against an AWP, but Flit just comes strolling down.
Holzerk has to go to a scout as well.
Looks silly, but I'm sure the explanation has plenty of logic to it. Second timeout for Complexity.
It's going to be very deflating right now for Complexity. I think we'll just go back to that point of the fact that they started both halves on Anubis so strong. Looked really solid at times on the map, and you had big performances from JT, which you don't always get. And Elise was obviously there with him. And losing map 1 is going to sting. You knew Dust 2 was always going to be difficult. You wanted to try and bring this battle to Inferno. Chance again for James to open up. Hasn't actually bossed the game at all. You know, 2 kills, one of which was found at the start of the last round.
And now you're starting to see the pace change stylistically that VP's been building more and more into their game plan. Flit's up catwalk at 1 minute and 40 seconds. And he's just going to park himself and wait. Wait for the opportune moment. Complexity, they've had enough of losing this B bomb site. They say, you know what? The rest of this half, we're going to hold on to B. We'll retake A. We'll win or lose at that bomb site, but we do not want to keep just giving this site up for nothing.
Grim gets out of that just in time. Take too much damage from the molly. No one really was there to punish. So Holzerk, don't be fooled by the scope. It is just a measly little scout.
I'm glad you said that. I actually thought it was an op for a second.
That one's for you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you. Flashbangs out. Stream of flashbangs, keeping Holzerk away. It doesn't matter if it's an op or a scout if he's blind.
The fireworks display, don't look at it.
No, he doesn't even get a single chance to be involved. And again, just a lurker. Layers of lurkers left in the gap. You've got one in mid. You had Electronic out mid.
And Norbert's in middle if they try and kill out through short. He's got that covered off. And so they're all streaming through CT apart from Grim, who's just waiting for his teammates to make that move. And then he'll come in from long. And it is pretty effective from Grim and JT. 2 headshots quite quickly. And James, now the wizard, stands within Gandalf. And his AWP looking to strike upon the end. Oh, he's close. He's close, but he's not able to get the job done. And Complexity overwhelmed him. And now they have got Floppy on that defuse, so he's got it all the way. And finally, a 3rd round for Complexity.
Yeah, that second lurk way at the top of mid ended up, I mean, you could see the protocol. Like, eventually, if that defense is feeling pressured, he goes out towards long during that retake to kind of backstab it. But I think the kills came out way too quick for him to be there in time to have any true impact on the round. And Complexity again get their 3rd. And I think, honestly, like, not just because they just won that round, but I mean, actually, probably because they just won that round. That's the defense you just kind of have to play for the rest of this half. You just say, we'll gladly let you attack the A bomb site. We'll defend it, we'll retake it, but we're not giving you the B bomb site again.
Missed molly from VP down mid, so they have to be aware that there could be a quick presence in lower tunnels. It is, again, a heavy commitment towards this B bomb site. They're going back to All Faithful, and it's Floppy in the corner. Is he able to get something out of this? It's one and done, but Elige finally explodes in lower tunnels, is able to get away with that kill, and there's 2 now detected in lower. James looks to fend them off. 1 is good. Can he get the second? The answer is absolutely not. As Elige drops him, the bomb is down in tunnels, and now Elige looks to defend the onslaught of players charging in. Information collected that there has to be a second player in tunnels, but Flit is preoccupied about the possibility of one outside those doors.
I actually don't think they know that Grim was that close to Elige, but it doesn't really matter. Flit is still smoked off. He was at least able to activate his teammate with the flashbang, but...
Would Fame have not seen him on the death cam? Or like he's seen the second player coming out through lower just before it looked like, but...
He might have, absolutely. Still a similar defense, just looking a little differently. You guys still have 2 players defending that B bomb site. One of them is just pushed in towards tunnels, so a really nice pounce for Elige on Floppy's 1-for-1. And despite how much of a disaster this half has been, scoreline is close enough to where it's not all lost.
So it's definitely workable. If Jim gets the second kill though, and it's over. So Elige, important fight to be picking up, and obviously the second's even better as Fame just charges in that. A shot from James, that's another opening. His kills may be few, but they're certainly impactful. That's Elige down in mid. It's going to be frustrating for Elige to have to deal with that.
Well, especially considering Flit's like, nice kill. I will take that space now. He's out mid, and he'll be able to cut off Floppy if he rotates out of the B bomb site. 3 defenders out towards long. VP's going to pause and wait and look for the reaction.
This is a cool move. Electronic boosted up. He's got some great cover here with that box. Flashes up, headshot Eincourt, Grim taken off. And now they see the player crossing the pit as well, so they know JT's in that. Complexity, a lot of resources being committed towards long, and Flit is still through those mid doors.
That's so smart from Electronic. Bailing yourself out with that smoke at the corner, now a mid to B split. Now the defense is really scrambling to get back, but actually the attack is coming into the B bomb site through tunnels. They thought the main thrust would be through mid on the rotation, and they were dead wrong.
Floppy is still so paranoid. He's still so focused on Flit. Now Electronic comes off short. It's perfectly worked for VP to secure an 8th round at the end of the first half of Dust 2.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We've got Virtus.pro versus Complexity, and currently looking like Virtus.pro are going to continue on their merry way through to the next stage. And then Complexity, they're about to find themselves in the resurrection bracket if they concede Dust 2. 8-4 half, VP now switch to the CT side. They haven't been good at winning pistol rounds though, Jason. Because JT puts it up. He puts the numbers up in the pistol.
I was going to say, at least in the first half, it's like they had everything they could have possibly wanted to win the pistol round. Just some magnificent shooting from JT. And it feels like they've had such a good feel for Dust 2 throughout the first half. Let's see what they've got here. 3 at the A-bomb site, 1 in middle. Fame is over in the B-bomb site as well. Complexity all huddled up on Catwalk. Attacking in a James position who's spotted a leg.
So all of the resources committed through short for Complexity. It's all in on this A site. Plenty of players lying in wait for Virtus.pro. Complexity lose this pistol round, it is going to spell disaster at the start of the second half. And they line up. James gets away with 1. Complexity yet to put that bomb down. They're staying committed, trying to get the plant at a minimum to give themselves a solid purchase in the next. Electronic and James are on death's door, but they are still fragging out. And Virtus.pro will win the pistol, and pretty strongly, because they only lose 1 player. And that'll be 9-4 now.
Yeah, a couple of gushes, but nobody can finish off those kills. Electronic at 1, James at 4. A little smile on his face as he gets away with it.
We want a pistol round, guys.
Yeah, hell yeah, we done it. Well, look, Complexity is going to buy right back into this. You have to. You get the plant down. You're going to want to pick up Galil's. This kind of a score line, you don't want to let them inch any closer to that victory before you can start getting some momentum in your favor. That's a shot from Flit. Dang. Scout on Halzerk, 4 Galil's, 1 flashbang.
Electronic running up through top middle. He's down to 28 health. Good tag from Halzerk. Electronic, though, if he gets his gun out here, this could be absolutely massive for him to take down multiple players. Electronic confident to swing with the USP as well. Electronic is taking every single fight, even if he doesn't need to. And it works out very well. It's still a 3 versus 2. And, oh my God, it's juggling in middle.
And then he took a scout for it. Oh, get out, Grim. No way.
Oh God.
Oh, what a sequence.
That was chaos.
Nice shooting from James. Better from Electronic, though. The double kill and lower. The pistol whip as well on a JT.
Yeah, it might be the end for Complexity in this game. Not the Esports World Cup, though. Not yet. Although it is pretty difficult.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a rough day. Tomorrow's going to be a rough day for a lot of teams.
Best of ones. Norbert. Smoking towards long. Here comes the charge out. Complexity sending everything towards Norbert. He needs to be careful, but they all line up. And just like a bowling ball, straight through the pins, it's Elige, Floppy, and Grim to fall on over.
He's got a turkey. That's a bowling term?
That's a bowling term? Yeah, I'm not a particular bowler. My bowling technique is terrible, Jason.
It is. I've seen it.
Yeah.
It is not good.
I throw the ball really high up and just kind of go for full power and try and just hit as many over it. I guess that's the point of the game, but not with the most smooth accuracy.
Well, a turkey is 3 strikes in a row.
3 strikes in a row? Okay,
I know you haven't experienced that yet.
That's why I don't know the term, yeah. But you're a bit of a shark when it comes to bowling as well, man.
No,
you got a smooth old bowl on you.
I am really, no. That's...
You look good in those shoes, Jason.
I do look good in the shoes.
Yeah.
11-4. Op is out in Halzerk's hands, AK-47s as well to surround it, but Complexity has just looked outclassed here on Dust 2 so far. Hard to imagine any kind of significant shift in that feeling.
I'd imagine it significantly shifted to the negative side, probably worsening. And Flit and Floppy 1 for 1 in lower tunnels.
It's a pretty cool setup for that. Double nade lower, swing on the second nade. Complexity have mid control. A little bit of utility to show Catwalk presence, taking those first steps. VP have dropped 2 players inside of the B bomb site. Nobody watching mid at the moment. But if Complexity try and do to VP what VP was doing to them at this B-bomb site, it's going to go vastly different.
There's Electronic. Nice and clean. Lovely double. Grim and Floppy barbecued, and that smoke goes up in front of Halzerk's face. His information flow now severed. And, well, the chances for Complexity now are very, very slim.
Yeah, it's cool, though. It's like they're getting a lesson on defending that B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's like, this is how
you do it, guys.
Well, I suppose you always find a positive, Jason. Yikes. Yeah, missed shot from Jay.
It's cool. Relative safely, he can fall back, no pick off. Complexity, if they want a chance at this round, they have to go up catwalk quick and try and take advantage of the one defender. You can see Halzerk is just making the risk, making the guess that James is the only defender at this bomb site. And there is one more close up, that's Norbert.
Oh, here's a flank from Electronic. It's quick through short, and it is effective. Bomb plant just about got down, and a Molotov onto Norbert. He's just going to stand in it. You're not gonna,
dude, what a flex.
He just knew. He just knew it. Like, he's going to get it.
That actually might be worse than teabagging somebody, just standing in those flames.
Imagine doing it while in the fire. No, that would be next level.
The flaming teabag.
Teabag with a burn.
That's what I'm talking about.
Might need to get that one checked, though. 12-4. Last round available now. It looks like VP are about to walk away with a very swift 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it really does. They've got 8 chances to close this series out. Head back to the hotel, get some rest. Norbert just trying to turn from anti-flash, taking a lot of damage, but Fame's got his back, and oh man.
Oh, good night.
Slaughtered, absolutely shut down.
Just as we all knew, VP to take a victory versus Complexity. 2-0 as well. They're coming out looking strong after the player break. And Complexity have work to do. They're heading down into the resurrection bracket, and they're hoping they can find life at the Esports World Cup yet. But Virtus.pro, their opening game of the Esports World Cup, results in victory over Complexity.
Thank you very much, guys. A sad day for Complexity, but a very positive day for Virtus.pro. They even got a pistol in that map of Dust 2. You guys were right. And I want to just say that everything you seem to say of what Complexity needed to do didn't really happen. They didn't do anything.
No, they didn't do anything, but also it felt like they couldn't do anything, you know, against a well-playing VP. Again, tipping my hat for Virtus.pro playing some solid Counter-Strike. I think the way, especially Electronic in that game, was firing on all cylinders. We spoke about him, we said his name. The way he gets to dictate the pace on the T side, the way he gets to involve himself in opening duels, the way he's always seeking those duels as well. You could just see it from the beginning of the rounds, in the middle of the rounds, late rounds as well. It was a little bit tough for Halzerk and the boys to do anything. Great example right here when they pushed B tunnels as well. The few times Complexity tried to do something to disturb the way VP were playing, they were punished. So it felt like they had the idea of what they wanted to do, James. They just didn't have the quality to execute.
And it's also, like, again, as we alluded to before this particular map as well, we're saying when it comes towards mid, you have JT, you have Elite, you have Halzerk who's going to try and be aggressive and try and be, try and poke and prod to make things uncomfortable. As you pointed out, yeah, sure, they were countered right there. But now let's talk about extremities of the map as well. Grim, his nightmare continued to its long, and Floppy in the B bomb side. Listen, forget Floppy. If there's any, even like a really good player, like an elite level player playing on the B bomb side by themselves, they would still be in a world of pain with what VP was throwing their direction.
Yeah, and he was trying to mix things up. He was trying to maneuver himself
he tried his best.
But there was not much hope you were going to have there. But this makes VP, I guess, a scarier prospect than what we could have even imagined when it comes to Dust 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think we did expect him to play well in Dust 2. We spoke about it, you know, stylistically, historically. James has always loved to call on the map, always loved to play the map. Yeah. You then bring in Electronic into that mix, who we spoke about as well from his Na'Vi times as well. He had a great understanding and a great vision for how to play and approach Dust 2. And as an individual, Electronic in this game, he's poising a plus 100 ADR, I think, over the course of 2 maps. Yeah. Very much involved in the opening duels. Looking like the better version of Electronic, you know, looking like the guy they signed for a lot of money. So yeah, again, early signs, we can't conclude anything. It's just a best of 3 against a rather weak-looking Complexity. But in terms of early signs, well done to VP. It's a scary prospect.
And a lot of teams like to talk about the vibes as well, right? The vibes are looking good in the cap, man. The vibes were really on point. James was laughing, was smiling. Holy hell, Banks.
I would be laughing and smiling after that as well. But let's see if the audience prediction was right this time with the STC play predictions. And let's see which way they went. I'm assuming, right, there's a lot of James fans all over the world, doesn't matter how it goes. Are they going to give us that way, or was there the whole of North America trying to vote for Complexity? We should get a percentage. Come on, production. Give me the percentage.
Should always vote with your brain. There you go. Okay, so guess
That's a lot closer than I thought.
It is 48% out there. You know, probably the vast majority of them are in the Twitch chat. You know, not the smartest kind of guys out there. But
I mean, the Americans do love voting, so there we go.
That's also true. Honestly speaking, coming into the game, I think I said it as well. On paper, I felt like it was a close to 50-50 game, so I don't really blame anyone for thinking Complexity could win this one. But it does feel like, on paper, you look at VP and you think to yourself, in a month or two, that's a team that has aspirations of being a top 4 team in the world. It's a team that had aspirations of perhaps going into a major semi-final, even a final like they've been before. Whereas for Complexity, the way we phrased it, or at least the way I think of it, is can they conclude themselves and cement themselves as a top 8, top 7 team? That in itself would be a huge achievement. So today the game was close. In a couple of months, it shouldn't even be a question whether people are not voting for VP or Complexity.
And looking at this, though, right, we were obviously very hyped around Electronic coming into Virtus.pro. This is a good showing for him for sure. He had some previous up and down showings. Yeah. We spoke about it, Blair. They came back earlier than most teams from practice, right, to get themselves ready. They were ready to grind and put themselves into it. How much of a positive sign do you take away just from this one?
I think it's a great sign, particularly because if you look at the way they played at Blast in London, for example, you could see them starting to really come into their groove. They're starting to feel comfortable as well. And even the play style, not purely what Electronic was bringing to the table, it was a mixture, an amalgamation of both. And now watching this particular game as well, you look at Anubis, a map where we thought, okay, maybe Complexity might have a chance. They looked really good. The synergy was on point, the trading was on point, and you head into towards Dust 2. It was more a VP of old, but with a little bit of flair. Like talk about Electronic just throwing themselves at the wolves, being like, I'm the pole up there, I'm just going to take you guys down. So, yeah, this is a very good sign for VP, because I look at these two teams, and I 100% agree with you as well. For Complexity, it's about trying to maintain the plateau, which it ended on the last season. For VP, it's about trying to find an upwards trajectory. Yep. And if I'm looking at the angle right there, I'm pretty bad at geometry, but I feel like it's looking like a 60-degree angle. It's going up there.
Okay, that's quite nice. That's a good way of looking at it. I like that. I got a full vision picture of it all. I will say, though, when we look at what we've seen across today from these teams, right, and when we look at what Complexity had to offer, there are more worrying signs of what I expected. I expected more fight in some of these situations. And I'm not just talking about the players. It just didn't look like a Complexity that I feel like can compete at this top.
No, I agree, and it's more the growing pains and more of the same things we saw in the beginning of the season as well. Don't know if you guys remember, but at the Major in Copenhagen as well, got off to a firing start. I believe they were 2-0 in the group, and they were close at booking a spot at the playoff, and all of a sudden they looked like the worst team in the entire Legend stage from that point onwards. They couldn't get anything going, got absolutely smacked. So it does feel like from day to day, you don't really know what version of Complexity is showing up.
You say growing pains.
Well,
they've been growing for a while, right? Like, it's been like, what?
But they can last for many years,
I mean, at that point, I'd just be like, sorry, kid.
You should know.
Oh, wow. All right, Pim. We're all sitting down. We're all...
No one can even see his height right now.
Exactly.
You have to do him like
just
that.
sitting right
Uncalled for.
Look at this. It's like
stand up, Liz. No, just kidding.
Just doing it to me like VP to the Complexity. There we go.
Yeah, this is what it feels like for sure. Okay, our opening day's gone out the way, and tomorrow we go into these best of ones. This, though, is where it starts to get wild and crazy. But did we see a day of where the favourites came through? Did we see too much shakiness, though, for the likes of, like, FaZe and Mouse?
We saw a bit of, like, ring rust coming in for, like, the opening maps. Like, I think it was Sashi facing off against Mouse, for example, losing the first map. That was a problem. We saw FaZe looking a little bit shaky here and there. But I feel overall, apart from the G2 Mongols game, which I think could have been easily been 50-50, could have gone the way of Mongols as well. Apart from that, I think the favourites were able to kind of turn things around. So it's played out the way it is. But I'm still looking at the Resurrection stage here. And, dude, some of the names there are... a little scary, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I feel like there's a lot of teams on the same level. I agree with you. The Mongols were probably the best-looking loser, if I dare to say that. At least the way they played in the first map against G2. Yeah. That was a close one. Could have definitely gone the way of the Mongols. Sashi taking a map of Mouse Sports as well. Very impressive. But we're going into a scenario now where a team tomorrow, in order to progress into the playoff, will have to win 3 best-of-1s in a row. And that's a tough task for any team, especially Complexity with the way they're looking now. On paper, I would argue Complexity are one of the favorites to go through tomorrow, but the way they were playing today...
I absolutely disagree. I completely disagree.
Who else?
I think Mongols.
The Mongols, yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
I would see Complexity and the Mongols are the 2 favorites, at least per name value, but I think the way they were playing today, it's going to be tough for them.
Okay, so that's that wrapped up and done. You think complexity, you think the
No,
Mongols?
I don't think complexity. I think on paper they're one of the favorites, but the way they're playing
Okay,
today...
make a choice. He's made a choice. You make a choice.
I think the Mongols as well, yeah.
Wow, what a flip-flopper. But yeah, I agree with you.
Well, let's see if the Mongols do go through tomorrow. Guys, it's been a fantastic first day. It's been a long day, but tomorrow the madness starts. We're going into the resurrection side of things for the tournament. We'll see you then.